I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, Overcoming the Three Demons. Impossible. You were only a giant and stage cultivator back then. How could you advance to a great cultivator in such a short time? Fengzi looked at Luo Hong with disbelief and was terrified. After all, he believed that he had made a mortal enemy with Luo Hong. Now that the other party's cultivation was so much higher than his, how could he sleep well in the future? Why? Brother Feng knows this person? The man in the golden robe, transformed by the golden dragon king, asked calmly. This person is one of the two human cultivators who killed your grandson and took away the treasure when Feng was refining treasures. But I don't know why. He actually went all the way from the late giant and stage to the late stage great cultivator in less than 200 years. At this time, with the golden dragon king beside him, Fengzi could barely keep calm and said with gritted teeth, I see. After King Jinjiao responded with a voice that showed no emotion, he looked at Luo Hong intently and said, my fellow Daoist, I have to say that you are quite vindictive. You even dared to offend my outer sea monster clan in order to lure brother Feng out. Do you think that you can be invincible after breaking through the late nascent soul stage? Haha, being too smart is a big taboo. King Jinjiao, I'm not here for others, but for you. Luo Hong shook his head slowly. Although King Jinjiao had completely misjudged his intention, he did not find it strange. After all, his strength was beyond the cognition of King Jinjiao and the others, and what he did was not something they could understand. Forcing guesses would inevitably lead to errors. Come to see me? Haha, it seems that you have been practicing martial arts and you have lost your mind. You don't know your name when you have some skills. You are a human cultivator who has just entered the late stage of the nascent soul. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? At this point, King Jinjiao still did not realize Luo Hong's true purpose. He thought that the other party came here for the civil strife of the human race. You think too much. Hand over the demon pill to me. Luo Hong's eyes turned cold and immediately ended this irrelevant conversation. With a thought, the divine-edged shadowless sword shot out. How shameless. King Jinjiao was furious when he heard the words. The golden robe on his body immediately showed a layer of golden light, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden battle armor. At the same time, golden scales appeared on the cheeks of this demon, and a strong tail was swung out with a snap. This demon was also experienced in fighting. When he saw Luo Hong take action, he turned into a half-human half-demon appearance. In this form, the strength he could exert was not much different from that of his true form. Although he could not sense the existence of the godly sword, King Jinjiao relied on his keen sense of perception to distinguish the direction of the murderous intent. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and a golden spear appeared in his right hand. As his demonic power was released, the spear was filled with golden electric light. Then, King Jinjiao swung his right arm and threw the golden spear out, heading towards the direction where the godly sword was coming from. The next moment, the crisp sound of ding ding dang dang continued to be heard. The material of the golden spear was extraordinary, and even the godly sword could not destroy it. However, judging from the many sword marks on the spear, it was obvious that the golden spear was not easily resisted. After the spear broke through the sword siege, it stabbed towards Luo Hong with great momentum. Haha, what a treasure. Facing the killing move of the golden dragon king, Luo Hong laughed instead of getting angry. He flashed and teleported to the side of the spear. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed it in his hand. You are looking for death. The golden dragon king was stunned when he saw this. It was obvious that he did not expect Luo Hong to dare to take his magic weapon with his hands. He immediately showed a fierce look on his face and urged his demonic power wildly, causing the electric light on the golden spear to surge and emit bursts of shrieking sounds. When these golden lightnings surged, a demon face on the hand of Huan Quan Ghost immediately came to life, opened his demonic mouth wide, and swallowed all the golden lightnings. Taking this opportunity, Luo Hong clenched his right palm fiercely and instantly crushed the divine consciousness of the Golden Dragon King attached to the spear, breaking his connection with the spear. Then, Luo Hong seemed to have eyes behind his head, holding the golden spear and sweeping it backwards, and immediately knocked away two short spears wrapped in red light. The owner of these two short spears was none other than Fengzi, who was transformed from the 9th level cracking wind beast. Your magic weapon is not very good. Luo Hong turned his head to look at Fengzi, who attacked him, and shook his head slightly with contempt. This made Fengzi very angry. He immediately cursed in his heart, "You stole my wind and thunder wings, and you are still here to complain about my magic weapon. You are really inhuman." At the same time, the Golden Dragon King was even more shocked and angry. He tried back and forth several times before he had to believe the fact that his magic weapon was taken away. You know, the golden spear was made with a section of his own dragon tail. I don't know how much effort he has spent over the past 10,000 years. Now that he saw it was taken away, his eyes immediately turned red. "Thief, give me back my treasure." With a loud shout, the Golden Dragon King's figure spanned more than 100 feet. After just a few flashes, he suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hong, and then raised his hand without saying a word, and grabbed his head. As soon as the palm was stretched out, it was wrapped in a thick layer of golden light, and quickly deformed and transformed into a terrifying golden dragon claw. Luo Hong was not in a hurry at this time. He first put the golden spear into the treasure bag with a thought, and then punched out with his right fist, which seemed slow, but was actually fast. Seeing this, King Jinjiao was overjoyed. This person dared to compete with me in physical strength. He really didn't know how to live or die. However, before the grim smile on his mouth came out, he felt a sharp pain in his right palm. His golden dragon claw was bent at an exaggerated angle at this moment, and was actually broken. King Jinjiao finally showed a look of horror for the first time. Seeing that Luo Hong's second punch was about to hit his head, he quickly opened his mouth and spit out a small shield, covered with golden scales the size of copper coins. Obviously, this shield was also a magic weapon made by King Jinjiao using the materials on his body. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately changed his fist into a palm and held the small golden scale shield in his palm. After all, it would be a pity to destroy a magic weapon of this level. Just as Luo Hong was about to do the same and take away the small golden shield, the black-robed man transformed by the turtle demon suddenly appeared on Luo Hong's left. This demon had also become a half-demon, wearing a black heavy armor, and his extremely strong arms were swinging a copper stick, smashing towards Luo Hong's crown. At the same time, Fengzi also appeared behind Luo Hong wrapped in a gust of wind. His hands had turned into sharp claws, and he immediately reached for Luo Hong's back without thinking. If the Golden Dragon King had not been repelled by Luo Hong first, he would have been facing a joint attack from the three demons. Seeing that the three demons were so unethical, Luo Hong snorted coldly, and the power of heaven and earth exploded around him. "Get out of here." The invisible huge force suddenly added to their bodies, and before the two demons could react, they fell to the sea below with a muffled groan, and smashed out two huge waves. After temporarily driving away the two annoying flies, Luo Hong immediately put away the small golden shield, looked at the Golden Dragon King who had retreated dozens of feet away and said coldly, "The dragon transformation art is nothing more than that." Hearing this, the Golden Dragon King's expression of surprise and suspicion was immediately covered by anger, and he roared, "You are so arrogant, I will make you die today." As soon as the voice fell, the golden armor on the Golden Dragon King's body shone brightly, like a ball of golden sun, so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. Then there was a long roar, and the Golden Dragon King's ribs flashed with an illusion, and two arms covered with golden scales appeared. Although the golden scales on his body darkened, the aura he exuded soared. 3 Brahma Holy Art. I didn't expect you to be able to practice this Lost Demon Clan Holy Art. I underestimated you. Seeing the change in the Golden Dragon King, Luo Hong's eyes finally became more serious. The Golden Dragon King ignored Luo Hong at this time. His two newly formed arms reached into the void. One hand immediately grabbed a 3-foot-long white flame sword, and the other hand grabbed a bronze round hammer. Under this mysterious skill, His arm that was broken by Luo Hong instantly recovered as before, and moved with the other hand. It was unknown what secret technique he was going to perform. Luo Hong did not have the habit of waiting for others to use their ultimate moves. With a move of his magic power, he pushed his right palm towards the Golden Dragon King from a distance. Then, a 10-foot long black giant palm appeared above the Golden Dragon King's head and pressed down fiercely. In the previous fight, the Golden Dragon King had already felt a sense of fear from the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand. Seeing Luo Hong use this treasure magical power, he did not dare to take it head on. He wanted to use the escape method to avoid and delay, so as to complete the secret technique at hand. However, when the Golden Dragon King looked up, he saw a huge demon face in the palm of the giant palm, and then a strange and sinister smile drilled into his soul, which made his eyes black, and lost his mind for a moment. When he regained consciousness, the giant black palm was already approaching, and there was no way to avoid it. The Golden Dragon King was horrified, and he immediately made a decisive move, ignoring the backlash of the secret technique, and forcibly used the secret technique that he had prepared for the most part. At this moment, a thick golden light beam shot out from between his palms, and the other two palms also frantically urged the magic weapon in their hands, causing it to continuously shoot out white and blue threads. For a while, the rumbling sound was endless, but although it slowed down the speed of the giant black palm, it could not hurt at all. After a few breaths of delay, the Golden Dragon King was still hit directly, and he spit out a mouthful of golden blood, and was fiercely pressed to the sea surface. As a wave hundreds of feet high rose, the Golden Dragon King was hit hard by Luo Hong's Yellow Spring Ghost Hand, and for a while he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. At this moment, Luo Hong's brows suddenly frowned, and he said coldly, "It seems that you don't know what a lesson is." It turned out that Fengzi had transformed into his true form at some point, and took advantage of the gap between Luo Hong and the Golden Dragon King to bully him from behind, with his sharp claws wrapped with violent wind spirit power, tearing straight at him. Fengzi didn't see how powerful Luo Hong was, but he had offended Luo Hong too badly. The more powerful Luo Hong was now, the more panicked he was in his heart, which was why he fought so hard. However, facing Fengzi's all-out attack, Luo Hong didn't even think of turning back. Fengzi almost lost his mind at this moment, and didn't notice the abnormality at all. As a result, the next moment, Fengzi's demon eyes suddenly shrank, and then quickly lost their light. Many tiny red marks appeared on his demon body, and the wind spirit power on his claws blew away, and he was immediately scattered into countless pieces. Only 2 pairs of demon wings and a pair of green claws remained intact. In the blood mist, dozens of sword shadows were looming, announcing the cause of Fengzi's death. Before the blood rain that Fengzi turned into fell, the entire sea surface suddenly turned into a golden color, and the waves became more and more turbulent. Luo Hong's right palm seemed to be bounced by a huge force, and shrank back a little, but he heard him coldly say, "Want to run? Suppress it for me." After a shout, Luo Hong performed the main practice technique that he had not used for a long time, the infinite sea suppression technique. Under the blessing of his huge and pure magic power, the sea surface within a radius of 3,000 miles suddenly sank. All the waves were flattened in an instant, and the sea surface was as smooth as a mirror, presenting a beautiful scene. However, this was not a beautiful scene worth appreciating for the Golden Dragon King hiding in the sea. He had already manifested his real body of hundreds of feet, and at this moment he was under unparalleled pressure. It was as if all the sea water within a radius of 3,000 miles was pressing on him, almost squeezing out his internal organs. Under no other choice, the Golden Dragon King could only struggle to leave the sea, and suddenly a huge dragon head emerged from the water. Due to the practice of the dragon transformation technique, the Golden Dragon King's demon body is quite close to the appearance of a real dragon, with golden horns and long beard, looking extremely majestic. It's good to move your hands and feet occasionally, but it's almost time to deal with you, otherwise the quality of your level 10 golden dragon pill will decline. Suddenly, Luo Hong's voice sounded very close, and the Golden Dragon King only felt that there was a foreign object on his head, and at the same time, the heavy pressure in the sea disappeared. He immediately roared and soared into the sky, and the endless golden spiritual light illuminated the sky brilliantly. but as a circle of golden net swung out from his dragon head, the golden light on his body suddenly disappeared, and the condensed demonic power quickly dissipated. Before the Golden Dragon King could make the next move, a cold word ahead sounded in his ears, and then he felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his vision began to gradually fall. It turned out that Luo Hong had used the sword technique, combined the power of the 72 divine swords, and beheaded him with one sword. As the hot dragon blood fell, a golden dragon soul flew out, and in a flash, it escaped into the void, desperately trying to stay away from its own body. Seeing the situation, Luo Hong did not chase after it, but just pinched the technique with one hand, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and a black light also flashed into the void. The next moment, a dull explosion sound came, and a golden and black light flashed in the void in the direction of the dragon soul's escape. The soul of the Golden Dragon King was blasted out, and he could not control his body, and fell several somersaults. After the escape technique was broken, the expression of the mini dragon soul was even more terrified. Knowing that he had no way to escape, he immediately begged for mercy. Dao, spare my life, I can give you my demon pill and treasure. Don't bother, Luo will get it myself. As soon as the words came out, Luo Hong had indeed escaped to the side of the dragon soul, and the yellow spring ghost hand grabbed it, and made it unable to move. Since he still had to search the soul to find the location of the dragon scale fruit, Luo Hong did not kill it with one hand, but took out a soul collecting bottle to seal it. Chapter 806 Paths Supreme Saint and Dragon Scale Fruit. Although they were thousands of miles away, the battle between Luo Hong and the three demons of the Golden Dragon King could still be sensed by the nascent soul cultivators on Bling Island. If one used the spiritual eye ability like Hanley, it would not be difficult to see the scene of the battle directly, especially at the end of the battle, when the three demons of the Golden Dragon King began to fight for their lives. The spiritual energy fluctuations still surged like a tsunami, stirring up the sea area within 1,000 miles. Even though the battle between late nascent soul beings is extremely rare, not everyone is interested. At this time, King Feng had already dealt with the Nixing League cultivators on the island, but did not go back to report, but sneaked to a teleportation array covered by the formation. After devouring the nascent soul of the grey-robed old man, he knew that the 6 Paths Supreme Saints had supported Bling Island through this teleportation array that had not yet been fully arranged. At present, King Feng was hiding here with the idea of a surprise attack on the first person of the Chaos Star Sea Demon Dao. If he could devour the nascent soul of the 6 Paths Supreme Saint, even if he was a green domain demon, he could make some breakthroughs. Therefore, no matter how loud the noise in the distance was, King Feng waited motionlessly. Finally, when the battle was about to end, the incomplete teleportation array moved. The dark magic energy overflowed from the center of the array, gradually corroding the entire array, and the incomplete parts were also replaced by the magic energy. With a flash of dark magic light, a man's shadow appeared in the teleportation array. Although the teleportation array was completed with the magic secret technique, the function of the teleportation array was still greatly affected. The teleportation process that should have been completed in one go became as slow as an old ox pulling a cart. As the human-shaped shadow continued to solidify, the consciousness of the 6 Paths Supreme Saint projected over a little. He did not notice King Feng hiding and waiting for him to be fully teleported, but was attracted by the movement of the battle in the sky. King Jinjiro, he happened to be nearby. This time it's really lively. The man sneered evilly, and was actually looking forward to the situation of a three-way melee after the teleportation. 6 Paths Extreme Saint knew clearly about the nascent soul cultivators who might break through to the late stage in Chaos Star Sea. The reason why he delayed the transmission until now was to investigate those possible ones. The report from the spies below was naturally that everything was normal, and the ones he was concerned about had not broken through. Therefore, 6 Paths Extreme Saint was very sure that this newly appeared late nascent soul cultivator was a person independent of their anti-star alliance and star palace. This made him curious, and he had some ideas in his mind. However, in the dark, unknown to 6 Paths Extreme Saint, King Feng was already rubbing his hands, waiting for the moment when he completed the transmission, and then he would rush into his body. with the strength of King Feng Kingai Demon. Once he entered the body of Six Paths Extreme Saint, no matter how powerful his magic skills were, the only end was that his nascent soul would be swallowed. But at this moment, the sky suddenly lit up with golden light, and a huge golden dragon hundreds of feet long roared into the sky. To force the Golden Dragon King to reveal his true form, this newly promoted master must have some skills. The Six Paths Supreme Saint smiled, and said with a solemn look. But as soon as he finished speaking, a wail came from the horizon, and the unparalleled Golden Dragon King was separated from his head and body. The huge dragon head was directly cut off, and the dragon blood gushed out. Seeing this, the Six Paths Supreme Saint's pupils shrank immediately, and then he cancelled the teleportation without hesitation, and the human-shaped phantom disappeared instantly. The demonic energy in the teleportation array suddenly dissipated, which was considered to be completely destroyed. King Feng revealed his figure faintly, looked at the direction where the phantom disappeared, and snorted coldly, "Your life is not over." After that, he turned into a strand of black hair, and followed Luo Hong's breath. At the same time, in a majestic hall on Liulian Island, many nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path were gathered. They sat around a long table, talking in a flurry, as if they were in a meeting. However, there was an empty seat at the head of the long table. It was obvious that the most important person did not come. "Old Demon Whitebone, are you going to pay me back the 3 drops of Yunpo water you owed me? After the backlash of your magic power last time, you should be able to refine this water faster. Don't tell me that it's because you don't have all the materials." A demon cultivator with a sallow face stared at the person next to him with a bad face. "Island Master Wu, don't worry, I dare not owe you a debt. It's just that you borrowed 3 drops from me, but I have to pay you back 6 drops. Isn't that too much?" The man who looked like a bag of bones laughed sinisterly and tried to bargain. "Humph, the 3 drops of Yunpo water from this island master saved your life. If it weren't for your special magic power and it's not difficult to pay back the debt, do you think this island master would lend you such a precious spiritual material? 6 drops, not a drop less. Otherwise don't blame this island master for attacking your demon cave." The wax-faced demon cultivator glared and threatened without any hesitation. "Island Master Wu, calm down. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? By the way, fellow Daoist Liu Dao has been gone for so long. Will there be any accidents?" The old demon with white bones laughed and forced to change the subject. The wax-faced demon cultivator snorted coldly. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not pursue it too much. After all, he still had to rely on this old demon to refine Yunpo water. Since the matter of Billing Island involves a late nascent soul cultivator, it is understandable that fellow Daoist Liu Dao took a little longer to deal with it. "We will just wait here." Although the sudden appearance of the late nascent soul cultivator made everyone feel a little uneasy, they were not panicked at all. After all, late nascent soul cultivators also have strengths and weaknesses. For an existence like the Six Paths Supreme Saint, even if he deals with 2 great cultivators who have just entered the late stage at the same time, he has a very good chance of winning. Fellow Daoist Liu Dao will not have any problems. What I'm worried about is the spiritual stone mine on Billing Island. If it is destroyed in the war, our share of high-level spiritual stones will probably be reduced for a period of time. I'm carrying the debt of Island Master Wu, so I can't do without these high-level spiritual stones. The old demon of bones sighed. This bastard has so many tricks. He has the idea of taking the high-level spiritual stones in my hand in just a few words. The wax-faced demon cultivator narrowed his eyes, and he hesitated, while his anger rose. Compared with a few high-level spiritual stones, that matter was obviously much more important. However, before he could make a decision, a domineering demonic aura suddenly appeared in the hall. In an instant, the originally noisy hall became quiet, and everyone looked towards the first seat. I saw a handsome middle-aged man who looked a bit like when King appeared on the first seat. At this time, an old demon sitting on his left asked, "Fellow Daoist Liu Dao, what is the situation on Billing Island? Is the newly promoted late-stage great cultivator from Xingang? From today on, cancel the quota of high-level spirit stones for the Yuanying elders in the alliance." The Six Paths Supreme Saint said slowly with a gloomy face. "What? How can this be? I just need high level spirit stones to fill the formation and refine a demon corpse. If the quota in the alliance is cut off, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The cultivators in the hall started to quarrel. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. If the quota of spirit stones for this group of Yuan demon cultivators is cut off, even the reputation of the Six Paths Supreme Saint cannot suppress them for a while. If you have any objections, you can go to Billing Island in person and find the new island owner to argue. But I remind you that the first person to argue, King Jinjiro, has been killed by that person. Six Paths Supreme Saint did not explain too much. He was also very depressed at the moment. Seeing that the great event was about to be accomplished, at most he could wait for another 100 years and the Chaos Star Sea would be in his pocket. But at this time, an extremely powerful person jumped out. More importantly, this person obviously has a better relationship with the Star Palace. The scene of King Jinjiro being beheaded was too shocking. Six Paths Supreme Saint did not want to confront Luo Hong without knowing anything, so he chose to take the initiative, to give in for a while and find out first. After these words came out, the hall became silent again. The cultivators knew very well that Six Paths Supreme Saint would never joke about this matter, and they knew even more that Six Paths Supreme Saint might have done nothing this time, and was scared back. The first person in the magic way was unwilling to step forward, so they would naturally not be stupid enough to die. This matter is serious, we should discuss it with the righteous side. No matter how powerful that person is, as long as we all put pressure on him together, I believe he may not dare to give up face. After a moment of silence, a female demon sitting on the right hand of the Six Paths Supreme Saint said with her fist clenched and unclenched, "This person dared to kill the Golden Dragon King in the Outer Sea. How could he be easily dealt with? If we rashly confront him, it will probably play into the hands of the Star Palace." The old demon Begu raised an objection with a gloomy face. At this moment, he was in no mood to deduct some benefits from the wax-faced demon cultivator. We know too little about this person. Next, we should not think about how to deal with him, but first find out about his situation and then respond. Fellow Daoist Begu, if you are willing to go on a mission for our alliance, I will grant you the 10,000-year-old Yunsi in the alliance's treasure house. If I remember correctly, as long as you take this ZHI alive, you can completely solve the hidden dangers of the magic power. Before everyone started to quarrel, the Six Paths Supreme Saint made arrangements. I need to think about this for a few days. The white bone demon suddenly became entangled. Judging from the situation on Billing Island, the strange master obviously had a prejudice against the Anti-Star Alliance. It would be a big risk for him to go there. But the 10,000-year-old Yunsi was a temptation he could not refuse, so it was really difficult to make a decision. However, no one noticed that the wax-faced demon cultivator had secretly clenched his fists, and a flash of resentment flashed in his eyes. Above Billing Island, Lu Zhengai and Du Changkan looked at a golden dragon hundreds of feet long passing by them with dull expressions, and then heavily smashed on Billing Island. After a while, Luo Hong appeared in front of Han Old Demon, holding a black armored man who had fainted. "Junior brother Han, this level 10 golden dragon pill is just right for you. Hurry up and keep it safe. Don't let the spiritual energy dissipate." After taking a fist-sized golden round bead with a wry smile, Han Li immediately said very bluntly, "This gift from senior brother Luo really makes junior brother feel humbled. Senior brother, if there is anything you can do for me, please let me know." Just as Luo Hong understood Han Leomo, Han Li also understood him. Senior brother Luo. Seeing that he had done this, Han Leomo immediately came to his senses. In the past, this kind of situation had always occurred, because senior brother Luo had set his sights on the efficacy of his small bottle, and this time would be no exception. Junior brother Han still understands me. In this case, I'll just say it directly. I wonder if junior brother has heard of a spiritual medicine called dragon scale fruit? Luo Hong also knew that he was a little obvious this time, so he smiled and transmitted the message. Han Li was stunned when he heard this. Of course he had heard of dragon scale fruit, which was a spiritual medicine described as miraculous in ancient books. Hence, he immediately became interested and whispered, "Brother Luo, are you talking about the legendary dragon scale fruit that can make the eater ascend to heaven in broad daylight?" Ascending to heaven in broad daylight is pure nonsense. Even if there is such a spiritual fruit, the eater will most likely explode and die. The real function of the dragon scale fruit is to allow our bodies to be reborn and become extremely powerful. I believe that Brother Han also knows how a strong body can help break through bottlenecks. This fruit is a must-have for cultivators like us. However, since taking a small amount of 1 or 2 pills will hardly make any difference, it has a reputation in this regard. I only learned this secret after I accidentally found a jade slip next to the remains of an ancient demon cultivator. At the same time, I also learned the method of transplanting the dragon scale fruit. Anyway, Feng Zi's jade slip had already fallen into his hands, and no one could expose Luo Hong's words at this moment. If it really has such a miraculous effect, it really can't be missed. Brother Luo said that, you should have known the whereabouts of this fruit, right? After hearing about the effect of the dragon scale fruit, Han Li's expression immediately became serious. For him who has a small bottle, this spiritual fruit that can strengthen the body just by taking it raw is of immeasurable value. Of course, I killed a thunder dragon before, and after searching its soul, I found that the golden dragon king would go to a deserted island every once in a while, and I couldn't help but be suspicious. After my brother's investigation, I found that there was a dragon scale fruit tree in the underwater cave under the deserted island. It was just that I was unable to break the restriction left by the Golden Dragon King at that time, so I didn't take it away. After we settle down on Billing Island, I will tell Brother Han the location of the deserted island and the method of transplanting, and ask Brother Han to cultivate 1 or 2 for me. Luo Hong said in a serious tone. As long as Brother Han trusts me, Han Li is willing to share this fruit with Brother Han. For such a good thing, Han Li did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Anyway, for him, the next few decades will be spent in seclusion to break through the late nascent soul stage. During this period, there will be few opportunities to use the small bottle, and it can be used to cultivate dragon scale fruit. This time, he not only got the 10th level golden dragon pill, but also got a lot of dragon scale fruit. It was simply a big win. Well, then I'll leave it to you, junior brother. After the last voice transmission, Luo Hong turned to look at Lu Zhenghai, pointing to the golden dragon corpse below and said, "Brother Lu, the corpse of this golden dragon will be handled by your disciples. Except for the scales and dragon bones of this monster, the rest can be taken by your disciples." Haha, then I'm not polite. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to dismember a 10th level monster in my lifetime. It's really exciting. Lu Zhenghai was familiar with Luo Hong's personality, and he said without any courtesy. Chapter 803, Storm is rising. The wind blows thousands of miles, and the blue sea is still. 3 months have passed since Luo Hong conquered Billing Island, but surprisingly, the fierce counterattack of the 2 major forces that was originally expected did not happen. There was not even a sign. Both the Demon Clan and the Anti-Star Alliance seemed to be ready to swallow this bitter fruit. This was not because the 2 major forces were not strong enough, but the fall of the Golden Dragon King was too shocking. It made the 2 major forces realize that, as long as they went to war with Luo Hong, they would suffer unimaginable losses. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Luo Hong was, with the absolute advantage of the number of Yuan Ying in the 2 major forces, he would have to give up Billing Island. After all, in Xianan, a large number of Yuan Ying monks had killed a perverse incarnation monk. However, Chaos Stasi is not currently in a period of dominance. It is not strange to choose to be tolerant or even stick to it to seek cooperation when facing the Billing Island incident. Although the Anti-Star Alliance suffered a lot of losses this time, compared with the Demon Clan losing a level 10 Golden Dragon King, a few Yuan Ying monks are not worth mentioning. Therefore, the Anti-Star Alliance put aside their pride without much thought and sent envoys to contact Luo Hong while he was still setting up the formation on Billing Island. Obviously, if Luo Hong killed the envoy of the Anti-Star Alliance at this time, it would definitely sow the seeds of a full-scale war. After all, no matter how strong he is currently isolated overseas, and it is the best time to get rid of him. If he returns to the inner sea and colludes with the Star Palace, then it will be too late to say anything. And Luo Hong did not want to offend the Anti-Star Alliance. With this time, he might as well practice more and become a god as soon as possible. Therefore, although he met the envoy of the Anti-Star Alliance with a cold bro, he finally expressed that he could trade with them. Luo Hong made this choice, which was also a kind of helplessness. After all, the Anti-Star Alliance now occupies almost 80% of the territory of the inner sea, and many spiritual objects can only be bought from them. Even Lu Zhengai thought there was nothing wrong with this. Before he came, Ling Yuling told him the purpose of Luo Hong occupying Billing Island. Another meaning of him being arranged to be in charge of Billing Island was to keep a close eye on this matter. The Starverse Alliance also needed high-level spiritual stones, so the two sides hit it off. Of course, Luo Hong knew that this was only a temporary calm. As long as the situation changed slightly, such as his failure to break through, and his vitality was seriously damaged, all the hidden enemies would show their fangs. After working for 3 whole months, Luo Hong finally set up a water-based formation on Billing Island. This formation was derived from his Wuliang Zhenheiju. It could not only effectively guard against enemies in the water, that is, the most likely invasion of the outer sea monster army, but also help him collect a large amount of water-based spiritual energy and refine binary ice soul heavy water. During this period, Han Leomo had already gone to the nameless deserted island and transplanted the dragon scale fruit back, and then he went into seclusion without saying a word and disappeared. At this time, Luo Hong was standing in a stone chamber deep in the newly built cave, looking expressionlessly at the 8th level turtle monster whose arms were suspended by 2 thunder chains. You human race, just kill me if you want to. Don't think that torturing me will make me surrender. Although it was not long ago, the serious injury of the 8th level turtle monster that day has been healed. When he saw Luo Hong, he couldn't help but yelled excitedly. His movements were just a little bigger, which triggered the restrictions left by Luo Hong. The 2 lightning chains immediately flashed with lightning and scorched his whole body. However, this injury was not worth mentioning to this monster. The necrotic parts of his body fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the new flesh and blood underneath. Luo didn't want you to surrender. I just want you to be an experimental subject and let me take a peek at the secret of the immortal body. When he used the magical power of Wuliang Zhenhe that day, although this monster was not his main target, he was also severely injured and almost turned into meat paste. Even so, this monster relied on the innate magical power of the immortal body to survive. After discovering that the other party's immortal body was a turtle monster, Luo Hong was surprised for a moment. After all, he had extracted the spirit of the 8th level turtle monster. Even if the head of the turtle monster that was burned to ashes by the black crow flame could be restored by the magical power of the immortal body, it could not be truly resurrected. But now it appeared in front of Luo Hong alive and kicking. But then Luo Hong discovered that there was a slight gap between the soul and the body of the monster, which was obviously a sign of being possessed, so the mystery of the turtle monster's resurrection had a reasonable explanation. This was a rare turn of events for Luo Hong. He was originally deducing the 4th level of the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju. The immortal body was obviously a good research material. Now it was naturally fortunate to have it recovered. In addition, Luo Hong had a lot of things to do now. He didn't have the time to care about the identity of the possessor for the time being. He was afraid that forcibly searching the soul would ruin this rare research material. Therefore, after checking the restrictions, Luo Hong left the stone room and didn't get too entangled with the turtle monster. After sitting down in the quiet room, Luo Hong cast a spell again to sense the breath of the sky-making stone, but still found nothing. 50 years is still plenty of time. I can reach the state of transformation within 20 years. With the years of consolidating my cultivation after the breakthrough, I still have more than 20 years left to complete the task of traveling to the sky. Luo Hong is very confident about breaking through the state of transformation. As he said, there are only 2 keys to breaking through the state of transformation in the human world. First, gather a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This requires a cultivator to have a strong ability to control the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness must be strong enough and the coverage area must be as large as possible. Second, be able to withstand the infusion of a large amount of spiritual energy. No matter what means are used, they can ensure that they will not be blown up by the spiritual energy they have gathered. Regarding this point, it is naturally the best to strengthen the physical body. Luo Hong has already met these requirements to the extreme. If he cannot break through the state of transformation, then there will be no cultivators of transformation in the human world. After refining the first ray of heaven and earth energy, the strength of my nascent soul will be greatly improved. In this way, this hidden danger may have a chance to be solved. The joy of becoming a divine transformation cultivator flashed across Luo Hong's face. In his danshan, a nascent soul with a brilliant blue light was touching something like a scar on his forehead with a solemn face. When Luo Hong mastered the first trace of the law of force, he could already touch the formless heavenly demon seed. After the battle with Bloodsurer, his law of force made great progress, and he even condensed a Taoist talisman. In fact, at that time, Luo Hong vaguely felt that he had the ability to peel the heavenly demon seed from his nascent soul. If he used the Thunder Immortal Body technique, it would basically be possible. But first, the nascent soul at the nascent soul stage was still too weak to withstand the tossing, and Luo Hong didn't want to take the risk. Second, the heavenly demon seed's ability to control the extraterritorial heavenly demon, he couldn't give it up now. Because with his current research on the Feexen Stone, the extraterritorial heavenly demon might be a key link in his ascension plan. The combination of these 2 points made Luo Hong bear this hidden danger and hesitate to take action. Fortunately, although this matter is tricky, it is not urgent. Luo Hong shook his head and put it aside for the time being. Then he cast a spell to activate the formation of the quiet room, and then closed his eyes and practiced, gradually not feeling the passage of time. For high-level cultivators, 3 years can be said to be very short, but it is enough for the news that Billing Island was occupied by Luo Hong to spread throughout the Chaos Star Sea. When they first heard this news, all the cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea were waiting for the Demon Clan or the Anti-Star Alliance to send a large army to recapture Billing Island. But until this matter could no longer become a topic of conversation after dinner, there was no movement from both sides. This seemed very strange to some people with ulterior motives. After all, even if the Anti-Star Alliance was a little cautious because of the great enemy of the Star Palace, it was too abnormal for the Demon Clan, who had always been very reckless, to not take any action. So, they began to investigate the situation of the demon race, and finally found out to their surprise that the Swanee King and the Sea Abyss had passed away decades ago. In addition to the Golden Dragon King, who had been confirmed to have fallen and whose flesh and blood were put up for auction at the Shiangsing auction, the demon race was actually without a level 10 demon beast. This was an extremely rare and extremely dangerous thing in the history of the demon race. The lifespan of the demon race was much longer than that of the human race, and their starting point was often higher, but their cultivation speed was really not flattering. For the human race, 400 years was a generation of Yuan Ying cultivators, and it was normal for 1 or 2 lucky people with unique advantages to become late-stage cultivators. But if the demon race had a gap of level 10 demon kings, it would not be a matter of hundreds of years, but it would probably take 3 or 4,000 years for the next demon king to appear. The Anti-Star Alliance, which first obtained the information, did not hesitate at all, and directly mobilized the army of righteous and evil cultivators to launch a massive counter-attack against Kiowan Island. By conquering Kiowan Island, a large amount of demon pill resources can be obtained, and the elixir made from demon pills is the perfect thing for giant and cultivators to improve their cultivation. In other words, as long as the Nixing Alliance obtains Kiowan Island and recuperates for another 200 years, the number of Yuan Ying cultivators in the alliance will increase greatly. In this way, the melon-eating cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea did not wait for the battle on Billing Island, but waited for the battle between humans and demons on Kiowan Island. In this battle, the 6 Paths Supreme Saint and 1 Sangu went into battle together, killing those 8 or 9 level transformed demon cultivators in fear. Even though the demon clan had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were still defeated and retreated miserably to the depths of the sea to lick their wounds. When the Shiangsing twin saints learned that the Nixing Alliance had conquered Kiowan Island, they were not very angry. After all, for the Xingang, the outer sea was too far away from Xiangxing Island, and they could not compete with the Nixing Alliance. Besides, there is a good side to this matter. Although the Anti-Star Alliance won a big victory, everyone knows that the war with the Demon Clan will definitely cause heavy casualties. This also gives Xingang a chance to breathe. Of course, Xingang will not just sit there and watch the fat meat and not eat it. The demon pill resources of Kiyuan Island are only unique, not completely monopolized. A large number of unimportant islands added together will not be too different, and these islands have basically been abandoned by the Demon Clan, leaving only some low-level demon beasts with low intelligence, which are extremely easy to recover. And the Anti-Star Alliance will obviously not let Xingang sit back and reap the benefits, so the war between the two sides suddenly moved from the inland sea to the outer sea, forming a situation of hunting each other. In this situation, the role of the Six Paths Supreme Saint and one Sangu is almost equivalent to nothing, because the two sides are basically playing hide and seek in the outer sea. In this way, Xingang will not be afraid of the Anti-Star Alliance. Although the number of Xingang monks is small, whether it is fighting alone or in a group, they are better than the monks of the Anti-Star Alliance. After all, Xingang has been able to rule the Chaos Star Sea for countless years, not just by talking. Therefore, after the battle on Kiyuan Island, the Chaos Star Sea presented such a situation. The Heian clan and Jianalang clan of the Demon Clan all huddled in their nests. The inner sea was relatively calm, but the outer sea became a cruel hunting ground. However, it is worth mentioning that the Billing Island, which is also located in the outer sea, is not subject to this rule, but has formed another rule. As long as it is within a radius of 10,000 miles of Billing Island, no form of fighting is allowed. As we all know, the formation of any rules cannot be without the maintenance of force. Anyone who dares to challenge this rule, no matter who it is, will be taken away by a purple shadow and disappear without a trace in an instant. Of course, this is just a legend among those low-level cultivators. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage know that those who do not follow the rules are swallowed up by a little girl in purple. The reason why everyone knows so clearly is because a nascent soul cultivator of the Anti-Star Alliance did not believe in evil and insisted on hunting down a Xingang cultivator who had escaped to the range of Billing Island. As a result, he died on the spot. Because of this unique rule, the islands around Billing Island have become one of the few places with extremely high security in the open sea. As a result, islands such as Silver Shark Island and Thunder Island have become more prosperous year by year. In this way, 20 years have passed quietly. On this day, a large spiritual boat flying under the banner of the Anti-Star Alliance flew above the sea. The white bone demon stood on the bow with high spirits, looking at the Billing Island, which was just a small black dot on the horizon. Since his last apprenticeship, he not only obtained the 10,000 yen as he wished, but also became the person in charge of the trade with Billing Island. At this time every year, he would bring a boat full of high-level spiritual materials collected from all over the Chaos Star Sea to Billing Island, to trade for the higher-level spiritual stones on the island. This is undoubtedly a big fat job, so that the white bone demon is no longer as thin as a bag of bones as before, but is closer to a normal person. To be honest, he now hopes that Luo Hong will stay on Billing Island forever. Old demon white bone, we have been friends for a long time. Can't you be a bit more flexible with that evil crystal? If Wu didn't really need it, he wouldn't make it difficult for you. A man's voice interrupted old demon white bone's fantasy of a better future. He frowned and turned around and said, Island Master Wu, you actually chased me here. Since you know that this will make me embarrassed, you shouldn't ask for it. I still give my original answer. That evil crystal is an important transaction item. I will not sell it to you. If it was an ordinary high-level spiritual material, maybe old demon white bone would agree. After all, the wax-faced monk is not unwilling to give spiritual stones and will not let him suffer. But although the evil crystal is not a top-level spiritual material, it is extremely rare and exists in the special list given by the person from Billing Island. In this way, this evil crystal not only represents a few high-level spiritual stones, but also the satisfaction of the person from Billing Island. Maybe one day, this satisfaction can save his life. But if, on the other hand, the news of selling the evil crystal reached the ears of the person on Billing Island, then the best outcome for him would be to say goodbye to this lucrative job. In other words, it would be 100 harms and no benefit for the white bone demon to transfer the evil crystal to the wax-faced demon cultivator. So how could he agree to it? Brothers, the next chapter will advance to the god transformation. Chapter 804, Advancement to the godly stage. I'll pay 3 times the amount of spirit stones. Old demon Whitebone, don't go too far, the wax-faced demon cultivator said with a gloomy face. Thinking back to a few years ago, it was old demon Whitebone who had to flatter him, but now he has turned his head around, which is really depressing. How can I explain it to you clearly? This is not about spirit stones. How about this? If you really want that evil crystal, then go to the island with me and ask for it yourself. Otherwise, go back to Night Dragon Island quickly and don't make trouble here and implicate me. After all, the wax-faced demon cultivator is a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the old demon Whitebone did not dare to offend him blatantly, so he pushed the right to choose to the other party. Okay, then it's a deal, the wax-faced demon cultivator said without hesitation. Well, that's right, Night Dragon Island is such a big foundation. Wait, what did you say? Have you really thought it through? The old demon Whitebone suddenly reacted and then said in surprise. At the same time, he couldn't help but be curious about why the other party would go to such lengths. Before coming here, Wu had considered it clearly. You don't want to go back on your word, do you? The wax-faced demon cultivator said with a bad look. Haha, except for the occasional discount, I have never failed to fulfill my promise. Since Island Master Wu has made up his mind, then follow me to the island. The old demon of bones waved his arm and agreed without any trickery. Humph, idiot. That person has been in seclusion. I haven't seen him since my last apprenticeship. How can you meet him? Of course, the old demon of bones was very happy that he didn't need to make a responsible promise. An hour later, the spirit boat finally arrived at the aerial dock of Billing Island. It was a huge rock that was engraved with a formation and flattened. The moment the white bone demon and his companions stepped onto the huge rock, they were under a no-fly ban. If they tried to fly away by force, they would be immediately crushed by a huge force until the patrolling Xingang monks arrived and detained the offenders. After getting off the boat at the side of the huge rock, the white bone demon led the group onto a narrow path that was also suspended in the air. Not long after, they came to a thick water curtain and saw Luo Zhu who had been waiting there for a long time. Senior Whitebone, your complexion is getting better and better. Did you bring any good news this time as promised? The previous few times, Senior Whitebone did not even bring a spiritual object from the special catalog. Master was already dissatisfied. Luo Zhu stood under the separated water curtain and looked at the white bone demon with a smile on his face. Although the other party was a demon cultivator, in the contacts all along, Luo Zhu not only did not feel the other party's fear, but instead felt that he was very kind and interesting. Therefore, Luo Zhu and the white bone demon had always had a good relationship. I have reported this matter to the Alliance every year. After all, it is an agreement between me and fellow Daoist Luo that we will trade at least one special spiritual object every 3 years. So I have always been very concerned about it. And this time I did bring good news. Although it was postponed for a year, I brought 2 spiritual objects on the special catalog this time. The old demon Beigu emphasized his role and secretly said that he was lucky. Fortunately, he thought it through, otherwise he would probably suffer some setbacks this time. Well, that's good. Master has a good temper. He won't care too much about this level of breaking an appointment. Luo Zhu nodded, then moved his eyes and looked at the wax-faced demon cultivator he had never seen before. Senior Beigu, who is this? In the past, weren't you the only one incarnation cultivator responsible for escorting? I'm Wu Sheng, the island master of Yellow Island. I came here to ask for a favor. Please let me meet your master. When asked by Luo Zhu, Wu Sheng introduced himself. You want to see my master? That depends on luck. In recent years, even I have rarely received his voice transmission. Luo Zhu didn't think that the island master Wu could do what he wanted, but she didn't give him a chance to try. She took out several crystal blue rings from her storage bag and threw them to the white bone demon and others. Since this is the first time for the island Master Wu, I will tell you the rules of Billing Island. There are many restrictions on the island. You must always carry the restriction rings I gave you, otherwise you will be attacked by restrictions. This ring will open the way for you to go to places on the island. If you get close to the forbidden area, this ring will get hot, so please stay away in time. Luo Zhu said seriously. Don't worry, my friend, I'm not here to cause trouble. Wu Sheng took the crystal blue ring and put it on and replied lightly. Then, Luo Zhu led everyone through the water curtain and escaped all the way to the foot of a spiritual peak. Compared with the rich wood spirit in other areas of Billing Island, this spiritual peak is filled with rich gold spirit. Moreover, there were no common plants on the spiritual peak, only a kind of strange giant tree. Each of these giant trees was 20 to 30 feet high, and both the branches and trunks were extremely burnt yellow, but they gave people a feeling of vitality. A giant and cultivator who came with the old demon Begu seemed to be curious about these giant trees and wanted to get closer to observe them, but the crystal blue ring on his index finger suddenly burned. Fellow Daoist, please don't leave the range of the stone steps, otherwise. Luo Zhu seemed to have some sense of the crystal blue rings she gave. At the same time as reminding the giant and cultivator, she took out a golden pearl and threw it out of the stone steps. As soon as the golden pearl left the range of the stone steps, it suddenly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound and breaking into powder. Golden magnetic spirit wood. There are so many. It seems that, if there is no ring, it will be difficult for us to go up the mountain. Wu Sheng looked around and saw that the mountain was full of giant trees of similar size, and he was shocked. This place is not as simple as it seems. The supplies I sent here are basically related to the metal element. I think these gold magnetic woods have formed a large formation. You all should be quiet and control your curiosity. Don't forget that this is the cave of a late stage master. The old demon of bones warned his men through voice transmission. Please follow me up the mountain along the mountain path. Senior Lu will come with the spirit stones later. After counting, it will be delivered on the spot as before. After that, Luo Zhu led the way again. Old demon of bones, since I came to the island, I feel that this island is particularly quiet. Could it be that fellow Daoist Luo is a person who likes quietness? Wu Sheng had already considered how to negotiate with Luo Hong and asked the old demon of bones through voice transmission. This is actually the retreat of fellow Daoist Luo. How could anyone dare to make noise? Island Master Wu should save some thoughts. The old demon of bones perfunctorily transmitted the voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound came from the top of the peak, and then the spiritual energy of the world within the visible range became agitated. In an instant, countless spiritual light balls of different colors appeared everywhere between heaven and earth, and then flew towards the top of the peak like young swallows returning to their nests. Such an amazing change not only scared the white bone demon and others, but also alarmed the Han old demon who was practicing in seclusion and the ice phoenix who was refining binary heavy water. In a medicine garden covered by a formation, Han Li had just picked a dragon scale fruit and put it in the jade box, and suddenly he noticed the amazing change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Han Li frowned at first, but after carefully sensing it, he showed a look of surprise. Has senior brother Luo finally reached that step? Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in the medicine garden. In an ice cave on the other side of the island, the ice phoenix was controlling the Fengli ice flame to refine a drop of binary heavy water. After noticing the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she did not pause in the spells on her hands, and her expression did not change significantly. Because she felt that Luo Han was just like her, and that it was as easy for them to become a spirit being as simple as drinking water, so there was nothing to be excited about at the moment. However, despite this, Bing Feng immediately opened her red mouth, swallowed the Fengli ice flame and the binary heavy water in front of her, and slowly stood up. It's easy to become a spirit being, but we should also congratulate you. With a light lotus step, Bing Feng's figure disappeared into the ice cave. In the spiritual stone warehouse, Lu Zhengai had just come out of the spiritual stone when he saw the shocking vision coming from Luo Hong's retreat. He immediately stared and said, "It's so fast. We must notify the young master and the others immediately." After that, he took out a worldly talisman and cast a spell to write it. At this time, at the foot of the spiritual peak, the white bone demon and others were completely panicked. They didn't know the purpose of Luo Hong's retreat. The spiritual pressure coming from the top of the mountain was extremely terrifying. Even the white bone demon felt the pressure, and this was just the beginning. Master is about to advance to the god transformation stage. Quick, let's get out of here. Lu Zhu shouted hurriedly, and immediately ran down the stone steps. After all, they were so close. If they were pushed by the spiritual pressure and fell off the stone steps, they would be dead. What? You said this is a sign of advancing to the god transformation stage. It's really fatal. The old demon Begu originally wanted to calm people's hearts, but now he could only care about his own escape. At this moment, not only the cultivators on Billing Island were shocked by this amazing celestial phenomenon, but also the cultivators on the distant spiritual islands such as Yinsha Island and Liming Island, all noticed the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Billing Island seemed to have become a huge vortex, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy to flow towards it quickly, and even forming strips of light of different colors. Naturally, the news about the amazing celestial phenomenon of Billing Island soon appeared in the hands of the Six Paths Saint. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth strangely gathers in large quantities. Is it impossible? Even if this person has been practicing since his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to take this step at this age. The face of the Six Paths Extreme Saint was distorted, and he burned the sound transmission note in his hand into green smoke, unwilling to believe it. At this moment, a breath came from outside the hall. After the Six Paths Extreme Saint barely suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, he closed some of the restrictions in the hall, and stood up with a gloomy face. The next moment, a woman with snow white hair, but pink skin like a girl appeared in front of the Six Paths Extreme Saint. You must have received the news too. Do you think it was that one? This woman was the leader of the righteous path, Wan Sangu, who was also a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and her face was equally ugly. After that incident, I looked up the name Luo Hong in detail, and found a trace of him on the King Gyang sect's wanted list. Because of this incident, the old demon Sanayang even abandoned the sect and hid away, and for a while even I couldn't find him. The Six Paths Extreme Saint talked about another thing. What do you mean by this now? Wan Sangu frowned, not understanding what the Six Paths Supreme Saint said. What I mean is that no matter whether Luo Hong is trying to break through the god transformation or not, and no matter whether he can break through the god transformation, it is unlikely that we can win him over. Therefore, the assassination can't be delayed any longer. The Six Paths Supreme Saint's eyes were fierce, and he made up his mind. It's easy to say. If he really becomes a god transformation cultivator, the two of us combined are not his opponent. How can we deal with him? Wan Sangu felt that the Six Paths Supreme Saint said a lot of nonsense. If he could really destroy the other party, Billing Island would not be in the hands of the other party at this time. It's definitely not possible to force it, but there are many GD in the Chaos Star Sea. When happens to no one. Even if a god transformation cultivator breaks in, he can't get out. But if this plan is to be implemented, it is indispensable to have the cooperation of Wandao Iao. I dare to ask how much Wandao Iao is willing to pay for it? The Six Paths Supreme Saint smiled sinisterly, and looked at Wan Sangu with a burning gaze. I don't want to spend half my life planning, only to end up doing wedding dresses for others. As long as I can get rid of Luo Hong, I can afford any price. Wan Sangu said with a gloomy face. She was really anxious now. It would be fine if everyone was fine and was a late nascent soul cultivator, but if you suddenly want to become a god, don't blame me for flipping the table. A flash of white spiritual light passed by, and Ling Yuling appeared from the teleportation array. After seeing Lu Zhengai waiting there, she immediately asked, what is the situation now? The vast amount of spiritual energy gathered by Brother Luo has condensed into a spiritual cloud of 5 or 6 acres at the top of the peak, and it is still growing rapidly. I believe that, when this spiritual cloud falls, Brother Luo will officially start to advance. Lu Zhengai replied with a solemn face. 5 or 6 acres of spiritual cloud? That's really big. It seems that Brother Luo's breakthrough this time is almost certain. Ling Yuling has seen the records of the breakthroughs of the previous generations of God Palace Masters of Crossing Palace. The largest spiritual cloud among them is less than half of Luo Hong's current one. As they were talking, the two of them escaped from the hall and soon followed the aura to the top of the mountain, where Han Li and Bing Feng were. When Han Li saw Ling Yuling coming, he immediately called out, "Fellow Daoist Ling, you've come just in time. Senior brother Luo has just condensed the spiritual cloud." Above the distant spiritual peak, the spiritual cloud, that was originally in the shape of a disc and spinning around, has now turned into a funnel shape and is pouring down. At this time, in a stone chamber, Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged quietly, with his hands on his legs, holding a ball of black and red spiritual flames, and the 5 kinds of spiritual light on his body, gold, green, blue, red, and black, were constantly changing alternately. At first, this change was extremely drastic, but as time went on, the speed of change became slower and slower, and the spiritual light emitted became increasingly dim. Finally, when Luo Hong returned to his normal appearance, his aura suddenly changed, and the spiritual pressure swept out like a tsunami, and even cracks appeared in the stone chamber reinforced by the ban. Chapter 805, New Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, all the cultivators on the island suddenly felt a surge of spiritual pressure like the might of heaven, and their mana was severely suppressed. After the cultivators of the spiritualization realm refine the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the mana in their bodies will undergo fundamental changes, thus producing a unique incarnation pressure. The cultivators below this realm will be suppressed just by approaching. Ling Yuling looked uncomfortable, but her eyes were full of yearning. With her cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, she felt that it was difficult to breathe when facing the breath that burst out without any reservation. When Luo Hong broke through, the giant and cultivators on the island could only sit cross-legged and practice Kigan to stabilize the mana in their bodies without hurting their meridians. However, those low-level cultivators who were refining ki and building foundations were now more relaxed and could still stand and cast their ordis at the spiritual peak, where the spiritual cloud fell. Sure enough, the later the cultivation realm is, the bigger the gap will be. The early stage of the transformation of the spirit is enough to regard the ordinary late stage of the primordial infant as an ant. Did the young master bring any valuables with him? Although brother Luo will not show up after the successful breakthrough, we still want to congratulate him at Xingang. Lu Zhengai asked with sweat on his forehead. Don't worry, there is still one last hurdle. Only after passing it can it be considered a successful breakthrough. Ling Yuling said without taking her eyes off the top of the spiritual peak. There is still a hurdle? Brother Luo has already integrated the refined heaven and earth energy into the primordial infant, which means he has entered the realm of transformation of the spirit. Next, he only needs to practice meditation to consolidate it. What other hurdles are there? Harley frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. The steps of the transformation of the spirit that brother Luo had told him before have ended here, and Ling Yuling has no reason to lie to him at this time, so there is actually a breakthrough point that brother Luo doesn't know. Brother Han, you are from Dajin, but you don't know about this? Ling Yuling was also dumbfounded at this time. She had always thought that Luo Hong knew the hurdle she was talking about, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. After being stunned for a moment, Ling Yuling immediately looked at Bing Feng, who was standing silently beside her, hoping to get a different answer from her. Don't look at me, I don't know about the monks. Bing Feng frowned and said in a cold tone. She is really a demon. No, now is not the time to think about this. That's bad. Ling Yuling's face darkened and she said very worriedly. Fellow Daoist Ling, just tell me what the hurdle is. Maybe we still have time to remind brother Luo. Han Li was even more anxious when he saw her like this and spoke very quickly. It's useless. While I was talking, the barrier has already arrived. Now it all depends on brother Luo's luck. If he happens to have a way to deal with it, he can still make it through. Ling Yuling sighed and then continued to explain. The barrier I'm talking about is not actually the difficulty that you normally face when breaking through the God transformation, but a negative result caused by the sharp drop in the concentration of spiritual energy in the human world. I believe brother Han also knows that a cultivator who has reached the God transformation stage cannot use all his cultivation bases at will, otherwise once his breath has leaked, his own essence will be extracted by the heaven and earth, reducing his lifespan. So, Brother Han, do you think Brother Luo has used all his cultivation bases now? After the breakthrough, it takes some time to get familiar with the new power. It is natural that Brother Luo is unable to restrain his breath normally. From what fellow Daoist Link said, could it be that the heaven and earth will take advantage of this time to extract Brother Luo's essence? Harley gradually felt relieved as he spoke. If it was just this problem, he didn't think that Brother Luo would not have thought of it. The human world is actually no longer suitable for the survival of the divine transformation cultivators. The heavenly Dao will never miss this opportunity. Originally, this was not a big problem. After all, after Brother Luo advanced to the divine transformation, his lifespan would be at least 2000 years. Even if he lost 100 years, it would not matter. But the spiritual cloud that Brother Luo condensed before was too big, which made me very worried. Although the more spiritual clouds there are, the more heaven and earth vitality can be refined, which can make Brother Luo's cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds for a period of time after the breakthrough. But it will also make the heavenly Dao covet more, and this hurdle will be more difficult to pass. Ling Yuling nodded, her face still worried. Because according to the Star Palace secret book she had read, the spiritual cloud condensed by Luo Hong was more than twice as large as that of the former Star Palace master, but it did not mean that the hurdle he faced was only twice as difficult, but it was more likely to increase several times sharply, reaching a level equivalent to a desperate situation. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but calm down again, and at the same time he also understood why Brother Luo ignored this problem. After all, only a top-level immortal cultivation force like Xingang, which has a long heritage and has produced many masters of the divine transformation palace, can collect enough information to detect the danger of this last level. Ling Yuling did not remind Luo Hong in advance because Luo Hong lied that he was from Dajin. She and the two saints of Xingang thought that Luo Hong was the descendant of a top sect in Dajin. As for the secrets they are talking about now, they should know them as a matter of course. Moreover, this secret is not important. After all, in the current human world environment, it is already a blessing to be able to break through the divine transformation. Most of the breakthroughs start to break through after condensing the spiritual cloud. Even if there are some with a solid foundation, the difference is not too much. Like Luo Hong, who directly exceeds the normal breakthrough by several times, is simply an outlier. Therefore, before seeing Luo Hong's spiritual cloud, Ling Yuling didn't even think about it. In short, the current situation is that Luo Hong is too outstanding, and as a result, he is targeted by the heavenly Dao and wants to kill him. Don't worry, Brother Luo is a guy favored by heaven. This kind of difficulty can't stand him at all. Bing Feng had heard Yingming say that Luo Hong had a sudden enlightenment when he was fighting against the Pure Land sect, so she was the calmest at the moment. Feng Xianzi, you may have some misunderstandings about Brother Luo. Han Li was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but think in his heart. He remembered that Luo Hong complained the most when they were together that he had bad luck. How could he be a person favored by heaven? However, he didn't say it out loud. After all, they couldn't help at all except waiting. Why did Brother Luo activate the golden scale gathering force array at this time? Was he attacked? Because Lu Zhengai would receive the sound transmission nodes from the disciples of the Star Palace on the island from time to time, he didn't stare at the top of the peak like Ling Yuling, so he was the first to discover the changes in the spirit peak itself. Golden scale gathering force formation? Isn't this the formation that senior Brother Luo asked you to help build using the golden magnetic spirit wood and the scales of the golden dragon king? Could this formation help senior Brother Luo overcome the difficulties? Han Li asked anxiously, as if he had grasped hope. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Zhengai. I don't know about this either. After all, we are just setting up this formation according to the formation diagram given by Brother Luo. I'm afraid only Brother Luo knows what magical powers this formation has. Lu Zhengai suddenly felt pressured, but could only say helplessly. Although it is unlikely, since Brother Luo has activated this formation at this time, he must have a way to deal with it. We are just waiting for the result. looking at the golden light on the spiritual peak that was like a wave surging towards the top of the peak. Ling Yuling said in a deep voice, "A moment ago, at the top of the spiritual peak, in the stone chamber, Luo Hong was about to let out a long roar to express his inner joy after successfully advancing to the God transformation realm, but his spiritual sense suddenly sent a sense of crisis. Immortal cultivators can distrust their fellow disciples and relatives, but they must not distrust their own spiritual perception. Is someone trying to murder me? No, the threat is in my body." Luo Hong, who instantly took it seriously, concentrated his mind, and found that the problem was in his dinshin. He immediately sank his consciousness, and returned to his yuanying, only to see that around his yuanying, which had grown a lot taller, there was a group of 5 colored clouds surrounding it. Just as he was wondering how this thing got into his danshin, the group of 5 colored clouds slowly turned. After the first circle, Luo Hong's yuanying felt a tingling pain all over his body, and a sense of weakness arose spontaneously. Threads of spiritual silk emerged from his body, and when these spiritual silks merged into the 5 colored clouds, silver tadpole characters emerged faintly. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong didn't understand who had tricked him. "Gan, it's you again, old thief of the heavenly Dao." The main body of these spiritual silks was the heaven and earth energy he had just condensed, but as they merged into his yuanying, these heaven and earth energy had been firmly combined with his essence. Therefore, when they were drawn out, Luo Hong had such a violent reaction. Although he was the first to make the move, Luo Hong still cursed in his heart, "This is robbery. From this point of view, this thing will not stop until it drains the heaven and earth energy in my nascent soul. But the heaven and earth energy I just integrated is more than 100 million points. If I let this thing run, my nascent soul will probably collapse in the end." As soon as the thought came to his mind, Luo Hong realized the terrible consequences of sitting and waiting for death. He immediately raised the little hand of the nascent soul, pinched out a spell, and ordered, "Fire." As soon as the voice fell, a black and red fire crow suddenly appeared in the danshin, and then rushed towards the 5 colored clouds without saying a word. However, before the black and red fire crow touched the 5 colored clouds, the surface of the cloud flashed with a flash of spiritual light, and the black and red fire crow was heavily bounced out. Then, the black and red fire crow tried a few more times, but the result did not change. Seeing that he Wuzen iron was not working, Luo Hong did not hang himself on a tree. He used the water and fire bagua plate, black wind flag, Wang Xiang divine eye and other magical powers one after another. But surprisingly, the 5 colored cloud only used that one move from beginning to end, but it completely dissolved Luo Hong's magical powers and magic weapons. No matter whether they were tangible or intangible, they could not escape the fate of being bounced away. As the 5 colored clouds turned in circles, Luo Hong's yuanying became weaker and weaker, and he had little time to save himself. At this time, Luo Hong's yuanying put his hands facing each other in front of him, and a golden light emerged, and the ancient treasure Vajra ring appeared. With a thought, the Vajra ring suddenly smashed towards the 5 colored clouds. Shockingly, although the power of this ancient treasure could not be compared with the Tangshan Lingbao such as the Black Wind Flag, it successfully smashed on the 5 colored clouds. Although the 5 colored clouds only stopped for a moment after the treasure passed through, and then began to rotate again, it seemed useless, but Luo Hong laughed at this time. "It turns out that it's you that Xiang Laoji and the others are so afraid of. The magic weapons and magical powers within the 5 element cannot get close to you, and the magic weapons and magical powers outside the 5 element are often not powerful enough, which is indeed very tricky. However, you are just a seedling after all." After some trials, Luo Hong finally understood the 5 colored cloud. It is the law of heaven, born after the loss of spiritual energy in the human world. In essence, it was formed by the ancient war, and is only a law disaster for the incarnation cultivators. In more vivid terms, this thing is equivalent to the thunder tribulation of the transformed monster beast, that is, the incarnation tribulation of the cultivator. However, compared with the mature thunder tribulation of transformation, this incarnation tribulation has not been formed for a long time, and is still a little immature. It was probably just an accident that he let it out this time, otherwise Han Lao Mo and Bing Feng would never have succeeded in incarnation. After laughing, Luo Hong put all the treasures back to their original places, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and no longer made any movements, as if he had accepted his fate and given up. But in fact, he had already activated the golden scale gathering force array outside with his divine thoughts. This array was entrusted by Luo Hong to the Star Palace. It took 5 years to set up, another 5 years to adjust, and 10 years to finally take shape. More than half of the materials obtained through the trade of the Anti-Star Alliance were invested in this array. The reason why Luo Hong was so concerned about a formation in addition to his retreat was because this formation was the key to his cultivation of the third level of the Great Five Element Tang Shengju. Originally, Luo Hong planned to consolidate his cultivation and absorb the golden magnetic spiritual power while slowly cultivating after advancing to the God transformation. But now plans cannot keep up with changes, and Luo Hong must use the Great Five Element magnetic force immediately. Under the effect of the formation, the golden magnetic spiritual power of each spiritual tree was gathered into the stone chamber in waves, beating on Luo Hong like a wave. And he was like a reef, absorbing the endless golden magnetic spiritual power without rejection, and then using the magical power of the innate 5-element body, transformed it into the magnetic force of the other 4-element. So the next moment, Luo Hong exuded a faint 5-colored glow. As the wave of golden magnetic spiritual power continued to surge, the 5-colored glow on Luo Hong's body became brighter and brighter. However, within a few dozen breaths, his figure was engulfed by the dazzling 5-colored glow. At the same time, the group of 5-colored clouds in Luo Hong's danshan seemed to be bound. Not only could it no longer rotate freely, but it was even forcibly pulled to reverse. The spiritual silk it swallowed reappeared and returned to Luo Hong's nascent soul. The Great 5-Element magnetic force is the prototype of the 5-colored divine light. With your nascent heavenly Dao law, you want to fight against the true spirit divine power. Obediently spit out all the spiritual silk you swallowed. Cultivating immortals is an act against heaven. Luo Hong has no reverence for the heavenly Dao since the key refining stage. He was very impolite at the moment. But it is obvious that the 5-colored clouds have no emotions. Luo Hong's words can only make him feel a little relieved. Although the speed of the 5-colored clouds reversal is slow, it has continued without any new changes. Unlike thunder tribulation, the result of angering it is bound to be more powerful thunder than the last. This further proves that Luo Hong's previous guess is correct. This group of 5-colored clouds is the evolution of the new laws of heaven. The Great 5-Element magnetism is not so fast, and it will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter 806, Historic Counterattack. When practicing the third level of the Great 5-Element Sage Art normally, the 5-element magnetic force is used to cleanse the body. Based on the first 2 levels, the body is stimulated to adapt and evolve, and finally the body truly possesses the Great 5-Element magnetic force. To put it in an analogy, the first 2 levels of the art are to shape a body into a piece of unpolished jade, and the third level is to carve on this unpolished jade. However, this carving knife is sharper, and the unpolished jade must be tough enough to withstand carving. In short, normal practice is a slow process, and it takes a lot of time to re-refine the Kyankan pearl, so Luo Hong's original plan was to do both at the same time. The current situation is actually much more dangerous than it looks. Luo Hong has not really refined the Great 5-Element magnetic force. He is now just a container, binding the Great 5-Element magnetic force generated by the innate 5-element body in the body, and then barely controlling it with his spiritual consciousness. This method can only be done by him who has practiced the first 2 levels of the Great 5-Element Sage Art. If it were someone else, the Great 5-Element magnetic force would have caused their own 5-element to collapse and turn into a pile of white gravel. While carefully controlling the total amount of the 5-element magnetic force in his body, Luo Hong exerted control over it and slowly recovered the lost essence threads. Fortunately, the law he was facing manifested 5-colored clouds. Otherwise it would be useless to recover these essence threads, as they would have been contaminated by the impurities. After a while, Luo Hong recovered all the essence threads, and his nascent soul became bright again. At this time, the 5-colored clouds that had been suppressed for a long time finally made new movements. It began to roll inwards, and soon the cloud group that almost completely enveloped Luo Hong's nascent soul became a 5-colored cloud ring that encircled Luo Hong's nascent soul. Judging from this posture, this 5-colored cloud ring was going to leave, and Luo Hong's calamity was over. This scene was quite similar to the release and retraction of the Thunder Calamity Cloud, so Luo Hong realized this instantly. He first breathed a sigh of relief. It was really stressful to confront the laws of heaven, but then he was stunned for a moment, and then he reached out to grab the 5-colored cloud ring with a happy heart. At this time, the 5-colored cloud ring had just shrunk to the thickness of a hand, and after Luo Hong's Yuanying grabbed it with his right hand, it stopped retrieving it and froze there. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong's Yuanying's face suddenly showed ecstasy, and he secretly said, "Before, you old thief always made me suffer. This time I finally caught your weakness. Don't think of running away if you can't suck it." Luo Hong was just trying to use his own law of force to see if he could keep the 5-colored cloud ring, but unexpectedly it really worked. What else can I say? Luo Hong immediately controlled the great 5-element magnetic force and gave him a taste of his own medicine. I saw a 5-color glow rolled into Luo Hong's danshan, just lightly brushed the 5-color cloud ring and took away several hair-like clouds. The 5-color cloud ring didn't even know how to resist, as if it would not resist, just because it was caught by Luo Hong, and it crashed. Those white clouds flashed in front of Luo Hong's Yuanying, and the faintly emerging silver runes in them made him quite excited. Just like Luo Hong's own essence would be taken out when the heaven and earth's vitality was extracted, when the 5-colored clouds were drained of power, the fragments of its own silver tadpole text were taken out. There is no doubt that, if the physical body is cleansed with these 5-element magnetic forces containing clouds, it will produce unimaginable effects, and perhaps the watermill can also fly to the sky. What's more amazing is that the physical body also conveys the emotion of desire. At this moment, Luo Hong felt the feeling that Xiaojin once had. In this situation, it would be strange if he didn't rush. Luo Hong directly began to operate the exercises, frantically pulling the clouds of the 5-colored cloud ring to practice. What he didn't know was that because of his action, the outside world caused an uproar. Under a layer of sparkling water curtain, Lu Zhu, Beigul Laomo and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's terrible. We escaped thousands of miles through the teleportation array, and there were formations outside to protect us, but we were all suffocated by the spiritual pressure. If we were still at the foot of the mountain, I'm afraid our meridians would have burst and died at this moment. A giant and cultivator from the Anti-Star Alliance said with lingering fear. That person actually succeeded in breaking through the spiritual transformation. I heard that our alliance has some grudges against him, and that he is closer to the Star Palace. Will we have to fight each other in the future? Another giant and male cultivator dressed in righteous clothing said with a worried look on his face. How can we fight each other? If a spiritual transformation cultivator has appeared, how can the Chaos Star see be in chaos? If that person is really friendly with the Star Palace, we don't have to worry. The elders of the sect will react. Although this giant and cultivator did not say it explicitly, it was almost equivalent to issuing a declaration of surrender, and he did not care about the presence of the White Bone Demon and Wu Sheng. The White Bone Demon heard the discussion of his subordinates, but he had no intention of stopping it, because he was already considering taking the White Bone Island to completely surrender to Luo Hong. Don't joke about armed resistance. This person is not a person with a perverse temperament, otherwise he would not be able to teach a naive disciple like Lu Zhu. At this time, the right answer is to think about how to get close to him. Island Master Wu, why don't you forget about the evil crystal? Don't play with your life. Otherwise, no matter how much benefit the evil crystal can bring you, if you don't have a life to enjoy it, isn't it equal to zero? The old demon of bones didn't want to leave a bad impression on Luo Hong, so he immediately advised earnestly. Wu Sheng didn't respond. His silence proved that he was also hesitant. After all, no matter how strong Luo Hong was before, he could still call him a fellow Taoist, but now he had to call him senior. The experience of being a low-level cultivator told Wu Sheng that facing a strange high-level cultivator alone was the most dangerous thing in the world of immortal cultivation, and he must avoid it if he could. But if I don't have that evil crystal, I will stop at the middle stage of the nascent soul in this life. I can only go to that place, that place. Wu Sheng's heart was roaring, and the desire for immortality and the desire for life were fighting back and forth. It was really difficult to make a choice, whether to die in the morning after hearing the Tao or to rest in peace without hearing the Tao. At this moment, a cry woke him up from his inner world. What is that? Didn't he succeed in breaking through? Why is there still a celestial phenomenon? Wu Sheng looked towards the direction of the spiritual peak and saw the 5 colored rays of light illuminating half of the sky, spreading rapidly around like a block of ink in water. Wherever the 5 colored rays of light passed, whether it was the main hall or the formation, the spiritual light was extinguished, as if it had instantly turned into ordinary things. Little friend Luo Zhu, what is this? Is it harmful to us? The old demon Beigu was just relieved and panicked again. He was a Yuanying cultivator after all, but today he felt like an ant twice. I don't know about this. It may be that the master is practicing magical powers. The 5 colored rays of light should only be the signs of magical powers, and there is no great harm. Luo Zhu said with difficulty. Luo Hong's spiritual pressure would not take special care of her. Oh, that's good. As soon as the old demon Beigu nodded, the 5 colored rays of light swept over him. Then he glared and said, I feel like my magic power is being sucked away. Is this normal? What are you talking about, senior? Quickly gather your mind and use your energy to resist. Luo Zhu reminded him unhappily, then sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and practiced his energy. Too much for this to happen. I'd better think of another way. Wu Sheng smiled bitterly and made a decision silently. At this time, on the hilltop where Bingfeng and others were standing, Han Li looked at the direction where the 5 colored rays of light came from, and then turned to look at Ling Yuling and said, fellow Daoist Ling, what is going on now? I don't know. I've never heard of it, and I've never seen it in the classics, but this celestial phenomenon must have been caused by Brother Luo. Since he still has the energy to do this kind of thing, it is likely that he has passed the test smoothly. Ling Yuling licked her dry lips and said a little at a loss. This is the great 5-element magnetic light. At this moment, Bingfeng revealed the name of the 5-colored glow. Oh, Fairy Feng knows about the changes in senior brother Luo? Han Li looked at Bingfeng with some surprise. The great 5-element magnetic light, also known as the great 5-element magnetism, is a legendary magical power among our demon race. I didn't expect to see a scale claw today. Bingfeng frowned slightly. Although her tone was calm, she was extremely shocked in her heart. This guy might have had an ancestor with the Demon King, but would the blood remain in a human? A bold guess flashed through Bingfeng's mind. The great 5-element magnetic light. It sounds a bit similar to the Yuan magnetic divine light. I have to ask my father about it when I go back. Ling Yuling naturally didn't know the secrets of the demon race in Dajin, and silently took note of it in her heart. Practicing magical powers will cause such a big commotion. It has almost covered the entire Billing Island, and it hasn't stopped yet. It's very strange. Han Li still couldn't let it go. Since fellow Daoist Luo chose to use this magical power immediately after the breakthrough, it is likely that he encountered some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a big fuss with cultivation below the level of spiritualization. Fellow Daoist Han, instead of worrying here, why not go to the surrounding area of Billing Island for a patrol? This doesn't look like it can be completed in a day or two. Bingfeng felt that Luo Hong had encountered a good thing, and it was really stupid for him to stay here, so he left the mountaintop. Fellow Daoist Feng is right. Elder Lu, you go and arrange for the disciples of Xingang to withdraw from Billing Island, and deploy defenses in the surrounding sea areas, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Fellow Daoist Han, you don't need to go with him, just stay here to guard. Ling Yuling also felt that they shouldn't just wait here, so she made arrangements immediately. Han can't sit still now, so fellow Daoist Ling should stay here to guard. I believe that if senior brother Luo is the first one to see you after he comes out of retreat, he will be in a good mood. Han Li was infected by the optimism of several people and immediately felt that he was too worried. After hearing Ling Yuling's arrangement, his eyes suddenly turned and he touched his nose and said, then, Well, then there is fellow Daoist Han. Ling Yuling lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Han Li's eyes. Senior brother Luo, I can only help you up to this point. You always make fun of me with Ziling's matter. Now I will let you taste the taste of being caught in a dilemma. Although Bing Feng had overestimated the duration of the anomaly, she did not expect that such a large-scale celestial phenomenon would not be dissipated until half a year later. Now anyone can see that Luo Hong encountered an opportunity when he broke through. After all, he has not sent out any information in the past 6 months. It is obvious that he is making a fortune in silence. 7 days after the anomaly of the 5-colored glow disappeared, Ling Yuling, who was sitting cross-legged on a nearby hill, suddenly heard a footstep. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she found that there was no source of the sound. When she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Hong smiling at her. Thank you Miss Ling for your protection over the past 6 months. I will definitely remember it in my heart. Now I can send a message to call brother Luo and junior brother Han back. Haha, now I owe Xingang a favor. Since the banquet that day, Ling Yuling has always been dressed as a woman, and this time is no exception. However, some of her behaviors are still male behaviors. For example, when she saw Luo Hong at this time, she habitually clasped her fists and said, Brother Luo. Oh no, Senior Luo, Yuling represents Xingang to congratulate you on your advancement to the God of Incarnation. Haha, Miss Ling, don't be so distant. Don't call me senior. Since we are so familiar with each other, it's better to get along as peers. Luo Hong smiled and waved her hand, and hurriedly stopped Ling Yuling. Haha, then listen to brother Luo. I will send a letter with my flying sword to summon brother Han and others back to the island. Ling Yuling was originally joking. After hearing what Luo Hong said, she naturally chuckled and changed her words. As the flying sword left her hand, Ling Yuling looked at Luo Hong carefully. There was not much affection in her eyes, but more curiosity. Brother Luo, you, a great cultivator of the incarnation realm, look really ordinary. I'm afraid that many people will suffer in the future. It's like this, when you have a high level of cultivation, you will become simple and natural in the eyes of cultivators of lower realms. In fact, it's just an illusion. And Luo is just ordinary. If it were brother Ziyang, he would be a punching bag, which is undoubtedly more excessive. Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the little old man who was submissive in front of the foundation building cultivator. Ah, brother Luo has a senior brother? Then he is also. Ling Yuling didn't find it funny anymore, and covered her mouth in surprise. Senior brother Ziyang is a cultivator of the old generation of the incarnation realm. He has had several interactions with Luo and brother Han. The title of senior brother is actually quite exaggerated. Anyway, he had some free time, and Luo Hong was thinking about something after a long period of seclusion, so he told Ling Yuling about the little old man. After an unknown amount of time, a cold snort suddenly came from above their heads. It turned out that the silver fur girl transformed by the ice phoenix was flying several feet high. Fellow Daoist Luo sent a message to me to come here. You didn't want me to see you flirting, did you? Ahem. Miss Ling, don't get so close to me. Luo Hong coughed awkwardly, then stood up from the stone chair and greeted him. Fellow Daoist Feng, I asked you to come here because I have an opportunity to give you. Please wait for a moment. When junior brother Han arrives, I will explain it to you. Oh. For me, opportunities are extremely rare. How did you find such opportunities when you have been in seclusion on Billing Island until now? The ice phoenix became interested and slowly fell down. This is a long story, but it is an opportunity for me now, so I will definitely not let fellow Daoist Feng down. Miss Ling will also go with us, which is considered as Luo's repayment of part of the favor to Xingang. Luo Hong promised with great confidence. Chapter 807 Chance and Conspiracy. Since fellow Daoist Luo said so, I really have to go. Bing Feng's eyes lit up. Even Luo Hong, who had transformed into a spirit, regarded it as an opportunity, which immediately aroused her interest. Hearing this, Ling Yuling, who was originally delighted, showed a hesitant look. After pondering for a moment, he said, Brother Luo, is it inappropriate to add me to such an important opportunity? From the lines, Ling Yuling could hear that she was not in Luo Hong's original plan, and if her unexpected appearance changed the subsequent opportunities, it would probably hurt her relationship with Bing Feng and others. Don't worry, this opportunity is almost dangerous, and it won't take a few days. Well, junior brother Han came quite quickly. After reassuring Ling Yuling, Luo Hong turned his head and looked at the eastern sky, only to see a stream of green light flying over, and soon the figure of Han Lao appeared on the top of the mountain. Congratulations, senior brother Luo, on your great success in the spiritual transformation. This is a gift that I have prepared long ago. Please accept it. Han Li congratulated them as soon as he met them. Then he reached out to his waist and threw out a storage bag. Luo Hong took it and looked through his consciousness. He couldn't help but show joy on his face. Junior brother Han, you gave more than we agreed. It turned out that the storage bag was filled with dragon scale fruits. The jade boxes that sealed them formed a small mountain with at least 100 or 200 of them. Since it is a gift, then junior brother should add some. More than just adding some, Han Li gave away his half of it, which means that his small bottle has been used on Luo Hong for more than 20 years. However, Han Li did not feel that it was not worth it at all. Just knowing the secrets of each stage of breaking through the spiritual transformation made him satisfied enough. Fellow Daoist Luo, since everyone is here, please explain quickly. Bing Feng was very curious at the moment and could not bear the politeness between Luo Hong and Han Li, so she interrupted directly. Explain? What happened? Han Li asked with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Han, brother Luo said that there is an opportunity for us, and he just said that he would wait for you to come and explain it in detail. Ling Yuling stood up and stood beside Luo Hong, explaining Han Li's confusion. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Feng. This opportunity is inevitable. I will tell you the whole story. After Luo Hong comforted Bing Feng, he looked at Han Lao and continued. The cause of this opportunity has to start from Kunwu Mountain in Dajin. Junior brother Han, do you still remember the green giant claw we saw on the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower? How could I forget it? The magical power released by that giant claw almost killed us all. Fortunately, senior brother Luo used the Three Tribulations Thunder Sky formation to resist those terrible green thunders, so we were spared. Han Li couldn't help but show a fear when he recalled the scene at that time. At that time, his life was really hanging by a thread. It was largely luck that he survived. After all, if the green thunders had swept over a few more times, even the Three Tribulations Thunder Sky formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. Three Tribulations Thunder Sky formation? Green thunder? When Bing Feng heard these two things, she immediately remembered the method Luo Hong used to wipe out the Pure Land sect that day, so that's how the green lightning in his formation came from. Just the residual power alone could destroy the sect. How powerful must the power of that lightning magic be? What kind of existence did the two of them encounter at that time? Bing Feng thought to herself in shock. Among the four people, only Ling Yuling had not realized the seriousness of the matter. Her expression was still relaxed, but the other three had more or less revealed a solemn look. Then junior brother Han must still remember that the giant green claw cast 2 thunderballs, but the second one went deep into the ground, so it didn't affect us. Luo Hong continued. Yes, I was a little surprised at that time. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect such a change, which finally allowed us to survive. At this point, Han Li was suddenly stunned, and then looked at Luo Hong in surprise and said, Senior brother Luo, you are talking about this now. Could it be that the change of the second thunderball was caused by you? Yes. Luo Hong nodded directly in acknowledgement, and then pulled open his collar, revealing the 3 green feather marks on his chest. I had no other choice at that time. So I made a deal with the owner of the giant green claw, doing something for him in exchange for our lives. Then senior brother Luo, you. Han Li immediately showed a worried look when he heard this. Ling Yuling and Bing Feng also held their breath and concentrated, not wanting to miss every word that Luo Hong said next. Junior brother Han, don't worry. I was sure that I dared to take the initiative to propose a deal at that time. the owner of the giant green claw, is a legendary true spirit, wandering Kunpeng, and what I promised him was to find another true spirit hidden in the human world for him within 100 years, the demon beast Luo Hong. Luo Hong said shockingly. Brother Luo means that there has always been a true spirit level existence hiding in the Chaos Star Sea. Ling Yuling was extremely shocked. They, the Star Palace, were completely unaware of this secret, but the Dajin cultivators knew the inside story. So, even if this came from Luo Hong's mouth, she didn't believe it. It is indeed a true spirit, but it is hard to say whether it is a true spirit level existence. After all, the true spirit clan also needs time to grow. And Miss Ling is wrong. Luo Hong is not only active in the Chaos Star Sea, but his footprints are all over the major seas in the human world, even in Dajin and Xianan. Luo Hong added. Ghost Mist. The true identity of Ghost Mist is Luo Hong. Han Li originally had this guess, and after listening to Luo Hong's explanation, he immediately figured it out. It seems that junior brother Han has thought of this. Yes, when I was swallowed by the ghost fog and entered the Yin and Ming land, I left a backup plan that allows me to sense the approximate location of the Yin and Ming land. And that Yin and Ming land is exactly the internal space of Luo Hong, which means that I can sense the approximate location of Luo Hong. Originally, I planned to go into seclusion in the sea area of Dajin after the incident at Kunwu Mountain, waiting for Luo Hong to wander into my sensing range, and then immediately complete the transaction with Yaoshan Kunpeng. Although I have come to the Chaos Star Sea unexpectedly, it doesn't make any difference. After advancing to the God transformation stage, my sensing range of the Yin and Ming land has skyrocketed tenfold. Just a month ago, I successfully sensed the Yin and Ming land, and it was a coincidence that Luo Hong was approaching the sea area around Buling Island. There are only more than 20 years left before the 100-year deadline, and I'm now ready to put an end to this matter. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Luo. Yaoshan Kunpeng's desire to find Luo Hong is probably not out of good intentions. Isn't it too dangerous for us to get involved in the conflict between true spirits like this? If Bingfeng could have pointed at Luo Hong and cursed him, what kind of opportunity was this? It was clearly a disaster. Yaoshan Kunpeng and Luo Hong are mortal enemies. If they meet, they will definitely fight. Luo Hong smiled lightly, and before Bingfeng could get angry, she said, the opportunity to witness the battle of the true spirits is likely to be only once in a lifetime, and the magical powers of the true spirits contain the mysteries of the laws. If we can understand them, we can benefit from them for the rest of our lives. Compared to this, the various materials left behind by the two after the war are only secondary. Therefore, how big this opportunity is depends on our respective understandings, but at least we can get some true spirit level materials. And there is no need to worry about safety issues. Luo has a set of portable teleportation arrays here. After completing the transaction, we will teleport away immediately and then watch from afar. After Luo Hong said this, Bingfeng was speechless. In fact, among the four people, she was the most likely to understand something. After all, Yaoshan Kunpeng was a flying true spirit, and she had some Xian Feng blood. It was not surprising that she had gained something. Although Ling Yuling and Han Li were not so confident, the true spirit level materials were already a great temptation, and they were also very tempted at the moment. Brother Luo, is there really no danger? Wouldn't it have any impact on the human world if we provoked a war between two true spirits? Han Li asked again out of caution. Don't underestimate the human world, Brother Han. Didn't the Yaoshan Kunpeng only stick one claw in last time? This time, it's just a fight across the world. Moreover, the Yaoshan Kunpeng has already set his sights on the human world and has been hovering outside the boundary wall. Even without your encouragement, he and Luo Hong will have a fight sooner or later. Okay, that's all. If you want to go, follow me. Luo Hong was willing to share this good thing because of his friendship with everyone. He had explained enough. If you really didn't dare to take the risk, he wouldn't force it. After saying that, Luo Hong turned into a beam of light and fled to the northwest. Bingfeng didn't hesitate at all and immediately used the escape technique to follow. Then, Ling Yuling also gritted her teeth and followed. Only Han Li was still hesitating. However, he thought about the wind and thunder wings on his back and finally followed them. The spies lurking around Billing Island also witnessed the 4 escape lights. Although the aura of 2 escape lights could not be sensed, the aura of Ling Yuling and Bing Feng could be confirmed. The former was because of his weak cultivation, while the latter had no habit of hiding. In addition, the 5-colored glow that suddenly disappeared 7 days ago, even a fool could infer that Luo Hong had come out of retreat. Not to mention what Luo Hong and the other 4 were going to do on this trip. No one dared to follow them to find out, but the news of Luo Hong coming out of retreat alone was important enough. This meant that after 3,000 years, Chaos Star Sea finally welcomed another divine transformation cultivator. For a while, the spies used various means to pass on this news. In less than a day, all the forces in Chaos Star Sea that had Yuan cultivators in charge held a meeting. Although it was unknown how many families in Chaos Star Sea were happy and how many were sad at this time, the current island owner of Yellow Island was undoubtedly the one who was worried. Damn it. After 300 years of planning, I finally managed to refine the Fulon blade, but am I going to be stuck on this last piece of evil crystal? Wu Sheng was drinking alone in the cave, cursing from time to time. His mood now was like a small boss who had worked hard to decorate the store, but his business license was stuck. He was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself, but he didn't dare. After smashing another wine jar, Wu Sheng was about to get new wine, but he heard footsteps at the door of the stone chamber. Who is it? Wu Sheng was immediately startled and secretly cursed himself for not being vigilant enough. He didn't even notice that someone had sneaked into the cave. With a turn of magic power, Wu Sheng's drunkenness disappeared, and he stood up and was on guard. Master Wu, don't panic, it's me. At this time, a familiar voice came from the door, and then a figure appeared in front of Wu Sheng. So it's the Six Paths Alliance leader. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I wonder what the Alliance leader is doing here? After seeing who was coming, Wu Sheng became even more alert. Although the Six Paths Supreme Saint was the Alliance leader, he had a bad reputation. He sneaked into his cave, and it was hard to say what his purpose was. Haha, I came here to give you something. The Six Paths Supreme Saint chuckled and spread out his palm to reveal a black stone-like object. It was the evil crystal that Wu Sheng had been thinking about day and night. Wu Sheng's mood was suddenly very complicated. He was ecstatic at the sight of a sudden change, but also worried about the Six Paths Supreme Saint's purpose. For a while, his eyes kept dodging. Okay, Island Master Wu, don't let your imagination run wild while you're fighting with the gods. I know all the secrets of the underground of your Night Dragon Island. Do you think that in the past 100 years, you were able to refine the Fulon blade first, and then obtain key spiritual materials many times, just because of luck? Without my help, you can't gather the conditions to open that place, even if you work hard for another 1,000 years. The Six Paths Supreme Saint seemed to be very anxious, and he had no intention of playing coy with Wu Sheng. He directly spoke out the big secret buried in Wu Sheng's heart. You have been trying to get into that place by borrowing my hand. Wu Sheng showed a look of horror, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I didn't expect that I had been plotting for more than 300 years, but I was always making wedding clothes for others. Wu Sheng's pupils trembled for a moment, but suddenly he changed his mind and found something wrong. No. If that's the case, the Six Paths Supreme Saint could have delivered this evil crystal to me as before, without showing up at this time. Could there be a chance for a turnaround? You finally found out. Yes, because of an accident, not only did you not have to die, but you could even enter that place and fulfill the long-cherished wish of the island masters of your Night Dragon Island. The Six Paths Supreme Saint said with a wicked smile. Accident? Amidst the ups and downs, Wu Sheng suddenly had the courage and looked at the Six Paths Supreme Saint with burning eyes and said, the only person who can make the number one person in the demonic path give up the meat at his mouth is the one from the Billing Island in the entire Chaos Star Sea. You want to use that place to deal with him. You are playing with fire. It's not that I want to deal with that person, but the entire Anti-Star Alliance can't tolerate that person. You should have received the news that Luo Hong got involved with the Star Palace young master as soon as he came out of seclusion, so he must die, otherwise the Anti-Star Alliance will not exist. The Six Paths Supreme Saint showed a cruel look on his face and gritted his teeth. I agree. Interesting, knowing that you have to deal with a divine transformation cultivator. You agreed so quickly. Could it be that you, like the old demon Sanayang, also have an old grudge against Luo Hong? Seeing Wu Sheng agreed so quickly, the Six Paths Supreme Saint couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked in a deep voice. First, Wu doesn't think he has the right to refuse. When I heard the words of the Six Paths Alliance leader, I had only one way to go. Second, Wu Sheng suddenly fell silent. The second chapter may not be available tonight. I will go to drink with my brothers later and update it based on the situation. Chapter 808 mission completed. Second, when that person broke through, Wu was on Beling Island. I wanted to pay some price to get the evil crystal back, but in the end, I didn't even have the courage to meet that person. This matter has become Wu's inner demon. If I can't get over it, I will lose my determination to make progress. Even if I achieve my long-cherished wish, I can't break through to the late stage, or even stand at the same level as that person. Wu Sheng's eyes released murderous intent without concealment. The arrival of the Six Paths Supreme Saint completely aroused his ambition that he had already given up, and the ups and downs made him even crazier. Very good. It seems that I did make the right choice. Take it. The Six Paths Supreme Saint looked at Wu Sheng with satisfaction. He was not afraid that the other party had ambitions and desires, but he was afraid that the other party would be afraid of the divine transformation cultivator and dare not cooperate with him. Wu Sheng's performance at the moment can be said to have made him very satisfied. With a flick of his wrist, the evil crystal flew out like a meteor. Wu Sheng used his magic power to attract it and took it steadily in his hand. Then he asked in a deep voice, that person can become a divine transformation cultivator at such a young age. He must not be an ordinary person. How does the Six Path Alliance leader plan to make that person voluntarily enter that place? In the Chaos Star Sea, no one can force Luo Hong to do something he doesn't want to do, so the killing game they set up must start with a deception. This matter will be taken care of by me and one day Oiao. Island Master Wu just needs to make preparations to open that place. There is no need to ask more questions. Although Wu Sheng cooperated unexpectedly, the Six Paths Supreme Saint still did not completely trust him. One day Oiao? Even the leader of the righteous path is involved in this matter? Wu Sheng frowned. Although there are forces from both the righteous and evil paths in the Anti-Star Alliance, they only cooperate to fight against the Star Palace. Usually, the evil paths never participate in any actions of the righteous paths, and vice versa. Only in those major battles that determine the outcome of the war will the cultivators of the righteous and evil paths form an alliance together. I said that man is the enemy of the entire Anti-Star Alliance, so the righteous will naturally get involved. Remember, prepare as soon as possible. The time may come soon. After leaving this sentence, the figure of the Six Paths Supreme Saint turned into a ball of demonic energy and dissipated. The restrictions in Wu Sheng's cave could not affect him at all. As soon as possible? Haha, it seems that I'm not the only one who is anxious. Wu Sheng smiled coldly. Just like the Six Paths Supreme Saint did not trust him, he also did not trust the Six Paths Supreme Saint. The demon cultivators understand the demon cultivators best, and it is normal to treat their words as farts. After solving Luo Hong, giving him the benefits of that place is a good thing that only exists in dreams. However, Wu Sheng has no capital to resist now, and he also has common interests with the Six Paths Supreme Saint, so he decisively agreed to this matter. But he does not intend to follow the other party's arrangements obediently, but has another idea. The leak is definitely related to the disappearance of Deputy Island Master Guo 100 years ago. Although Deputy Island Master Guo knows a lot, he is missing a key piece of information. This key information can only be obtained by the successor from the Island Master's token when the previous Island Master sits in meditation or dies. The Six Paths Supreme Saint will never know this. This is my chance to turn the tables. Wu Sheng clenched the evil crystal in his hand with a deep look and said excitedly in his heart. After a moment, he returned to his usual majestic and indifferent expression and directly used his magic power to transmit to all the disciples on the island. All disciples of Yellow Island listen to the order. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the island, and all disciples above the foundation building level who are active outside are required to return to the island within 3 months. Success or failure depends on this gamble. At this time, Luo Hong, who was far away in the open sea, had no idea that a conspiracy net had slowly fallen on him. Luo Hong and the other two had high cultivation bases, and their speed of flight was far beyond the reach of ordinary Yuanying cultivators. Although Ling Yuling's cultivation base was weak, as the young master of the Star Palace, she had a rich family background. With the help of treasures, she could barely keep up with the 3 people who were flying alone. After using the 2 teleportation points of the Star Palace and the outer sea along the way, the 4 people finally arrived at an empty sea area. There was no small island within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, except for some islands and reefs. It's almost there, we can't get too close, let's go down. After a little sensing, Luo Hong found that the breath of the bush ironstone was 3,000 miles away, and it was still moving at a high speed, and it could escape 100 miles in almost one breath. However, its direction of flight was not contrary to Luo Hong and the others, otherwise they would not be able to catch up. Since a teleportation array had been left on another island and reef 5,000 miles away, Luo Hong only needed to set up a teleportation array on the island and reef below, and then he could start. Fellow Daoist Luo, how far is this place from the target? Bing Feng asked seriously. By the time I make my move, it will be about 5,000 miles away. Luo Hong answered, while casting a spell to arrange the battle. Then at this teleportation array, it will be 10,000 miles away. Isn't it too far? Bing Feng was very concerned about this opportunity to observe the battle of the true spirits, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Feng Fairy, you haven't seen the real power of the true spirits. Han even thinks that one set of teleportation arrays is still not safe. It's better to have 2 sets. In this way, if there is any accident, we can also escape 20,000 miles in an instant. Han Li shook his head and strongly rejected Bing Feng's risky proposal. The distance of 10,000 miles is something I have carefully considered. It will definitely allow us to gain something without being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Time waits for no one. Before summoning Yaoshan Kunpeng, Luo Hong has one more thing to do. The rest of the formation will be completed by junior brother Han. After throwing out the materials for the formation, Luo Hong actually became a hands-off shopkeeper and began to make hand gestures with both hands, as if he was going to perform some magical power. Although Han Li was a little surprised, fortunately, the remaining part of the teleportation array was very easy to arrange, so he was not panicked. Ling Yuling still stood silently by the side, but Bing Feng sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Tear the space? Where are you going? In doubt, Bing Feng saw that the spatial fluctuation suddenly became violent, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hong, and then gradually stretched and opened, forming a spatial door. Compared with the spatial door torn by Bing Feng with the help of her innate magical power, the one opened by Luo Hong with the help of the sky-making stone was much rougher and the movement was much louder. Fortunately, the effect was not compromised. The nuclear explosion product must be a fine product. Husband, is that you? A faint and pleasant female voice came from the other side of the spatial door, which immediately attracted the interest of Ling Yuling and the others. Jaoa, the Yinming land may have some changes recently. Please come out and accompany your husband for a while. Although Luo Hao and Yaoshan Kunpeng had a great battle in the original time and space, and Yuan Yao and Yan Li who were cultivating in the Yinming land were not affected, but with his intervention this time, there might be some changes. Even though he knew that the probability of an accident would not exceed 1 in 10,000, he did not dare to gamble when it came to Yuan Yao. Therefore, before summoning Yaoshan Kunpeng, he chose to let Yuan Yao come out of the Yinming land first. Hearing the word Jaoa, Han Liao Mo immediately understood the whole story and understood Luo Hong's choice very well. Bing Feng raised her eyebrows and showed an interested expression. She was very curious about what was special about the dual cultivation partner of a powerful person like Luo Hong. After all, in the thinking of her demon race, the strong must be with the strong. Compared with Han Li and Bing Feng, who were still at ease, Ling Yuling's face was pale. She had never dared to ask Luo Hong if he had a dual cultivation partner, just because she had a little fantasy, but unexpectedly, her fantasy was suddenly broken today, and she fell into reality. But after a while of loss, Ling Yuling quickly recovered and showed the heroic demeanor that matched her status. For the sake of Xingang, even if it was a little despicable, she had to grab it. Yes, it was for Xingang. It just so happens that I'm stuck at the bottleneck of the late nascent soul stage, and it's not bad to come out and relax. With a happy laugh, Yuan Yao's slightly illusory and beautiful figure slowly floated out of the darkness at the other end of the space gate. Ghost cultivator. Bing Feng and Ling Yuling shouted in surprise in their hearts. They had imagined countless identities of Luo Hong's dual cultivation partner, but they had never thought that the other party would be a ghost cultivator. After all, ghost cultivators always give people the impression of being gloomy and fierce. At most, they can be used to refine into ghost servants, and it is impossible for them to become the person by your side. Since she parted with Luo Hong in Xianan last time, Yuan Yao has been practicing in the Yinming land for more than 100 years. Due to her hard work all day long and the special environment of the Yinming land, her cultivation has improved rapidly. She has advanced from the early stage of the nascent soul to the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Yuan Yao was naturally happy to be able to reunite with her husband, but as soon as she floated out of the space door, she found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. In addition to Han Li, who seemed to be a little redundant, two strange and beautiful women appeared beside Luo Hong. Among them, the silver-shirted woman had a cold temperament and was arrogant, but her eyes were softened when she looked at Luo Hong. The other female cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul was even more heroic and powerful. If the power was not coming towards her, Yuan Yao felt that she would admire such a woman very much. Sister Yu, it seems that we can't let our guard down for a moment. It's only been 100 years, and my husband has provoked two little demons again. I have to work hard again, and I will make up for it in the future. Yuan Yao thought to herself, looking at Luo Hong with some complaints, but she saw that he was staring at her closely, his eyes never leaving her. Jaoa, my husband misses you. Although it was a very ordinary sentence, it made Yuan Yao feel that her more than 100 years of hard training were worth it. If it weren't for the inconvenience of the ghost body, she would be blushing with shyness and joy at this moment. Luo Hong was not speaking sweet words at this moment, but was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Of course, in addition to his longing for Yuan Yao, there were also some unspeakable emotions that made him say this so sincerely. Luo Hong also has two wives, but he still lives like a monk for hundreds of years. If he didn't have the great way in his heart, an ordinary mortal man would have gone crazy long ago. I still have a few feathering pills in my hand. This kind of pill that can replenish essence is just right for solving Jao's half-ghost body. In this way, some fantasies gradually emerged in Luo Hong's mind, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Husband, let's talk about this in private. After a moment of happiness, Yuan Yao saw the uncomfortable eyes of Han Li and the other two beside her, and couldn't help but said awkwardly, ahem, I can't help myself. Luo Hong finally realized that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly drove away the fantasies in his mind. After coughing, he said seriously, Jaoa, my husband and junior brother Han, have important things to do here. You stand in the teleportation array first. Speaking of business, Bing Feng and the others' expressions changed again, and they looked at Luo Hong nervously but expectantly. Seeing this, Yuan Yao didn't say anything, and stood in the teleportation array obediently. I don't know how Luo Hong moved under the sea, but his speed was so fast that he almost rushed out of the ideal distance calculated by Luo Hong in just a few words. The next moment, according to Yu Xian Kunpeng's instructions, Luo Hong cast a spell to inject his blood essence into the Qinggai mark on his chest, which immediately flashed a blue-red spiritual light. Obviously, this was a reaction. However, Luo Hong did not sense any breath, and couldn't help but sigh that the means of the true spirit were really beyond his understanding now. Fortunately, this also confirmed Luo Hong's conjecture. Activating the mark would not reveal Yu Xian Kunpeng's breath. Just like Luo Hong used Luo Hao's breath to attract Yu Xian Kunpeng's attention that day, and then obtained the qualification to talk. If Luo Hong leaked Yushai and Kunpeng's breath within this distance, Luo Hao would definitely target him. And in this way, it's basically over. Because according to the situation in the original time and space, after Yaoshan Kunpeng and Luo Hao officially confronted each other, they were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other, and they had been fighting intermittently. As a result, when Nangang Wan ascended, she happened to encounter the two of them fighting, and was blown away to Zara Lingshan, which made Han Lao worried for many years. However, Luo Han was sure that the means left by Yaoshan Kunpeng would pay attention to this, not because he cared about the life of Luo Hong, but because he was afraid that the leak of his breath would alert Luo Hao and delay his business. After a few breaths, a familiar voice came into Luo Hong's soul. Well done, these 3 feathers are given to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own luck. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 green feathers that had merged into Luo Hong's flesh and blood left the body, and the precious light flowed and floated quietly in Luo Hong's clothes. However, this slight change could no longer attract everyone's attention at this time. There was a sharp piercing sound coming from afar, and everyone felt their heads buzzing, and they were a little dizzy. Brother Luo, aren't you teleporting yet? Harley didn't want to go through what happened in Kunwu Mountain again, so he urged anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. At this distance, there is hope that we can see the true spirit's true body. Let's go after they start fighting. Luo Han has tasted the sweetness, so he knows what's good. Bing Feng was also shocked at this time. They were 5,000 miles apart, and the battle had just begun, but she actually felt that her fate was out of her control. She immediately wanted to persuade Luo Han. She didn't really want to see the true spirit's true body. But before she could open her mouth, the originally blue sky in front of her was covered by a large green shadow. This green shadow was clearly boundless, but it seemed abnormally blurry, giving people a weird feeling that they were not in this world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, Battle of True Spirits. As the shrieking sound continued to come out from the green shadow, Bing Feng suddenly cried out in pain, with a bitter look on her face. Feng Daoyao, don't use your spatial magical power to detect that green shadow. Yaoshan Kunpeng has the ability to forcibly tear open the boundary wall. Contact with its breath will definitely hurt you. Luo Hong looked ahead and reminded Bing Feng. It turned out that Bing Feng had just sensed the extremely violent spatial fluctuations with her own talent, so she couldn't help but use her magical power to explore it, but she suffered a small loss. The power of tearing the boundary is indeed not comparable to the ordinary power of breaking the air. It seems that I was sitting in a well and looking at the sky before. Bing Feng sighed and immediately calmed down and stopped doing unnecessary things. Not long after the shocking changes in the sky began, a strange roar like a cow and a tiger came from the depths of the sea. Then, a sea breeze full of the stench of fish and shrimp blew up, and countless whirlpools of varying sizes appeared on the nearby sea surface. Rows of huge waves over 100 feet high rolled wildly, and after colliding with each other, they made a deafening roar. These scenes all foreshadowed that a huge monster was about to drill out from the bottom of the sea. Although they were 5,000 miles apart, the huge waves raised by the giant in the sea inevitably affected the islands and reefs where Luo Hong and his friends were. Seeing the waves coming, Luo Hong slightly raised his right foot and stepped down, and suddenly a circle of 5 color rays of light swept out, calming the waves when encountering them, and clearing the sea surface within a radius of 100 miles. This not only eliminated the danger of the destruction of the islands and reefs, but also made everyone's sight unobstructed. However, after seeing this 5-color ray of light, Hanli and Ling Yuling couldn't help but be diverted for a moment. They had previously suspected that the 5-colored clouds on Billing Island were caused by Luo Hong's cultivation of supernatural powers, and now it was completely confirmed. Only Bing Feng, who knew the power of the great 5-element magnetic light, looked at Luo Hong deeply and thought to himself, he actually cultivated it. In this case, he is most likely to have that bloodline. I kind of want it. At this time, Luo Hong himself was also quite satisfied with the newly cultivated supernatural power, and he couldn't help but thank the heaven. In the past 6 months, he used the great 5-element magnetic light to completely refine the 5-colored clouds that invaded his danshan, so that the great 5-element magnetic light, which originally took at least hundreds of years of hard work to get started, directly jumped from the entry level to the small success. And in order to go from small success to great success, it is necessary to have a lot of blessing from the vitality of heaven and earth, as well as many spiritual objects that have already disappeared in the human world. Therefore, this third level of skills can only be cultivated to the great success in the spirit world. However, even the small success of the great 5-element magnetic light is a very powerful supernatural power. First of all, it goes without saying that he can overcome all the 5-element in the world. As long as the spiritual level is not much higher than Luo Hong's, he can suppress it with the great 5-element magnetic light. In this way, even if a late-stage existence uses the 5-element treasure to fight against him, he will get unexpected surprises. In addition, Luo Hong also accidentally discovered that the great 5-element magnetic light and the power of heaven and earth have excellent compatibility and can be easily integrated and used, which has many more changes. Of course, Luo Hong does not think that there is an existence in the human world today that is worthy of him to use these two magical powers at the same time. Secondly, because of the physical body refining the great 5-element magnetic light, Luo Hong can now enter the state of cultivation without sitting in meditation, and the efficiency is not worse than normal meditation. In addition, with the extreme control of his own 5-element, even if he suddenly stops the practice, there will be no adverse effects. In short, this small success of the great 5-element magnetic light is equivalent to an all-weather automatic cultivation machine. This is very useful for Luo Hong. In the way of cultivating immortals, the most time-consuming thing is undoubtedly sitting in meditation and polishing the magic power. However, Luo Hong's scientific way of cultivating immortals requires a lot of time to be spent on research, which is contradictory to each other. It was just that Luo Hong was lucky enough to get some results, which made his efficiency of cultivating immortals soar, so that this contradiction did not appear. But Luo Hong did not dare to guarantee that he would always get results that would help his cultivation. After all, the bottleneck in research is not easier to break than the bottleneck in realm. If this continues, the contradiction will intensify sooner or later, which also means that Luo Hong will stop halfway and follow the old path of Day and Shenzhen. However, the current situation has changed fundamentally. Since he does not need to sit in meditation to cultivate, then cultivation and research can be carried out at the same time. There is no contradiction between the two, and both have more time than before. There is no doubt that this wave of Luo Hong is a win-win. Suddenly, a loud tearing sound pulled Luo Hong's thoughts back. He immediately looked at the source of the sound and saw a white light flashing in the blurred green shadow, and then a dazzling space crack appeared out of thin air. Then, the giant green claw that Luo Hong and Han Lao had seen slowly emerged from the white light, and without saying a word, it pressed down towards the sea below. Just one claw that was not fully extended is hundreds of feet long. How big is the body of this Yaoshan Kunpeng? Ling Yuling sighed with a dry mouth. Concentrate your mind and get rid of distracting thoughts. True spirits are creatures evolved from the laws of the great Dao. Every move carries an unimaginable Dao rhyme. Those who are destined to meet them will be able to gain some insights. Luo Hong knew that this was a critical moment and immediately reminded everyone so that they would not miss the opportunity. Of course, it was because he said this to Han Lao and the others that he was so, well, traditional. In fact, according to Luo Hong's own experience, those who are destined to meet them refer to those who have accumulated to a certain extent on their own and are only one step away from initially understanding the laws. At this time, if you can see the corresponding forming laws with your own eyes, you may feel that you have suddenly understood them. So to be honest, Luo Hong was not optimistic that Han Lao and the others would be able to gain some insights. After all, their accumulation was not enough. However, as long as what they saw today was firmly imprinted in their souls, there would naturally be opportunities to use it in the future, so it can be said that they would definitely gain something. Hearing Luo Hong's solemn reminder, Han Leo Mo and the others immediately held their breath and looked at the giant green claw, completely forgetting that this was the place where the true spirit was about to fight. When the giant green claw was completely exposed to white light, the strange roar at the bottom of the sea suddenly rose sharply, followed by a terrifying roar like the collapse of mountains and rivers, and a huge vortex with a diameter of more than 10 miles emerged on the sea. This breath. Due to time constraints, Luo Hong did not have time to explain too much to Yuan Yao, but when the huge vortex took shape, Yuan Yao understood. The giant beast in the sea is the owner of her cultivation place. In other words, she has been staying in the belly of the giant beast in the vortex for all these years. Sure enough, the next moment, dark mist began to emerge from the center of the vortex. The mist was only a few wisps at first, but after it flew out, it suddenly became thicker and kept growing wildly. In a few blinks of an eye, it became extremely thick, covering dozens of miles in radius. Moreover, in the black fog, not only were there sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, but there were also strange black lightning jumping and flashing in it. This scene was the ghost fog among the 4 natural disasters of Chaos Star Sea. As a person who had been swallowed by the ghost fog, Han Leo Mo couldn't help but feel cold in his heart when he saw this. He remembered the feeling of losing all his magic power and being unable to move his consciousness in the dark land, so he wanted to run away. Even though Luo Hong had guaranteed that there was no danger in advance, he silently took a step back at this moment. Fortunately, after observing for a while, everyone found that the black fog was just rolling and gathering near the vortex, but there was no normal trend of ghost fog spreading around, which made people feel a little relieved. At this moment, the giant beast in the black fog seemed to finally be unable to hold back. The whole group of black fog suddenly rushed into the sky and split from the middle, revealing a black and fang-filled big mouth. And below the big mouth, everyone saw a huge eye shining with dark yellow spiritual light. It turned out that the head of Luo Hong was hidden in the vortex with a diameter of more than 10 miles. Although the eye did not look at them, the moment they saw it, everyone's heart was still clenched. At this time, the green giant claw not only completely emerged from the white light, but also with a flash of green spiritual light, the size suddenly expanded several times than before. Then, the 4 toes of the green giant claw tightened, and the terrifyingly thick green thunder emerged, and the world was suddenly filled with the roar of thunder. Seeing such a magnificent scene, everyone was shocked, and for a while they lost the ability to speak, and their thoughts seemed to be stagnant. Fortunately, Luo Hong was still reliable. With a thought, he activated the teleportation array under his feet before the tick collided. With a flash of white spiritual light, everyone immediately appeared 5,000 miles away, and they all came to their senses. Ling Yuling touched her left chest, feeling the beating heart inside, and said solemnly, "What I saw today, Ling will never forget in my life. I'm really ashamed of this great gift from Brother Luo." After truly seeing the true spirit and true body, Ling Yuling realized that what Luo Hong provided was an opportunity to gain the Tao. Although it was slim, once it was obtained, it would be like a fish turning into a real dragon, reborn. And she only paid more than half a year, which was really incomparable. Miss Ling, don't say that. Luo doesn't have many friends in this world, and Miss Ling is one of them. I just hope that Miss Ling will not forget her heart of research when she takes charge of the Star Palace in the future. Luo looks forward to sitting and discussing Tao with you again. Luo Hong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Just a friend? Is he rejecting me?" Ling Yuling realized the deep meaning of Luo Hong's words, but after meeting Yuan Yao, her mentality changed. If it were before, she would have been unable to accept the blow and her face would have turned pale, but now she smiled and said, "Then I have to work hard to become Brother Luo's best friend. Ahem, then it's up to you." Facing Yuan Yao's strange gaze, Luo Hong said a little unnaturally. At the same time, Luo Hong was also a little happy in her heart. After all, Ling Yuling's identity was special, and the young master of the Star Palace was almost equivalent to the future empress of the Chaos Star Sea. Even if you stand thousands of miles away and watch from afar, the power of the true spirit still makes people unable to resist. Bing Feng looked at the horizon and couldn't help but sighed with longing. looking from thousands of miles away. The green giant claws and the huge mouth could no longer be seen, and what came into view were two groups of weather. On one side was the surging Black Sea, and on the other side was the shining blue sky. The black waves were surging against the blue thunder that destroyed the world. The fight between the two creatures seemed like a battle between the sea and the sky, which was beyond the imagination of mortals. Feeling the terrifying spiritual fluctuations coming from a far distance, Hanli let out a long breath. This trip was really worthwhile. Brother Luo, looking at this situation, they can't decide the winner in a short time. Are we going to wait here? Or should we stay away, so that they won't come to kill us? After Han Lao said this, Luo Hong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sure enough, because of his intervention, the timeline changed. The fight that was supposed to end with one strike turned into a fierce battle. It was also understandable that Yaoshan Kunpeng had launched a hasty attack after finding Luo Hao in the original time and space, so it was not surprising that he suffered a small loss. However, Yaoshan Kunpeng now had Luo Hong's help and had prepared for a surprise attack, which put Luo Hao, who was supposed to have the advantage of the terrain, into a passive position, and then the intensity of this fight suddenly increased. However, Luo Hong was not worried that this would lead to a chain reaction. After all, it was now two guests fighting in the host's house, and the host had not yet expressed his attitude, so it was not his turn to worry. The heavenly Dao should make a move soon. Everyone, please restrain your breath. Luo Hong will cast a spell to shield the heavenly secret. After saying that, Luo Hong took out the heavenly secret stone from the treasure bag and cast several spells in succession, and a transparent cover suddenly condensed over the islands and reefs. Seeing how skilled senior brother Luo was, Hanli was also a little speechless. He only hoped that the other party would restrain himself after ascending to the spirit world. He didn't want to be unlucky with him. After a while, the heaven and earth shook, and countless chains of laws protruded from the void. The silver spiritual light was so dense that it seemed as if a silver sun rose above the sea. There was only a humming sound that seemed to be emitted by the vibration of space, and the silver spiritual light suddenly shrank and turned into a silk thread with no visible edge and disappeared. And with it, Yaoshan Kunpeng and Luo Hao, who were fighting fiercely, disappeared. Although everyone could not understand the means of the heavenly Dao, they all understood at this moment that the two true spirits were probably thrown out of the interface by the true spirit. It seems that the two true spirits will not come back until they decide the winner, or they are tired of fighting each other. Bing Feng exhaled a breath of hot air, and his expression instantly relaxed. Feng Daoyao said, it's right, so we should hurry up now. The two fought so hard just now, and they must have hurt each other. Now we go to the place where they fought before, and it is very likely to find true spirit materials. Such a good thing must not be missed. Luo Hong rubbed his fingers and said excitedly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was finally time to divide the spoils. But how should we divide it? Is it all based on luck? Ling Yuling was worthy of being the young master. He immediately raised a question that might cause hidden dangers to the team that divides the spoils. Divide according to demand. Let's go and look for it first, and then take out all the spiritual objects we find, and discuss the distribution. Luo's current spiritual sense can guarantee that no one hides it, and it is worthy of your trust. Luo Hong had already thought about this, and said it without hesitation. Chapter 810, Spoils Sharing Meeting. Everyone naturally trusted Luo Hong. After all, without him leading the team, they would not have gotten this opportunity. In other words, Luo Hong could have taken all the true spiritual materials for himself, but he obviously didn't care much, as if getting some true spiritual materials would not be of much use to him. At that moment, everyone had no opinions. Except for Yuan Yao, everyone chose a direction and fled towards the sea where the huge whirlpool originally appeared. Yuan Yao flew beside Luo Hong, looking at him with a strange expression, but didn't speak for a long time. Hey, Jaoa, just say whatever you want to say, don't stare at your husband like that. Luo Hong said with a guilty conscience. Husband, what is your current level of cultivation? How come even that fellow Taoist in the late nascent soul stage seems to be following you? Could it be that you have already broken through to the late nascent soul stage? Yuan Yao was originally very happy about her own improvement in cultivation. She thought that she could surpass Luo Hong in cultivation this time. She even thought about how to tease him. However, she found that her husband was unreasonable. He had even crossed the bottleneck of the late stage in just over 100 years. This made her a little depressed and disappointed. Jaoa, why don't you be bolder? Is this all your husband is capable of? Luo Hong felt relieved and chuckled. Be bolder. You haven't already cultivated to the peak of the late stage and are ready to break through to the god transformation stage. Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Luo Hong in surprise. Haha, I won't tease you. Your husband just advanced to the god transformation stage before. Luo Hong said calmly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Yuan Yao was shocked at first, but then her expression dimmed and she looked sad. This made Luo Hong feel very strange. Wasn't it good news that he had advanced to the level of a spirit? But soon, Yuan Yao's next words made him understand. Since my husband has advanced to the level of a spirit, then the day of ascension is not far away. If I fail to successfully ascend to the spirit world, I'm afraid that this separation will be forever. So she was worried about this. But is it really unnecessary? Your method of ascension is the most guaranteed, but it is only applicable to a very small range. Luo Hong first thought in his heart, and then wanted to comfort Yuan Yao, but when the word came to his lips, he couldn't help but change his mind. Is it necessary for Yuan Yao to follow the old path of the original time and space? After all, if his method of ascension is successfully studied, the safety is still guaranteed. Although Yuan Yao can ascend to the Earth Abyss in the territory of the Feeling Clan in the spirit world through the special connection between the Luo Hong clan, if nothing unexpected happens, she will be captured by the combined old ghost in the Earth Abyss and become the ghost pill raised by the other party. When the time comes, she will be swallowed. The danger is self-evident. If she had changed her method and ascended with him, Yuan Yao would not have to bear this danger, and she would eventually be able to worship King Yuanzi as her master. After all, the Great Master was attracted by Yuan Yao's innate Dharma body. Luo Hong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Husband, you still said that I have no confidence in you. Seeing your worried look, you are the one who really has no confidence in me. Yuan Yao's sweet voice and laughter brought Luo Hong back to his senses. He turned around and saw that Yuan Yao was no longer sad, but was smiling. Jaoa, what are you doing? Luo Hong was very confused and didn't understand why Yuan Yao's mood could change so much. I don't want to be a burden to my husband, and my Tao heart is no worse than anyone else. Even if I rely on myself, I can practice well. So, if my husband encounters the opportunity to ascend, don't hesitate, otherwise you will look down on me. Although Yuan Yao's tone was relaxed, the determination in her eyes proved that she was very serious at the moment. Haha, how dare I? I still remember that Jaoa cultivated to the giant stage by herself despite the pursuit of King Gyang sect. She is a great and amazing woman. I will never despise Jaoa, no matter who I look down on. Luo Hong's expression also relaxed after hearing this, and he smiled. Yes, Jaoa has never been dependent on me, but has helped me repeatedly. Her path does not need too much help from me. Feeling Yuan Yao's determination, Luo Hong's mind suddenly became clear. He just thought of the suffering Yuan Yao suffered after falling into the hands of the combined old ghost and completely ignored her and Yanla's growth in fighting against the old ghost. Without the tempering of this experience, I'm afraid she will not be able to break into the Mahayana realm in the future. Moreover, to be more rational, Yuan Yao was captured by the combined old ghost, which was not completely without benefits. At least she was protected and obtained a lot of cultivation resources. Although he is certain that he can ascend to the human realm, the situation of the ascended monks in the spiritual world and the war caused by Han Lao Mo in the near future will make his situation worrying. In comparison, it may be more dangerous for Yuan Yao to follow him. Hearing Luo Hong's words, Yuan Yao could not help but nod with satisfaction. If it was because of her that Luo Hong missed the opportunity to ascend, she would not forgive herself. My husband's road, let me protect it. Speaking of King Gyangman, Yuan Yao suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, my husband, where is my senior sister? You released her in Cheyenne, but now we are in Chaos Star Sea. Is she okay? Luo Hong was speechless for a while. He really forgot Yanli. You didn't forget my senior sister. Yuan Yao exclaimed and complained. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Yan should still be traveling in Cheyenne. With her cultivation, nothing will happen to her as long as she doesn't go to any dangerous places. And even if something happens, she will go to Huangfeng Valley for help. So don't worry, Joa. You finally returned to your hometown. Isn't there anything you want to do? Luo Hong changed the subject abruptly, secretly praying that Yanli would not get into trouble. Humph. If you don't find your senior sister, don't even think about ascending. After Yuan Yao angrily said a cruel word, she escaped into Luo Hong's dungeon in a familiar way. It's over, my Yuhuadan plan. There's no way, I have to slow down. Luo Hong, who wanted to cry, but had no tears, immediately increased his speed. Not long after, he arrived at the place where the whirlpool appeared. After falling down, he searched the seabed as agreed. The seabed in this area is extremely deep. Luo Hong's consciousness probed 7 or 8,000 feet deep before reaching the seabed. However, compared to the normal Chaos Star Sea, which is full of vitality, this area is empty. Not only is there no trace of any monsters, but even corals and seaweeds do not exist. After all, this is the place where Luo Hao has appeared. No matter how strange it is, Luo Hong can accept it. After searching for an hour without being affected, he found a blue light ball floating in the water. I saw that this blue light ball kept floating up and down, and it seemed very spiritual. Hey, it's shipped. Luo Hong immediately flashed and fled to the vicinity of the blue light ball. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab it. However, the blue light ball suddenly glowed with spiritual light, and it teleported more than 30 feet away in an instant, and then it floated and sank again. It is worthy of being the feather of the wandering Kunpeng. It is not only full of spirituality, but also has the magical power of space movement. It is perfect for refining flying treasures. Luo Hong was not angry but happy when he saw this. He exerted the power of heaven and earth with a thought, and gently pulled it over. The green light ball wanted to escape, but after being reinforced by the power of heaven and earth, the surrounding space was no longer something that a feather could break through. It could only come to Luo Hong obediently, and its spiritual light also converged. As expected, in the light ball was a green feather that was slowly flashing with spiritual light and was more than 10 feet long. The surface pattern of this green feather was very strange. Upon closer inspection, it was formed by mysterious runes of various shapes, numerous and looming. Such a rich power of law, if you refine it casually, it will be a good spiritual treasure. However, if you really use it to refine treasures, it would be a bit of a waste of heaven's goods. Luo Hong said to himself in admiration, looking at the golden blood stained on the green feather, secretly thinking that he had picked up a treasure. True spirit blood. The things that the true spirit families in the spirit realm fought so hard for actually fell into the hands of a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritualization so easily. No one would believe it. But at this moment, it really happened. It seems that due to the increase in the intensity of the battle, Yaoshan Kunpeng's bleeding increased greatly. Luo Hong remembered that there was only a little blood on the green feather that Han Lao Mo got in the original time and space. Even if it is the blood of the true spirit, it is not very useful if the amount is too small. However, there is no reason to only drop one feather after fighting to this point. We have to keep looking. With a flash of thought, Luo Hong slapped his waist, took out several talismans, and pasted them on the green feather to lock its spiritual energy. But after these talismans came into contact with the green feather, they could not be pasted at all. The green light on the surface of the green feather turned, causing them to fall off one after another. Seeing this, Luo Hong simply waved his hand and shot out a 5-color glow. He used the power of heaven and earth to condense the glow into a soul-suppressing talisman, and printed it fiercely on the green feather. This time, the green feather finally had no power to resist. The spiritual light was completely dimmed, and it became an ordinary feather. No one could see its original spirituality. When Luo Hong reached out to catch it, it shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became only a foot in size. This size was just right for the jade box, so Luo Hong didn't say anything. After putting the green feather away, she released her spiritual consciousness and searched inch by inch. 7 days passed like this, and 4 rays of light arrived one after another on an island reef formed by red coral. The 4 people who had been searching for treasures for 7 consecutive days gathered around a hemispherical red coral, and each of them had a happy look on their faces. Haha, it seems that everyone has made a good harvest, so let's take them out one by one. Luo Hong took the lead directly. I'll go first. Bing Feng was impatient and just wanted to finish the distribution as soon as possible and get rid of the worry. After that, she brushed her jade hand over the red coral, and 3 streams of light flew out of her sleeves and turned into 3 pieces of transparent black ice. It was seen that each of the 3 pieces of black ice sealed an object, one of which was the green feather that Luo Hong had found, but there was only some golden blood at the root. The second piece of black ice contained a pitch black fang. Those who had seen part of Luo Hong's true body immediately recognized it. The last piece of black ice contained a strange black mist. Even the imprisonment imposed by Bing Feng with Fengli Ice Flame could not completely seal it. This black mist, which was only the size of a baby's fist, rolled non-stop, as if nothing in the outside world could affect it. It seems that she wants that Kingayu. Just by looking at the position where Bing Feng placed the black ice, Luo Hong read her thoughts. The piece of black ice that imprisoned Kingayu was closest to her, and it was obviously what she wanted to keep the most. This was not surprising. Bing Feng was also a flying monster. Kingayu's wind attribute and space attribute were very compatible with her. If she could refine a pair of precious wings, it would be a great improvement to her strength. Husband, that fang seems to be very useful to me. Yuan Yao's voice sounded in Luo Hong's soul. She was obviously also paying attention to the sharing of spoils meeting in her danshan. Yes, I got it. Luo Hong responded simply, and then looked at the second Ling Yuling who was moving. I only found 2 things. As she said this, Ling Yuling flipped her palm and took out 2 lantern-shaped magic weapons. She put them on the red coral with both hands. One of the 2 red lanterns sealed a black fang that was about the same size as the one on the Bing Feng side, and the other one contained a bloody green skin. Even through the sealed magic weapon, everyone could sense the thunder power contained in the green skin. Bing Feng withdrew her gaze with a little disappointment. She needed at least 2 green feathers to refine the flying wing magic weapon, and Ling Yuling obviously couldn't help. Luo Hong's eyes lit up, and the golden blood on the green skin was quite a lot. Han has it here. Wait, junior brother Han, let me go first. Seeing that Han Laomo was about to take something, Luo Hong hurriedly stopped him. He had the deepest fortune, and Luo Hong wanted to keep the surprise, even if the result was just empty. Although Han Li was a little surprised, he still stopped what he was doing. After all, he was also curious about what Luo Hong had found. After stopping Han Laomo, Luo Hong did not hesitate. He directly slapped 3 times and slapped the 3 jade boxes onto the red coral. With a thought, the 3 jade boxes slid open at the same time, revealing 3 green feathers. Bing Feng was immediately delighted when she saw this, and looked at Luo Hong with burning eyes. At this time, Luo Hong flipped his palm again, took out 2 black jade bottles, blew away the spiritual talisman on the bottle mouth, and a fishy smell drifted out. Just when Bing Feng and Ling Yuling couldn't help but wrinkled their noses, Han Li showed an intention and had an idea in his mind. Okay, junior brother Han, I have always believed in your luck. Let's see what you have gained. After putting the jade bottle on the red coral, Luo Hong looked at Han Laomo expectantly. So it was because of this. Han Li rolled his eyes speechlessly. He found that senior brother Luo had become much more active after advancing to the spiritual transformation stage. Is this the margin of the top of the human world? Han Li thought secretly, and his hands moved quickly. He patted his lower abdomen lightly, and then opened his mouth and spit out a golden thunderball that was slightly larger than an adult's fist. Then he pinched his hands together, and the golden thunderball gradually spread out like a lotus, revealing a group of equally golden things in it. P.S. Chapter 2 will be at the same time in the evening. Chapter 811 Everyone gains something. I'm sorry to disappoint senior brother Luo. I only found this. After unfolding the golden thunderball, Han Li stopped moving and said in a relaxed tone, "It's okay, brother Han. I just had bad luck. Seeing that Han Li had the least harvest, Ling Yuling said delicately, "This guy's really favored by the way of heaven." Bing Feng thought to herself. However, the three of them didn't know that Luo Han was stunned by what Han Lao took out. Kunpeng's true blood, and such a big bull, it's a fortune. In terms of value, all the true spirit materials on the red coral combined are not as good as the bull of Kunpeng's true blood that Han Lao took out. If this blood is taken to the spirit world, it will definitely drive those true spirit families crazy. If it is handled well, it can even create a brand new true spirit family among the human race. Junior brother Han, you are too modest. The most valuable of the true spirit materials is the true spirit blood. Your bull is worth all of us. Luo Hong did not hide it, and told the truth directly. It's not that he didn't have greed, but he already had the true blood and origin of the 5-color peacock on hand, and the cultivation method was also compatible with it, so refining the true blood of the 5-color peacock was the best choice. Without a magical power like the 12 changes of Jings, refining more than 2 kinds of true spirit blood is extremely dangerous, and it is not necessarily better than specializing in one. After all, the strongest point of the 12 changes of Jings is not that it can change into 12 true spirit forms, but that it can strengthen one of them through other true spirit blood. In other words, this is a means of indirectly strengthening it by using other true spirit blood when a single true spirit blood is not enough. Luo Hong was not superstitious about true spirit blood and firmly believed that the law was the core. He was so happy to see Kunpeng's blood before, and he also wanted Xiaojin to refine some to further deepen her potential. It's so precious. Then let senior brother Luo make the decision. Just listening to Luo Hong's words, Han Li still couldn't fully appreciate the value of the true spirit blood. He just felt that this was a hot potato that was directly sent to Luo Hong and let him decide how to distribute it. Junior brother Han has really given me a difficult problem. If there are only 1 or 2 drops of this true spirit blood, it is naturally nothing, but the bull like junior brother Han's is very valuable. So this thing cannot be divided equally, and no matter who takes it, it is considered a great advantage. Luo Hong frowned, and said with a headache, "What's the difficulty? In the final analysis, we are here because of brother Luo Daoist's help. I just don't know how to ask for 2 green feathers. If this ball of true blood belongs to you, I can feel at ease." At the critical moment, Bing Feng said bluntly. She was able to get rid of greed so quickly because she herself had the blood of the heavenly phoenix. If there is no secret technique to reconcile, Kunpeng's true blood would be harmful to her, so she didn't care the most. Yes, if this true blood is useful to brother Luo can accept it, and there is no need to refuse it because of friendship. Ling Yuling also thought this method was the best and agreed. "I have no objection to this thing going to senior brother Luo. It just happened to pay back the life I owed senior brother in Kunwu Mountain." Han Li nodded and said without any reluctance, "Haha, after hearing what you said, it seems that I'm being hypocritical. This true blood is indeed suitable for Luo's spirit beast, so I won't be polite." Since Han Lao and the others had no objection, Luo Hong no longer refused. With a roll of 5 colored rays of light, she sealed the ball of Kunpeng's true blood and put it away. Seeing Luo Hong take the Kunpeng's true blood, Han Lao and the others seemed to be relieved, as if a piece of heartache was lifted. Bing Feng no longer hid it and announced directly, "Of the remaining true spirit materials, I only need to Kingai refining treasures, and you can divide the rest as you see fit." There were 4 Kunpeng feathers on the red coral, and they were all of similar quality. It was not excessive for her to take 2 each. Han Li then said openly, "Brother Luo, what are the things in your 2 black jade bottles? Why do they smell so fishy, unlike normal spiritual objects?" If my guess is correct, the fishy black liquid in these 2 small bottles is Luo Hao's true blood, but the amount is only 1/10 of the Kunpeng's true blood just now. Moreover, Luo Hao's true spirit is too special, and the scope of its true blood application is very small. Why, junior brother Han is interested in this thing. Although Luo Han was guessing, he was very confident. After all, there are only a few true spirit materials. "Brother Luo, have you forgotten junior brother's spirit beast?" Han Li nodded in acknowledgement and asked back, "Oh, I see, then this thing belongs to junior brother Han." You are the only one among us who can make use of it. Luo Hong thought of the weeping soul beast in Han Laomo's hand when he heard it, and Han Laomo was very interested in it without knowing what was in the bottle. It was obvious that the weeping soul in his spirit beast bag had reacted. Good fellow, it is worthy of being the real protagonist of this world. The weeping soul beast is going to fall asleep again. In addition, Junior brother would like to ask for another green feather to be used to refine the wind and thunder wings again. Han Li made another request. Does Miss Ling have any objection? Bing Feng has already expressed his opinion. As long as Ling Yuling has no idea, it is not a big deal for Han Laomo to take all the remaining 2 feathers. I don't have any, but shouldn't fellow Daoist Yuan also be counted as one? Shouldn't I ask her? Ling Yuling looked at Luo Hong with some doubts. Why didn't the other party show up, since she came back? Jaoa is sulking with me. If I'm rude, please forgive me, Miss Ling. Luo Hong suddenly felt that the situation would be bright after hearing this, and pretended to be embarrassed. Humph. As expected, he is a ghost cultivator, and his temperament is unpredictable. Ling Yuling was secretly happy. Who said I was angry with my husband? I just feel uncomfortable in the outside world and need to adjust my breathing. As the voice sounded, a stream of green smoke floated out from Luo Hong's Danshan and condensed into Yuan Yao's half-ghost body. I see, my Xingang has many elixirs. If you need them, just ask for them. Ling Yuling bowed her hands and said without giving in. HMPH, no need. Brother Han's alchemy skills are the best in the world. If I need any elixir, I will ask him to make it. I believe Brother Han will not refuse, right? Yuan Yao saw the thoughts of the little goblin in front of her and said angrily, why did it burn me? Harley felt that he had shot himself in the foot this time, so he could only smile bitterly and said, of course, of course. Jaoa, don't bother Junior Brother Han. When you go back, your husband will give you a pill, and I guarantee that your illness will be cured. Luo Hong was secretly delighted in her heart. This time he was going to succeed again. Am I talking about the elixir? Exclamation mark. Yuan Yao hadn't realized Luo Hong's bad idea yet, and she felt depressed for a while, thinking that her husband was getting angry again. Her anger was relieved, and she was too lazy to argue with Ling Yuling anymore, so she got back to business and said, if you want me to be included, just give me the 2 fangs of Luo Hao. Well, Jaoa, you have a good vision. You absorbed the pure yin qi in Luo Hao's body in the Yinming land, so your cultivation was able to improve so quickly. And after you specialized in ghost cultivation, you haven't refined a new life magic weapon yet. These 2 fangs of Luo Hao are very compatible with your magic power, and they are the perfect materials for refining treasures. Luo Hong said in a slightly stiff way. In that case, Ling will accept the remaining green feather and Kunpeng's skin. After Ling Yuling finished speaking, she pointed her jade finger and cast a spell, gathering the golden blood on Kunpeng's skin into a small ball, and moved it in front of Luo Hong. Anyway, Kunpeng's true blood is useless if it is less, so it is better to take the initiative to do a favor. Han Laomo and Bing Feng were about to follow suit, but were dissuaded by Luo Hong. There is too little true blood on King Gaiu, so it is better to keep it to improve the quality of King Gaiu. After a division, only the black mist in the black ice has not been owned. At a glance at the appearance, everyone knew that this thing was a true spirit material related to Luo Hao, and this was the embarrassment. Luo Hao's true spirit material has a narrow range of applications, and it is extremely strange. It can be said that it is useless and somewhat dangerous to carry it around. As a result, everyone has no interest in it. This is not a good thing. Luo Dao, you have the highest cultivation among us. I think this thing will be handed over to you for safekeeping, and whoever among us can use it in the future will be fine. Bing Feng pushed the black ice that sealed the ghost mist in front of Luo Hong with a look of disgust, obviously not wanting this trouble. This thing is a typical chicken rib. Seeing that no one wants it, Luo Hong can only seal it a few times and put a corner of it into the treasure bag. At this point, everyone's trip is considered to be complete, and everyone has gained something. Without saying much, they all fled to Billing Island together. Go quickly, come back faster. More than 10 days later, Luo Hong and others arrived in the sky above Billing Island. looking at the formations and restrictions on the island that have returned to normal and the mines that have started to operate again, Luo Hong knew that Lu Zhengai had done a lot of things during their absence. Not long after, Lu Zhengai, who sensed the breath of everyone, flew over. After greeting, he greeted, "Brother Luo, is this going smoothly?" Not only is this going smoothly, but there are also some unexpected surprises. Brother Lu has worked hard. You have troubled with everything on the island. Luo Hong bowed his hands and thanked him. Brother Luo, what are you talking about? This is my responsibility. How dare I say hard work? But there is one thing that I have to ask Brother Luo to decide personally. Lu Zhengai said with a serious face. Oh, why do I have to come in person? Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble? Luo Hong exclaimed, wondering who is so ignorant of life and death. Brother Luo, you are joking. The news of your advancement to the god transformation has spread throughout the Chaos Star Sea. The area near Billing Island is already the safest place in the Chaos Star Sea. However, because of this, many great elders or leaders of various forces came to congratulate and pay their respects. Now they are all living in temporary guest houses. It is up to Brother Luo to decide whether to meet or not. Lu Zhengai shook his head and pointed to a row of newly built houses in the southeast corner of Billing Island. I don't need any god transformation ceremony. Just let those people leave their gifts. As for the Chaos Star Sea, I still say that I will not help either side. Tell them not to plot against me. Although it is said that if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in the night in fine clothes. But if Luo Hong wants to hold a grand ceremony, it will not be in the Chaos Star Sea. He will have to wait until he returns to Xianan. As for accepting the gifts, Luo Hong is also trying to reassure those forces. These forces, which have only a few Yuan cultivators at most, can only take out things that are worth a lot of money. The most important thing is that now Spring Knight is worth 1,000 gold. Who wants to waste time on a group of old monsters? Lu Zhengai did not look disappointed when he heard this. Even if Luo Hong still refused to directly intervene in the dispute between Xingang and Nixing League, he had already provided a lot of help. Just the 50% share of Billing Island's spiritual stones made Xingang breathe a sigh of relief, not to mention the young master who was getting closer and closer to it. Lu Zhengai believed that the young master was not in a hurry. Others are easy to say, but the one Sangu of Nixing League is a bit troublesome. Huh. That's the leader of the righteous way. She is also on the island? Luo Hong raised his eyebrows and thought that Nixing League was coming to admit defeat. It was too decisive. Normally, shouldn't these heroes not cry until they see the coffin? The idea of doubt flashed through Luo Hong's mind. He was not a crazy person and would not engage in conspiracy theories when he met people. Maybe she is not a hero? It is this person. She also brought her nephew Wan Xianming with her. She said that she must meet Brother Luo and will give him a generous gift. Lu Zhengai did not spread the message randomly just because the other party was one of the leaders of the Anti-Star Alliance. He told everything. No matter what generous gift she has, whether she wants to give it or not, I have to continue my retreat and have no time to see her. Brother Lu, just reply like this. If she dares to harm you, I will let her stay forever. Luo Hong now only wants to return to his cave to retreat. He will be angry with anyone who dares to stop him. Lu Zhengai's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he secretly had an idea. Afterwards, except Ling Yuling, Luo Hong and the other three fled to their own caves. After watching the four beams of light go away, Lu Zhengai couldn't help but ask, "Young master, who is that strange ghost cultivator? Why does he act so intimately with Brother Luo?" You don't need to ask this. In addition, quickly kill the thought that just came to your mind. Brother Luo's current consciousness is beyond our imagination. All your little actions on Billing Island will be discovered by him. So, don't be smart. Just pass the message as you should. Do you understand? Ling Yuling said with great momentum. I obey your command. Lu Zhengai's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he responded quickly. Well, I have gained a lot from this trip. I must go back to Xingang immediately. You have done a good job on Billing Island, but you need to continue to pay attention to it in the future. As long as Brother Luo is still friendly to us, this battle will definitely not be lost. Don't think about taking shortcuts. Go steady. That's right, go steady. After Ling Yuling left the last sentence with great meaning, she immediately turned into a white beam of light and flew to the teleportation hole on the island. After an incense stick, Lu Zhengai passed on Luo Hong's words to Wan Sangu verbatim and left the guest house without waiting for her to respond. Inside the room, the white-haired and youthful leader of the righteous path sat on a red sandalwood chair. Although her expression was calm and she showed no joy or anger, her right hand, which was tightly grasping the armrest of the wooden chair, still betrayed her inner thoughts. P.S. Brothers, at the end of the month, please give me 2 monthly tickets for my updated work. Thank you very much. Chapter 812. Don't be afraid, Joa. Damn it, we have lowered our posture so much, but that person still doesn't give us any face. Does he really think that he can defeat us after advancing to the god transformation stage? A purple-capped man standing behind Wan Sangu clenched his fists and said with a frustrated look on his face. Shut up. Wan Sangu shouted angrily without turning her head. Aunt, that person is too close to Xingan. I think we have no chance. Let's go back early and make a long-term plan. It turned out that the purple-capped man was Wan Sangu's nephew Wan Xianming. After being scolded, he still said indignantly, opportunities will not come to you by themselves. Since this senior Luo wants to see the attitude of our alliance, let him see it clearly. You calm down, it's not others who are begging us now. Wan Sangu snorted coldly and said firmly. Although she was severely humiliated by Luo Hong, she still did not intend to leave, but wanted to stay and show her sincerity. Wan Xianming didn't dare to say anything more after hearing this. Although he didn't dare to offend Luo Hong, he felt that it was enough to retreat a little, and there was no need to go to this point. Looking at the posture of his aunt, I'm afraid she would be willing to give the anti-star alliance to the other party. However, he didn't know that Wan Sangu was not as weak as he thought, but was extremely bold. This time she came to plot against Luo Hong. Damn it, the first step of the plan is so unsuccessful, which really makes me feel uneasy. But it's good. After that person advanced to the god transformation, he obviously became arrogant. As long as the subsequent plan is carried out, there will be fewer obstacles. Keep waiting. Even if I have to give up this nephew, I have to pull him into the game. Wan Sangu's eyes flashed, and her thoughts were surging. Poor Wan Xianming didn't know that he had become a victim. If Luo Hong agreed to meet today, he would most likely die on the spot. That person went into seclusion as soon as he came back. Could it be that he was preparing for something big? Perhaps we should inform the Six Paths about this? In the cave of Billing Island, Luo Hong, who was suspected of doing something big, was sitting cross-legged on the black jade bed wrapped in white mist and cold air. He said solemnly, Joa, this black jade bed is a rare treasure made of a large amount of black jade. It has the function of assisting the practitioners who practice water and cold type exercises. Come up and let your husband help you regulate your breathing, so that you can adapt to the spiritual energy of the outside world as soon as possible. What Yuan Yao said before was just an excuse to quarrel with Ling Yuling. There was no matter that she was not adapted to the spiritual energy of the outside world. Therefore, when she saw Luo Hong being so serious, she couldn't help but feel warm and secretly amused. Husband, don't worry, I'm fine. I have almost adapted to it in the past few days of traveling. There is no need to be so troublesome. No, this can be troublesome. Having said that, Yuan Yao still floated onto the black jade bed, fell into Luo Hong's arms and said, we finally met again. Husband, I want to hear you tell me what happened when I was not by your side. Hearing this, Luo Hong seemed to feel Yuan Yao's loneliness. The fire in her heart extinguished, and she stroked her black hair and said, after you returned to the underworld, your husband went to Dajin to wander around. First, I met the girl Lu Zhu in Liao's house, and then I was involved in Luo Hong's gentle words, Yuan Yao seemed to see the scenery of Dajin, and experienced all kinds of difficulties with him, breaking through one conspiracy after another. The demons were eliminated in the Sinuan formation, and the Taping Water Palace seized the fortune. Kunwu appeared and the demons moved, and the world turned around to save the world. He was furious for the people, and his fist broke the mountains and rivers to level the pure land. The chaotic star alone suppressed the golden dragon head, who in the human world can compete with it. After a while, Luo Hong stopped talking, but the two did not separate. They still snuggled together to enjoy the rare tranquility and leisure, not thinking about intrigues and deceptions, nor thinking about cultivation, and their hearts were extremely peaceful. However, the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop, and a sound transmission node from Luo Zhu broke the tranquility. It turned out that she had refined another water essence and asked Luo Hong when she would refine binary heavy water. Husband, you have impure intentions in accepting this disciple. Recalling the process of Luo Zhu being accepted as a disciple, Yuan Yao immediately understood that her husband was attracted to the body of little Luo Zhu. Your husband did have the intention of using Luo Zhu's body, but he never treated her badly. Luo Hong said with a clear conscience. I know what kind of person my husband is. But now that the business is here, my husband should not bother with me here. Go find your apprentice quickly. I also need to refine the 2 teeth of Rahu. Yuan Yao pushed Luo Hong and urged directly. Don't worry about this. I'm still a little worried about your health, Joa. This pill will be very beneficial to you. I will leave after you take it. Luo Hong's eyes turned, and he took out a Yuhua pill from the Wanbao bag and handed it to Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao rolled her eyes at this. It seemed that Luo Hong would not feel at ease if she did not take this pill. If I had known this, I would not have told that lie. Yuan Yao thought with some guilt. I really can't do anything about you. Yuan Yao muttered, stretched out her hand to take the Yuhua pill, and swallowed it with her red lips. As soon as a pill entered her stomach, Yuan Yao felt a warm current flowing down her throat into her stomach, and then it invaded her limbs and bones. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came from all over her body. Ah, it's so cold. Yuan Yao was stunned as soon as she shouted. She was half a ghost, how could she feel cold? Then she looked down and understood everything. Joa, don't be afraid, you won't be cold in a while. Luo Hong laughed evilly, and with the force of his arms, he hugged Yuan Yao tightly into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. After a while, Luo Hong let go of the other's red lips, while Yuan Yao was patting him. Looking at the beautiful woman with a rosy face, his hands with colorful glows could not help but wonder. Wu Yuan Yao cried out in a numb voice, and said with tears in her eyes, my husband, you are so bad. I told you, when you came out, that I would let you accompany me. Well, this time, the medicinal power of Yuhua pill is very strong. Luo Hong laughed evilly again, and casually played a sound transmission note, and disappeared in the white cold air with Yuan Yao. Only the pink arms and legs that occasionally showed the cold air told the unspeakable things between men and women. Outside the cave, Luo Zhu waited for Luo Hong's response for a long time, and just when she felt strange, she saw a blue stream of light shooting out. She immediately reached out to take it, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned when her mind touched it. At this moment, a stern voice was echoing in her soul. Within a month, the heavenly Dao will not be seen. His master is so hardworking. He has just come out of retreat, and has to go through the death retreat again. I can't be lazy either. I have to condense more water essence. Luo Zhu's head was buzzing with shock. He couldn't help rubbing his ears, and said with a look of encouragement. After the initial fermentation, the influence of Luo Hong's advancement to the god of transformation gradually appeared in the Chaos Star Sea. First of all, the demon clan, who lost the 10th level demon, was even more terrified. Even when the news came that the transformed demon cultivator was besieged and killed by the cultivators in his cave, there was no movement. It seemed that they had made up their minds not to retreat. The struggle between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance was also greatly restrained. The Outer Sea suddenly changed from a cruel hunting ground to a paradise for demon hunters. Those yuanying old monsters who had originally been hiding from the world went to Billing Island one after another, hoping to listen to the guidance of the god of transformation cultivators and break through their own rock-hard bottlenecks. However, Luo Huashan seemed to be busy with something important. No matter who came to visit, he would not see them. As a result, more and more yuanying cultivators stayed on the island. The gathering of many Yuan cultivators also greatly increased the status of Biling Island, and it gradually became a holy place in Chaos Star Sea. After Ling Yuling returned to Crossing Palace, she immediately went to meet the Xianxing twin saints and told them about what she had seen and heard in the past 6 months. When the two saints learned that Luo Hong not only successfully advanced to Huishan, but also cultivated a great magical power, they couldn't help but feel mixed emotions and couldn't speak for a long time. According to our previous inference, this person should be less than 350 years old now. With such a speed of cultivation, all the masters of Crossing Palace can't catch up. Not to mention you and me, who only advanced to the late Yuanying at around 500 years old. Wen King sighed lightly, with a somewhat melancholy tone. The couple originally thought that they were already rare geniuses in this world, but now they suddenly found that they were just frogs in the well, and they couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. There is always a mountain higher than the other. There is nothing to say about this. However, the lifespan of a divine transformation cultivator is 2000 years, and he has only lived less than a quarter of it. It seems that he has a great chance of ascending to the spirit world. In this case, our previous choice was quite correct. Ling Xiaofeng nodded with a sullen face. Although Ling Xiaofeng did not say it explicitly, Ling Yuling knew what her father was talking about, and immediately frowned and said, "Father, Brother Luo already has a dual cultivation partner, and my daughter's lifelong event still needs to be considered. You said it yourself, that person's dual cultivation partner is just a ghost cultivator. How can he compare with you? We use the Xingan family business as a dowry, and that person naturally knows how to make a choice." After Ling Xiaofeng learned about Yuan Yao's existence, he felt that it was a good thing. After all, the other party was a cultivator of the Great Jin Dynasty. If the dual cultivation partner was also an elder of the top sect of the Great Jin Dynasty, it would be much more troublesome. No, Yuling is right. We should take a long-term view. I didn't expect that Luo Hong is such a romantic man. He stayed with his partner even after she fell into the ghost path. Could it be that he has the great magical power to reverse yin and yang? Wen King is not as optimistic as Ling Xiaofeng. On the contrary, she thinks that things are much more difficult. But from another perspective, if this matter is accomplished, they won't have to worry about Ling Yuling at all in the future. In this matter, the husband is not as good as the wife, so let the wife make the decision. Ling Xiaofeng did not insist on his point of view. After shaking his head, he suddenly fixed his eyes and continued. In addition, the fact that Wan Sangu personally went to the island to ask to see Luo Hong must not be taken lightly. This crazy woman is not someone who will give in easily. With that 6 Paths Supreme Saint beside her, the two of them will have to struggle. Now that Wan Sangu is behaving so abnormally, there must be something fishy. What my husband said is right, but we have no evidence. It may be thankless to remind him directly, and we may even be used by those two. In my opinion, it is better to wait and see. Others may not know how powerful the divine transformation cultivators are, but don't we know it? When it came to Wan Sangu and the 6 Paths Supreme Saint, Wen King's face showed a deep hatred, and he said in a cold voice, "Mother, we can investigate this matter slowly. Brother Luo is definitely not someone who can be easily dealt with. For now, let's discuss where these two things should go." Ling Yuling did not want Wen King to recall the sad events of the past. Seeing that her expression was not right, she immediately took out 2 true spiritual materials and changed the subject. Wen King knew Ling Yuling's thoughts, his eyes softened, and he said in a gentle voice, "Kunpeng's feather and Kunpeng's skin. I never thought that my husband and I would be able to see such spiritual objects in a lifetime. It's really an eye-opener. However, my husband and I have less than 100 years to live, so I will use these 2 spiritual objects to refine 2 magic weapons for you. What do you think?" The wind and space spiritual power in this Kunpeng's feather are extremely rich, and it can be used to refine my Shenkangling. But this Kunpeng's skin, which is obviously of higher quality and full of wind and thunder spiritual power, is a bit difficult to handle. It's a pity to use it to refine ordinary magic weapons. I need to think more about it. Ling Xiaofeng touched his chin and frowned. It is worth mentioning that neither Wen King nor Ling Xiaofeng was too surprised that the ghost fog was related to Luo Hao. Ghost fog and falling sun are the most mysterious natural disasters in Chaos Star Sea. They naturally know about them, so they have also heard the legend of Luo Hong. However, they did not expect that this most impossible guess would be true. Time flies, and 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Unlike what everyone thought, Luo Hong would definitely lead the entire Chaos Star Sea after advancing to the God Transformation realm. He has not set foot on Billing Island in the past 30 years, which really disappointed the Chaos Star Sea cultivators who have been fighting for a long time. During this period, although Han Laomo successfully broke through the late nascent soul, his breakthrough did not cause any movement because of Luo Hong's example. As early as more than 10 years ago, he left the island to deal with some past grievances. In the morning of this day, in the cave of Billing Island, Luo Hong came to the stone chamber, where the 8th level turtle monster was imprisoned as usual, and said in a cold voice, "Why do you want Luo to do it yourself today?" The turtle monster's expression changed for a while after hearing this, and finally sighed, and stuck his tail out of the black armor. At random, Luo Hong's mind moved, and a sharp sword energy slashed out, cutting off the turtle tail. Suddenly, the turtle monster's face showed pain, but he was also tough. Without crying out, watching Luo Hong take away his broken tail, and then flashed away. It's not that he wants to succumb to Luo Hong's power, but in the past 30 years, the other party has taken his flesh and blood almost every day. If he doesn't take the initiative to stretch out his tail, his hands and feet will definitely be cut off. Day after day, even he doesn't want to be tortured like this, so he has to cooperate obediently. In a stone room next to the prison cell, Luo Hong sliced the fresh research materials he took, then pinched a spell with one hand, opened his eyes between his eyebrows, and the bright yellow petrified monster eyes appeared. The next moment, a bright yellow spiritual light shot out, slowly petrifying the meat slices from the edge. Chapter 813. The demonic realm leads to the Great Law. Stimulated by this, the originally motionless piece of meat began to emit a faint light green spiritual light, and began to revive continuously, to resist the erosion of the petrified land. Seeing this, Luo Hong's expression could not help but become more solemn. The index finger of his right hand gradually emerged with 5 colored rays of light, and he immediately pointed at the piece of meat. After Luo Hong's index finger stayed on the piece of meat for a moment, a trace of joy suddenly flashed across his face, and then he carefully raised his index finger. I saw that a small blurry light green rune, as small as a mosquito, followed his index finger, and left the piece of meat. Very good, the 36th immortal rune is finally in my hands. After seeing every detail of the light green rune, Luo Hong clenched his fist excitedly, not caring about the light green rune that dissipated. In the past 30 years, he has performed the same action dozens of times almost every morning, in order to explore the mystery of the immortal body. The sudden arrival of the ingredient now gave him an indescribable sense of satisfaction in an instant. The so-called immortal body is nothing more than a constitution with a lot of vitality in the cells, so using treasures like the wood beads can achieve similar effects. Therefore, exploring the secret of the immortal body is to explore how to store a lot of vitality in the cells. Through experiments, it is not difficult to find that the means of storing vitality is related to the law of the wood element, but it cannot reach the level of manifestation of the law. After all, once I use the law of force, these pieces of meat will be completely necrotic. Therefore, according to the law, that only the power of the law can fight against the power of the law, the immortal body is actually a set of specific silver runes distributed in the cells. But even with my consciousness comparable to the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, I cannot directly observe this extremely tiny silver rune. After exhausting all my efforts, I only determined that there are 36 immortal runes in this set, which are distributed in a ring shape in the cells. Fortunately, my grade 5 element magnetic light has been a small success, and I have slightly touched the 5 element law. I can barely imprint one of them with spiritual energy under the excitation state of the immortal rune. Although the success rate is touching, I still succeeded after all. Luo Hong said with his eyes flashing, while he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Suddenly, the spiritual influence of 36 immortal runes appeared in front of him. I'm actually not unfamiliar with these silver runes. When I was analyzing the Golden Palace Jade book, I had seen most of them before, and they were in a silver tadpole text. In this case, the immortal rune represented by the silver tadpole text should be used by the true immortals to heal injuries. The half piece of the Golden Palace Jade book in Luo Hong's hand was not like the ordinary talisman books, where there was a detailed introduction after each rune. Instead, a silver tadpole text was a kind of talisman, and there was no introduction. However, using the meditation method, one can sense the general effect through spiritual perception, but this is only when the silver tadpole text is very consistent with the meditator himself. Fortunately, the silver tadpole text in the Golden Palace Jade book is all-encompassing. As long as the cultivators above the nascent soul stage meditate, they will generally gain something. And forcibly analyzing it like Luo Hong did, can only expand the number of silver runes he knows, and there is no direct benefit. But in the past 30 years, Luo Hong still insisted on taking 2 hours every day to analyze the silver runes on the Golden Jade book, and finally compiled all the silver runes he obtained into a dictionary. This dictionary was named Silver Rune Dictionary Volume 1 by Luo Hong. As for the second volume, he naturally had to wait until the other half of the Golden Jade book was in hand before he could start compiling it. But even with only half, Luo Hong's huge accumulation of silver runes has gradually revealed its grandeur. It can be imagined that the phenomenon of repetition like the immortal rune will increase in the future, which shows that Luo Hong's silver rune database has already reached a considerable scale. The benefits of establishing a complete silver rune database are unimaginable. For example, the 36 immortal runes that Luo Hong just got now. If it was before the Silver Rune Dictionary, Luo Hong's research would have stopped there, and the next step would be to move on to the application stage. But after having the Silver Rune Dictionary, he can try to add more silver runes and conduct in-depth research, and there are many research directions, and he can think of 2 at once. First, we should continuously add the silver runes in the Silver Rune Ceremony, which are also in the Wood chapter, to make it reach the level of law manifestation, greatly enhancing the effect of the immortal body. Second, through the connection between the 5 element, we can find the corresponding silver runes in the other 4 element, to see what changes will happen to the immortal body after the 5 element are completed. If it is a benign change, then we will proceed to the first research direction, and deduce it to the manifestation of the law. This is really busy. Luo Hong licked his lips excitedly. Research is not afraid of difficulties, but it is afraid of having no direction. The Silver Rune Ceremony solves this problem very well. After obtaining all the immortal runes, the remaining meat slices are useless. Luo Hong's mind moved and burned them into green smoke. Just when he was about to strike, while the iron was hot, and pick out some silver runes to formulate a research plan, King Feng suddenly sent him a message with his mind. "My lord, there is news about Hei-san." Hearing this, Luo Hong immediately put down the things at hand and came to a stone room deep in the cave in a flash. Then he stepped slightly, and the unique white light of the teleportation array lit up. After a wave of space fluctuations, Luo Hong's figure disappeared in the stone chamber. At this moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed from the dim stone chamber to the endless sea. The place where he was teleported to was an island reef of only a few acres in size, and there was no life on the bare rocks. As soon as Luo Hong appeared, a green shadow fled in front of him, transformed into a handsome and evil young man, and greeted him very respectfully. "Greetings, sir." King Feng, forget the polite words. Where is Hei-san now? Luo Hong stood with his hands behind his back and asked in a deep voice. Hei-san is still outside the domain at this time, but he has contacted his fellow disciples. I believe he will arrive nearby within an incense stick. King Feng vowed. Well, then wait for a while. The time of an incense stick is very short for a cultivator. Luo Hong immediately nodded slightly and said with satisfaction. But within a few breaths, Luo Hong suddenly looked at King Feng and said, "King Feng, you have been following me for nearly 200 years, which can be regarded as hard work and great contributions. Although you and Luo Hong agreed to serve for 3,000 years, Luo Hong is not an unkind person. Before ascending, if you want to leave, Luo Hong can let you go, and this will not be considered a violation of the Heavenly Demon contract." "Don't say that, sir." Maybe King Feng was a little reluctant at first, but after following you for so long, I have long been convinced by your magical powers and wisdom. Even if there is no 3000 years of heavenly demon contract, King Feng will not leave. King Feng immediately showed panic when he heard this and hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Haha, don't be nervous, I said it's up to you voluntarily. Since you want to stay, then stay. Luo Hong chuckled and said casually, thank you for your help. King Feng will definitely serve you more wholeheartedly in the future. Although Luo Hong said it casually, King Feng responded excitedly, as if he was extremely grateful. Why are you testing me at this time? It's meaningless. As an extraterritorial demon, King Feng certainly didn't really accept Luo Hong, but he didn't want to leave Luo Hong and regain his freedom. First of all, Luo Hong would soon ascend to the spirit world, and he would be able to follow him and start the road to the demon. Leaving at this time would be stupid. As for the long term, Luo Hong had already grown into a spiritual cultivator and was at the same level as him. The original discomfort of yielding to the other party's identity had disappeared, and being with a cultivator of the same level was a great benefit to the extraterritorial demon clan. Just being able to stay in the interface for a long time was already very tempting. At the same time, Luo Hong's mind was also flowing, and his thoughts were surging. Very good. It seems that this guy didn't find out what I did. Luo Hong's words of probing were of course not meaningless, but to verify one thing. In the more than 10 years since he sent King Feng, he finally made up his mind and tore off the demon seed on the nascent soul. As expected, the process of forcibly tearing off the demon seed was extremely painful, and it damaged his nascent soul. Fortunately, with Yuan Yao by his side, Luo Hong was able to recover quickly after a good rest using the secret technique of dual cultivation. Because the outer demon was still useful for the ascension, Luo Hong did not seal up the torn demon seed. He first condensed a Yuan Shen talisman again, and refined the spirit of Bingxin's state into a second incarnation. After a little cultivation, he parasitized the demon seed on Bingxin's incarnation. Since the incarnation's aura was exactly the same as Luo Hong's, theoretically, the outer demon would not discover that the identity of the demon's son had been transferred. Now it was the first time he met King Feng after doing this, and the other party did not show any abnormality, which obviously proved that his theory was valid. Of course, if King Feng chose to be free, Luo Hong would not break his promise. Now a King Yu demon was just icing on the cake for him, not something he couldn't bear to part with. Each of them had their own ideas, and the time of an incense stick passed quickly. Suddenly, King Feng's expression changed and he said, "Here we are. Please open the domain gate, sir." Luo Hong reached out his hand without changing his expression, and grabbed a small black flag from the void. With a light wave, countless strong winds gathered and condensed into a black dragon in an instant. The black wind dragon roared and rushed towards the sky above the island reef. The next moment, as if it hit a transparent wall, the black wind dragon collapsed with a bang, but it also caused a space to shatter like a mirror. Grey mist floated out of the cracks repeatedly, and then a dying black domain demon was thrown out by a force. After turning a few times, the black domain demon stabilized its body and floated in front of Luo Hong. After confirming the breath, Luo Hong recognized that this black domain demon was the black 3 he cultivated, and his successful return also proved that Luo Hong's method of ascension was feasible. The details have to start from 10 years ago. At that time, Luo Hong, in addition to studying the immortal body, occasionally condensed binary heavy water and devoted himself to the study of Feexen stone. Finally, after 20 years of hard work, Luo Hong successfully mastered the formation on the Feexen stone, and the function of that formation was to stabilize the space channel. This involves some interface knowledge. It is well known that outside the boundary wall of the human world, there is a thick grey fog, but in the boundless chaos outside the grey fog, there are endless space storms. It is precisely because of the existence of these space storms that space nodes that can lead to other interfaces are formed within the interface. To put it more directly, it is the space storm that connects the two interfaces to form a channel, and the conflict of the boundary forces of the two interfaces breaks the boundary wall to form an entrance and an exit. Therefore, the method of ascending by sneaking through the space node is to find a relatively stable and safe space storm, enter it alone, and use the force to cross the boundless chaos void. The node is not the key is a channel. Such a space storm is similar to the ocean current. Although it contains huge power, it has no substantial harm due to its stable flow speed and direction. However, the situation in the chaotic void is extremely complicated, and it is not a matter of one day or one night to cross the sea by borrowing the power. As long as there is a slight accident, such as another space storm sweeping over, it will form a turbulent space turbulence, tearing apart the existence of the incarnation who dares to cross alone. However, even such a dangerous space storm is rare. Most of the space storms will not even give a chance to gamble your life. Going in directly means death. Therefore, the value of Feekson stone is reflected in this way. The formation attached to this stone can stabilize the space storm and form an absolutely safe passage. In other words, the requirements for space storms to ascend by borrowing Feekson stone are not high. But the method of Feekson stone also has a difficult problem to solve. That is, it must be connected to the Feekson stone in Shinewan City that corresponds to the human world in order to work. And the space storm that the two Feekson stones have been maintaining before has been blown away due to the loss of the vitality of heaven and earth in the human world. If Luo Hong wants to activate the Feekson stone, he must first find a space node that connects to the human world and is near Shinewan City. After all, the spiritual world is so vast, and the sensing range of Feekson stones is limited. This sounds more difficult than finding a natural stable space storm. After all, the latter can be seen intuitively, while the former cannot be determined before ascending to it. It can be said to be an unsolvable problem. However, this unsolvable problem is only for the cultivators themselves. If there is help from the outer demons, the situation will be completely different. First of all, because of the characteristics of the outer demons themselves, they can withstand a certain degree of space storms without growing into green demons, that is, reaching the level of transformation. In addition, Luo Hong used the great 5-element magnetic light to imitate the ghost face cocoon, to refine the smuggling warehouse, which is enough to make the black demon have a survival rate of about 10% in the unstable space storm. For Luo Hong, the black demon can be raised infinitely, so the successful smuggling is inevitable. At this stage, Luo Hong has actually succeeded. The almost infinite number of black domain demons means that there are a considerable number of black domain demons that have successfully smuggled. As long as some of them find the space node near Shinewan City and return to the human world, they can easily go to the outside of the domain through the soul of the living being, and contact King Feng with the help of the few green domain demons outside the human world. In this way, Luo Hong can also know the location of the required space node. The identity of the son of the heavenly demon is very important in this process. If King Feng is a little abnormal today, Luo Hong can only transplant the seeds of the heavenly demon back. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Hei-san, who was waiting for orders in front of Luo Hong at this time, certainly did not complete the final task. Luo Hong just asked him to go to a small interface that is even more lame than the human world to verify the feasibility. The official start of the task will have to wait until he returns to Shinewan. After all, without the demon feeding tower, it will be a bit difficult for him to raise 10 black domain demons. I went to buy a computer on New Year's Day. If I act quickly, there will be one chapter in the evening, and then it will return to normal. The internet cafe is too noisy, and there is only one chapter today. Chapter 814, the end of the lore interface and the black armor plan. Hey-san, your mission is over. Let me see which small interface you went to. Luo Hong showed a hint of excitement and stretched out his hand to press on Hei-san's illusory body. Of course, there is not only the spiritual world around the human world, but there are many small interfaces. However, since ancient times, only the monks who ascended to the spiritual world have sent back news. Judging from the boundary power, the other interfaces are almost all lower than the spiritual level of the human world. The few who strayed into them have never had any news, so these interfaces are mysterious to the human world. The space node above the silent reef is the one that leads to a small interface. This can be easily judged from the shape of whether the space node is concave or convex. The concave one leads to the low spiritual level interface, and the convex one leads to the high spiritual level interface. In addition, the greater the difference in spiritual level, the greater the amplitude of the concave and convex will be, which makes it easy for the monks in the human world to distinguish which are the space nodes leading to the spiritual world. The one that Luo Hong entrusted the Xingang disciples to find was concave to a very serious extent, which means that the spiritual level of the other interface is several levels lower than that of the human world. It is estimated that it is difficult for the cultivators there to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. In this way, those cultivators are locked in their own interface. After all, they cannot enter the space storm unless they reach the spiritualization realm and refine some of the heaven and earth's vitality. Through the restrictions left in advance, Luo Hong cast a spell and obtained all the memories of Heisen since his birth. The intelligence of the black domain demon is only equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and its perception is very different from that of ordinary people. In its memory, only the yuanshan of all living beings is bright, and the rest of the parts are dim. When it was still in the human world, the most conspicuous existence in this demon's memory was naturally Luo Hong. After sneaking into the other interface, the memory of this demon was dim, and the rare bright spots were only the light of rice grains, which was the immortal cultivator in the key refining realm. The interface of the end of the lore alone was not surprising, but another phenomenon observed by Hei-san, which was called strange ghosts by the immortal cultivators there, made Luo Hong very interested. In Luo Hong's view, these strange ghosts who could not be killed and had basically fixed behavior patterns were clearly the product of the alienation of the law. If the interface of heaven is compared to a system, then these strange ghosts are a series of programs with bugs. The number of strange ghosts in that interface has reached a level that ordinary mortals are not surprised. It can be said that the interface of heaven is completely broken. Under normal circumstances, the interface of heaven will definitely not collapse by itself, unless there is external intervention at the level of the Great Way. My goodness, this interface has offended the Taoist ancestors, right? Luo Hong was shocked, and quickly retracted his arm, not daring to continue to spy. But the next moment, Luo Hong couldn't restrain his covetous heart, and secretly thought, fragmented heavenly laws. If I can catch one. As soon as this thought came up, Luo Hong shook his head vigorously to stop his own way to death. However, this also reminded him that the low-level spiritual realms may not be without high-value resources, and there may even be some special products with great uses. In this case, my set of heavenly demon realm attraction method should not be abolished after ascending to the spiritual realm. In the future, as long as I find a substitute for the Feeksen stone, I will have the opportunity to travel around the world and search for opportunities. Just as Luo Hong secretly decided on a new topic, the formation on the island suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the spiritual light became brighter. Oh no, sir, this space node is going to disappear. King Feng looked up at the sky and saw that the space node that was originally hidden in the air suddenly emerged with a silver light. Its appearance was like a drainage hole with a diameter of about 10 feet. The dense runes on the outer edge were the stable formation arranged by Luo Hong. In this situation, it is obvious that the space storm corresponding to this space node has been violently disturbed and is about to shift. The stabilizing effect of the formation arranged by Luo Hong is far less than that of the Feeksen stone, so the formation will collapse, and the space node will shift or disappear completely. That is certain. However, when Luo Hong threw the 10 black domain demons into this space node, it was no longer useful to Luo Hong. So Luo Hong was not in a hurry at the moment. With a thought, he took the initiative to close the formation. As the outer rune suddenly disappeared, the original drain hole shaped space node was instantly flattened, and circles of space ripples were swung out. Fortunately, Luo Hong closed the formation in time, and did not let the space force accumulate too much, making these space ripples have no lethality. If the formation could not support the collapse, the erupting space ripples would definitely completely shatter the island reef, and even Luo Hong would have to retreat. It disappeared. Since Heisen has returned, this space node is no longer useful to Luo Hong. You don't have to stay here, come back with me. After saying that, Luo Hong grabbed Hei-san and put him into the yellow spring ghost hand, and then flashed into the teleportation formation. King Feng said nothing at this time, turned into a green stream of light, and escaped into Luo Hong's sleeve. With a flash of white spiritual light, the island reef returned to peace. On Billing Island, Lu Zhu sat cross-legged at the center of the island protection formation, tirelessly refining the water spirit. With her cultivation, even if she relied on the power of the formation, it would take more than a year to refine a portion of the material for refining binary heavy water. Therefore, since Luo Hong occupied Billing Island, she has been busy with this matter, and it is rare for her to have a chance to relax. Fortunately, after more than 60 years of hard work, Lu Zhu is finally going to complete Luo Hong's task. As the last portion of water spirit was refined by her body, Lu Zhu exhaled heavily and said, "It's done. This is the 54th portion, and the last portion. I have to tell Master this good news quickly." Although she has worked hard for more than 60 years, Lu Zhu did not resent Luo Hong at all. After all these years of getting along, the little girl has treated Luo Hong like a father. Since it is related to Master's life magic weapon, she is very happy that she can do her part. After passing through many restrictions and escaping to the entrance of Luo Hong cave, Luo was about to send a sound transmission note to ask for a meeting, but the stone door of the cave suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman and a purple-clothed girl with two tails came out. Madam, let Az go out for a trip, okay? Az swears that she will never cause trouble for the master. The purple-clothed girl was Luozi, who was transformed from the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. At this moment, she was pestering Yuan Yao and acting coquettishly, insisting on going out of the island to travel. Yuan Yao knocked on Az's head lovingly and said with amusement, "Are you going to travel? I'm embarrassed to tell you, you must be greedy again and want to go to the sea to eat meat. I can't make the decision on this matter. When my husband comes back, you can ask him." Well, the master will not agree. If he knows, he will definitely lecture me again, saying that it is better not to kill if you can, and that restraining your desires is a good child. As he doesn't want to listen, Luozi covered her ears with both hands, showing a painful expression. My husband is also doing this for your own good." Yuan Yao chuckled, turned her eyes, and looked at Lu Zhu, who had already been sensed by her, and said, "Zua is here, but are you looking for your master?" "Greetings to Master Yuan. The disciple has refined the last spiritual material, and is about to send it to the master. May I ask if the master is in the mansion?" Lu Zhu respectfully performed the disciple's salute. Although Yuan Yao's ghost cultivation body made her hesitate for a while, she soon found that Yuan Yao was not as bad-tempered as ordinary ghost cultivators. Instead, she was kind to others, lively and interesting. If it weren't for the difference in status, the two might have become close friends. "You came at an unfortunate time. Your master just went out this morning and I don't know when he will be back. Come with me into the cave and store the spiritual material in the treasure house first." Yuan Yao shook her head and said, then cast a spell at Lu Zhu's waist badge, allowing her to walk freely in the cave. "Sister Zhu, congratulations on completing the master's task." At some point, Luozi silently rushed to Lu Zhu's side, put her round little face on Lu Zhu's waist, and hugged her legs. "Then you must be free later. Take me out to play." Luozi saw that she couldn't persuade Yuan Yao, so she had to change her target and directed her coquettish offensive at Lu Zhu. As a blood-forbidden spirit beast, Luozi absolutely cannot disobey Luo Hong's orders, but she has intelligence, so there are some loopholes that can be exploited. Luo Hong's order to her is to maintain order around Billing Island, and not to leave the area of 10,000 miles without permission. But as long as she does not do it without permission, but gets the consent of Yuan Yao and others, she can be exempted from this restriction. And Luozi wants to get rid of this restriction so much, just as Yuan Yao said, she is greedy. Before Luo Hong advanced to the transformation of the spirit, there were always people who violated the ban around Billing Island, and Luozi could occasionally get some blood food to satisfy her tooth. But after Luo Hong advanced to the transformation of the spirit, such a good thing will never happen again. In other words, the peerless vicious insect double-tailed purple crystal scorpion has not tasted the taste of blood food for 30 years. Although she does not actually need blood food to survive, out of instinctive desire, she still wants to eat a lot. Looking at Luoz's watery eyes, Lu Zhu refused with difficulty. No, I have to go back to practice later. If Sister Az is really uncomfortable, why don't you try to practice too? No. Don't practice. Az is so hungry that she can't concentrate now. Luoz shook her head quickly and said unwillingly, "Hey, Master's wife, how about this? Let Sister Az eat something, so that she won't be really suffocated." Lu Zhu was pestered and had no choice but to compromise. If there was something that suits her appetite, I would have given it to her a long time ago, but there is nothing. Luoz is cute and clingy, which makes you and Yeo quite tired. As for what kind of food suits Az's appetite, there are only monsters at the level of transformation and above. Disciple has an idea. The 8th level turtle monster that Master has imprisoned has the magical power of an immortal body. It is not a big deal to cut off his 2 hands and feet. It is better to borrow his body for use. Luo Zhu once helped Luo Hong when he was studying the immortal body and knew that the 8th level turtle monster would not die even if its head was cut off. Anyway, Luo Hong cut some parts off this monster almost every day, so it was harmless for them to do so. This is indeed a solution, but the 8th level turtle monster husband values it very much. Azi, can you control yourself? You and Yeo also thought this was a good solution. It was better than Azi being unable to hold back and going out to kill innocent people. Yes, Azi swears to only eat 2 legs. Luoz immediately nodded and agreed, fearing that you and Yeo would regret it. It's good that you know it. Go ahead, don't make your husband angry. You and Yeo said, and cast a spell on Azi, giving her permission to enter the prison cell. Then, she went to the treasure house with Luo Zhu. Luoz stopped pestering them and turned into a purple light, swooshing to the door of the prison cell. After using the spell left by you and Yeo to open the door, her eyes immediately fixed on the black armored man whose arms were separated and hung by the thunder lock, and tears immediately slid down from the corners of her mouth. Hold on. Azi, you have to hold on. You can only eat 2 legs, otherwise the master will be angry. The little girl muttered to herself while waving her little hand, shooting a purple light, cutting off the legs of the black armored man who didn't understand the situation. With a cry of pain, the blood spurted out a little from the black armored man's broken legs, and then the flesh and blood began to wriggle and regenerate. In just a moment, a pair of brand new legs grew out. Wow. So amazing. Azi exclaimed, but didn't pick on words. She cut the black armored man again, and then took a tortoise leg that had transformed into its original form, and ate it with big mouthfuls. Because of the restriction, although the tortoise leg showed its original form, it did not return to its original size. However, Azi was also in a small state, which was just right for eating. She was soon immersed in her instincts, and did not notice that the jade bracelet on her wrist had changed slightly. Is it you? Did you send a message to me just now? Stop it, you will kill me. The jade dragon tilted its head and looked at the black armored man hanging in the air and said excitedly. Even the clan leader was dead and she wanted to linger on now, but she didn't want to cause any misunderstanding from the evil star next to her. Calm down, I will send a message to you with mystical techniques, and this vicious insect will never find out. Don't you want to regain your freedom? The black armored man finally saw a glimmer of hope to escape, and could only try his best to comfort the jade dragon. Perhaps because he listened to her advice, or because he saw that Azi had no reaction, Yujiro finally calmed down and said weakly, can you really let me regain my freedom? The person who caught us is already a divine transformation cultivator, and you are imprisoned here. What else can you do? It's easier to deal with that person if he is a divine transformation cultivator. Remember what I say next. Tell that person at the right time, and we will all have the possibility of regaining our freedom. The black armored man said excitedly, and then he communicated with Yujiro again. Since you have this idea, why don't you tell that person yourself? In your current state, isn't it reasonable to force a confession? Although Yujiro was already tempted, she still asked with some doubts. After all, if this thing didn't work, she would definitely be eaten. P.S. There is another chapter in the evening. The 8th level turtle monster has been changed. See chapter 801 for details. Chapter 815 Fusion of Yin and Yang. I can't do it. That person has already seen that I'm a soul that has taken over another body. He will never believe me. On the contrary, you are so timid. If the opportunity is right, the chance of success is very high. It depends on whether you want to live in such humiliation anymore. The black armored man deliberately provoked Yujiro. Hearing this, Yujiro stopped talking immediately. She survived because she was afraid of being eaten. After suffering for a long time, she really couldn't stand it. I know, I will act according to the situation. Since the clan leader also believed in you, I will believe you once. After making up his mind, Yujiro said nothing more and turned his head back to his original state. As for this conspiracy, Azi seemed to know nothing about it. At this moment, she was still chewing her leg bone seriously. After a while, a breath suddenly appeared in the cave. After Azi sensed it, she immediately shouted nervously, "Ah! The master is back." Then, she suddenly opened her mouth several times wider and stuffed the turtle leg that she had not yet finished chewing into it, directly destroying the corpse and destroying the traces. Then, with a flash of purple light, she hurried out of the cave. On the other side, Luo Hong had just come out of the teleportation array when she sensed that Azi was different. She hurriedly checked every place in the house so as not to be unaware that her house had been demolished. As a result, she naturally did not find any traces of destruction, but found Luo Zhu who came to pay a visit. Come here at this time. Could it be that the last portion has been refined? Luo Hong immediately put Azi's affairs aside and appeared at the door of the treasure house in a flash. Seeing Luo Hong suddenly appear, Yuan Yao and Luo Zhu were stunned at first and then called out happily at the same time, "Husband! Master! Well, have you completed the task entrusted by the master?" Luo Hong nodded in response to Yuan Yao and then looked at Luo Zhu and said, "I have fulfilled my mission and have refined the last batch of materials for refining binary heavy water. Please have a look, master." After greeting, Luo Zhu reached out to touch the storage bag on her waist and immediately a blue glowing gem was taken out by her. Luo Hong's mind moved and the bead was taken into his hand. After checking it, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, disciple, you have put in a lot of effort. Now the big worry of the master can finally be solved. Don't worry, after this matter, the master will do his best to help you form a baby and will never kill the donkey after it has done its job." Disciple has never worried about this. Luo Zhu shook her head and saluted again. Well, this is a protective magic weapon made by King Jinjiao using his own scales. Although the technique is crude, the material used in this treasure is top grade and it has been nurtured for a very long time. Therefore, even if the disciple can only exert the power of the 7th level after refining it, it is enough to resist attacks below the late stage of the nascent soul. The master will give it to you now. However, your cultivation is still weak and your magic power is not deep. It is still a bit difficult to drive this treasure. Remember to only use it when you want to save your life. As he spoke, Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out a small golden scale shield. Then he used his magic power to hold it in front of Luo Zhu without any nostalgia. "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." Luo Zhu knew Luo Hong's temper very well. He did not say anything hypocritical to refuse and took it very readily. "You have worked hard too. Go back and rest." After a teacher's example, Luo Hong waved his hand and ordered, "Yes, master." Luo Zhu said nothing, put away the small golden scale shield, and escaped from the cave. After watching Luo Zhu's light go away, Yuan Yao came close to her and asked in doubt, "My husband, are you going to let Zua go out for training?" "Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from Joa. That's right, my second disciple should also experience some training, otherwise I'm afraid he won't be able to get through the inner demon in the future. Because she was protected too well by me." Luo Zhu's temperament was a little naive, which was obviously not suitable for survival in the world of immortal cultivation, where people are treacherous and the strong prey on the weak. Therefore, Luo Hong planned to wait until Lu Zhu broke through the late stage of Jinden, and then let her travel alone in the world of immortal cultivation. It was for this reason that Luo Hong gave her the golden scale shield of the Golden Dragon King. Speaking of the inner demon, when my husband was going through the tribulation, did you see me in the inner demon illusion? If so, what did I look like at that time? Yuan Yao suddenly became interested and asked repeatedly, not knowing what she thought of. This. Ahem. Your husband is in a hurry to condense binary heavy water. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about it later. Luo Hong's face changed immediately after hearing this, and he laughed and ran away like a fugitive. Hey, why are you running away? Is my question so difficult to answer? Yuan Yao tilted her head suspiciously and pondered. After a moment, she suddenly spat lightly, revealing a shy look. It's really too bad. The sun rose and set, and in a blink of an eye, Luo Hong had returned to the cave for 7 days. In the afternoon of this day, in the ice cave on Biling Island, which was also the cave of Bingfeng, Luo Hong looked at the binary heavy water bead floating from Bingfeng's hand with burning eyes, and his mood could not help but get excited. 108 drops of binary heavy water. Luo finally gathered them today. Luo Hong suddenly clasped his palms together and put the 108th drop of binary heavy water tempered by Fengli ice flame into Danshan and said with ecstasy, fellow Daoist Luo, now that all the materials are ready, is it time to officially refine the treasure? After so many years of hard work, I'm also very curious about how powerful this treasure will be after it is refined. Bingfeng opened her red lips and swallowed the white ice flame into her stomach and said with great anticipation, yes, it's time to officially refine the treasure. Luo Hong was eager to start immediately, but for the sake of caution, he went over the treasure refining plan in his mind again. The reason why the Kayang Kunzu has an imbalance of yin and yang is because the black crow true flame as the anode and the binary heavy water as the cathode have different strengths. Although I have now achieved the perfect balance of yin and yang by replenishing the amount of binary heavy water and refining the ice soul cold air, if a similar situation occurs in the future, such as the black crow true flame swallowing other powerful spiritual flames, the yin and yang of the Kayang Kunzu will still be unbalanced. Therefore, what I'm doing now cannot solve the fundamental problem, but it is the basis for solving the fundamental problem. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, but the existence of yin and yang is not clear-cut, but a fusion of you and me and you. Otherwise, there should be a chaotic gap between heaven and earth. Like the Kayang pearl, which is yin outside and yang inside, or the yin and yang piece is like the water and fire bagua plate. The yin and yang forces in them are clearly separated. They seem to be one, but they are not in contact. Such a Kayang treasure is only the most basic one, which can be said to be similar in form, but not in spirit. Only after the fusion of yin and yang can it grow into a real Kayang treasure. At that time, the yin increases and the yang rises, and the yang is prosperous and the yin is prosperous, and there will be no danger of imbalance. After experimental demonstration, it is proved that, if the pure yin and yang forces want to blend, instead of exploding into a ball of fireworks, there must be enough Kayang power. This is why I want to restore the balance of yin and yang in the Kayang pearl first, because only in this way can the Kayang power produced by the Kayang pearl be maximized, and the success rate be guaranteed to the greatest extent. However, I have not really experienced the fusion of yin and yang in the Kayang treasure, and have never obtained any information in the classics, so I must prepare some means to deal with possible emergencies. The most important thing is to replenish the power of heaven and earth that may be reduced by fusion in time. For this reason, I prepared the heaven and earth reversal array. As long as Bingfeng helps, I can deal with some minor situations with the collision of my magic power with hers. Even if there is an emergency, I can also offer the water and fire bagua plates to support the bottom, which can be said to be foolproof. After thinking about it, Luo Hong told Bingfeng about the treasure refining process. After hearing that it was just to provide cold attribute magic support in the big array, she immediately agreed happily. After getting the response, Luo Hong no longer hesitated and used magic power to transmit the message to the whole island, asking everyone to stay away from a lake in the north of Biling Island within an hour. That lake is the center of the heaven and earth reversal array, which is also the treasure refining place chosen by Luo Hong. The cultivator of the divine transformation personally delivered the order, and the cultivators on the island naturally dared not disobey. However, there are no mineral veins in the north of Billing Island, and there are almost no people at ordinary times, so after the order was issued, it did not cause any chaos on the island. That senior has been in seclusion for 30 years, and finally made some noise again. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. The old demon of bones stood on the roof of the guest house, looking to the north, and saw sporadic lights passing by. It was obvious that the monks in the northern part of Billing Island were evacuating. Haha, Brother Bagu, you have lived in this guest house for 30 years, which is almost equivalent to leaving the Anti-Star Alliance. Isn't it just for today? How can you talk about disasters? At this time, a loud laugh came, and a Taoist priest with a white beard appeared on the roof of the guest house next to it. Humph. Huang Leo Deo, you have lived here for more than 20 years, and you are not much better than me. You just want to take advantage of this favorable wind. Don't laugh at me, the old demon of bones said with a sour face. This Huang Leo Deo is not only a righteous person whom he hates, but also his competitor. They didn't fight because of the rules of the island. So when they meet, they talk in a sarcastic way. Luo Hong's order not only alarmed the white bone demon and Huang Leo Deo, but also the cultivators on the island, and the four from the Star Palace and the Star Defying Alliance also received the news very quickly. The two Heavenly Star Saints could not leave the Heavenly Star Island, so they could only order Lu Zhengai to pay attention to the situation and report back at any time. On the Star Defying Alliance side, the Six Paths Supreme Saint got involved with Wan Sangu again. In the Six Links Hall, the Six Paths Supreme Saint laughed sinisterly, as if hearing Luo Hong's movements was something worth celebrating. Friend Wen, are you too happy too early? Even if that person comes out of retreat, he is not so easily fooled. Wan Sangu was not as optimistic as the Six Paths Supreme Saint, and said with a worried look on her face. No, as long as he is willing to show up, this time it will be absolutely safe. According to the report from the spies, the man's dual cultivation partner was probably killed by the only son of the King Gaiang old demon, and now he can only stay in the world as a ghost cultivator. With such a deep blood feud, he will definitely ask about it. The Six Paths Supreme Saint played with a walnut-sized jade skull and said confidently, HMM. Fellow Daoist Wen found the trace of the King Gaiang old demon. Wan Sangu raised her eyebrows and said with joy on her face. After all, Yuan Yao was a native cultivator of the Chaos Star Sea. After revealing her name, it was natural for the two major forces to investigate her thoroughly. Although she didn't know much about the internal affairs of the demonic path, Wan Sangu was not completely ignorant. After all, it was a tacit understanding that each other had spies. HMPH. That old demon is really stubborn. He knows that he will die if he is found by Wen. Even if he explodes himself, he doesn't want Wen to achieve his goal. Fortunately, Wen is not in vain. He captured the old demon's nascent soul at the last moment. Now the most difficult beginning is promising. Hehe. As if seeing Luo Hong's surprised and unwilling expression after achieving his goal, the Six Paths Supreme Saint couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Nascent soul? Wan Sangu muttered, but her eyes turned and stared at the jade skull in the hands of the Six Paths Supreme Saint. Seeing a trace of green light flashing from time to time, she couldn't help but curl her lips. An hour passed in a flash. On Billing Island, Luo Hong had activated the Kyankan reversal formation, and countless water balls of different sizes suddenly appeared on the lake. These water balls floated quietly in the air, and many of them had fish and shrimps moving inside. Luo Hong first set up the Kyankan reversal formation in Cheyenne. At that time, in order to deal with the war of the Mulan people, he used the resources of the coalition army to master his formation methods. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. Fellow Daoist Luo, I'm ready. Let's start. Bing Feng was floating 20 feet away from Luo Hong at this moment, and said solemnly. Hearing this, Luo Hong nodded silently, and then opened his palm, and a dark blue bead, nearly the size of an adult's fist, emerged from his palm. Go. With a shout, the Kyankan bead flew between the two of them, and the arrival of the Kyankan treasure also caused changes in the formation. Only a weak tremor was seen transmitting throughout the formation. causing fine ripples to appear on the water balls floating in the air. Fortunately, this disturbance was very subtle, and even the smallest water ball did not explode. At this time, several spells were shot from Luo Hong's fingertips, flying to various parts of the formation, and soon all the disturbances disappeared. This slight error was within Luo Hong's acceptable range, and the problem could be solved with a slight adjustment. After the initial confusion, Luo Hong's expression became more serious, and he opened his mouth slightly, to blow out a thin breeze. Only by careful observation could one see the fire threads mixed in the thin breeze. As more and more fire threads were blown into the Kyankan pearl, the originally round shape of the Kyankan pearl immediately began to have bulges, floating on its surface, looking extremely unstable. The next moment, Luo Hong suddenly flicked his finger, and flicked a drop of dark blue binary heavy water towards the Kyankan pearl. As soon as this drop of binary heavy water touched the Kyankan pearl, it merged into it without any hindrance, and immediately deflated the bulges. This set of operations looked easy, but in fact it was extremely dangerous. Even with Luo Hong's spiritual sense, without the help of the physical examination form, it was impossible to ensure 100% accuracy and maintain the stability of the Kyankan pearl. If it were another divine transformation cultivator, at this time, he could only rely on his spiritual sense to judge the increase or decrease of the yin and yang power. After all, once the Kyankan pearl loses balance, even a divine transformation cultivator will not be spared within this distance. Therefore, the spiritual sense will definitely sense something and sound the alarm. But even with the help of spiritual sense, it is still not accurate enough. It is okay once or twice, but once it rises to dozens, errors and imbalances are inevitable. Because of this, since ancient times, cultivators who practice Kyankan power have been called crazy people who don't care about their lives. Fortunately, Luo Hong did not have such doubts. Every step he took was calculated in advance. As long as he followed it strictly, there would be no problems. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816, A Series of Accidents. Because there was originally a drop of binary heavy water condensed with mono heavy water in the Kyankan pearl, after Luo Hong repeated the above operation 107 times, the Kyankan pearl finally reached its current limit. The full-blown black flame burned fiercely at the core, and the 108 drops of binary heavy water on the outer layer formed a thick dark blue cover. Under the extreme intersection of yin and yang, the Kyankan power formed had distorted the surrounding space, making the Kyankan pearl look several circles smaller at this time, becoming only the size of a walnut. Since Luo Hong had not yet driven the Kyankan pearl, its Kyankan power naturally dissipated and immediately affected the entire Billing Island. Several peaks around the lake rumbled and floated up on the spot, rising 1 inch in one breath, and seemed to become floating mountains. In the island area far away in the north, the monks on the island suddenly felt that their bodies had become more than twice as light, and some small objects, such as wine glasses and hairpins, also slowly floated up. While those low-level cultivators who didn't know what was going on were still jumping around and playing because they were curious, Yuan cultivators like the white bone demon couldn't help but stiffen their bodies and gradually sweat on their backs. Damn it, how can there be such a powerful power of heaven and earth? Is it going to destroy the whole island? Huang Laodao's double chin trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth. Humph. If you are afraid, just leave. The mere power of heaven and earth can't shake me. The white bone demon sneered, and was about to do something yin and yang, but heard several loud booms from the north at the same time, and was immediately scared and screamed, "Oh my god." Fortunately, no other changes occurred later, which made the white bone demon feel a little relieved. At this time, Huang Laodao and the nearby Yuan cultivators were not in the mood to digest the white bone demon, and they were all entangled. On the lake, Luo Hong and Bing Feng had already started the second stage of treasure refining, yin and yang fusion. It was because of the sudden convergence of the power of heaven and earth that the huge noise of the mountain falling just now was caused. Under the effect of its own power of heaven and earth, the Kyankan pearl was squeezed and shrunk a little bit, and its surface became agitated again. From time to time, a strand of black and red flame rushed out of the outer layer, and then rolled back, leaving only a small blue dot. Although Luo Hong's mana consumption suddenly increased several times after starting the second stage of treasure refining, he was lucky to have broken through the realm of transformation, and the total amount of mana had a qualitative improvement, so he could still bear this consumption. However, within a few breaths after the fusion of yin and yang began, he found that what he was worried about had happened. With the progress of the fusion of yin and yang, the power of the Kyankan pearl has steadily decreased, while the resistance to fusion has steadily increased. With a simple calculation, it can be found that in about 3 hours, the power of heaven and earth will fall below the increasing resistance to fusion, and then the fusion of yin and yang in the Kyankan pearl will inevitably fail. Moreover, the measured data predicts that the power of the Kyankan pearl itself will eventually disappear, and the fusion resistance at that time will reach the peak value of the power of the Kyankan pearl. In short, at the last moment of refining the treasure, Luo Hong must provide more power than the Kyankan pearl to achieve complete yin and yang fusion. His previous practice of maximizing the power of the Kyankan pearl itself not only did not help the yin and yang fusion of the treasure, but also greatly increased the difficulty. However, Luo Hong did not regret it. The Kyankan pearl was his treasure for enlightenment. The better the foundation before fusion, the greater the potential in the future, which would make it easier for him to touch the quality avenue. After refining 107 drops of binary heavy water, the power of the universe in the Kyankan pearl has been infinitely close to the time when I used the ancient armor on the 9th floor of the demon suppression tower. If this value of the power of the universe is defined as 1 bell, then the formation can provide 0.23 bells of the power of the universe, and I can only get 0.68 bells of the power of the universe by drawing out all the mana I can use to drive the water and fire 8 trigrams plate. In other words, I still have a gap of 0.09 bells to make up. As soon as the treasure was refined, Luo Hong discovered the fact that he was doomed to fail through prediction and calculation. For now, he must find an additional 0.1 bell of the power of the universe to be safe. For a while, Luo Hong's thoughts turned wildly, thinking about various feasible ways. After an intense stick of time, he finally remembered that he still had a power that he had not used in the treasure refining. The great 5-element magnetic light. This magical power exists on Luo Hong's body. It can be activated by blood essence. Without mana, it can provide additional power without moving the 0.91 zang of Kyankan power. It is theoretically feasible to change the 5-element magnetic light into the power of Kyankan, but Luo Hong has not tried it before. But it is not too late to try now. Yin and yang are born from chaos. Later, yin gave birth to the 2-element of gold and water, and yang gave birth to the 3-element of wood, fire and earth, and then there are the 5-element of heaven and earth. Then go against the 5-element, generate yin and yang, evolve yin and yang, and you will get Kyankan. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's body suddenly lit up with 5 colored rays of light. After a long flow, it gradually gathered at his Wangxiang divine eye. Bing Feng on the opposite side was immediately surprised. She didn't understand why Luo Hong suddenly made an unexpected move when the treasure was being refined smoothly. When the 5 colored rays of light gathered between his eyebrows, Luo Hong couldn't help showing a look of pain. He quickly pinched his fingers with one hand, causing the myriad eyes to open, revealing a bloody eye with a black background and red pupil. However, after this change, Luo Hong not only did not feel better, but the pain became more severe. No, it's not this. The spiritual sense is not guiding the bloody eye. It turned out that when Luo Hong tried to use the great 5-element magnetic light to evolve the yin and yang universe, the spiritual sense in the dark made him gather the evolved great 5-element magnetic light at the center of his eyebrows, as if to release it through his myriad eyes. But as soon as he tried, he felt that the two forces conflicted. If his control was not strong enough, the moment just now would be enough for him to explode his head. After concentrating and thinking for a few breaths, Luo Hong suddenly thought of something. The magic formula on his hand changed, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows opened and closed, changing into the destruction eye that he had not used for a long time. As soon as this eye appeared, Luo Hong immediately felt that the pain between his eyebrows disappeared, and on the contrary, a feeling of numbness and pleasure gradually came. About an hour later, the Destruction Dharma Rise felt a sense of urgency. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a black and white light column shot out, hitting the Kyankan Pearl in the process of yin and yang fusion. It was seen that the black and white light column did not really touch the Kyankan Pearl, but turned invisible at a distance of 3 inches, but it greatly increased the speed of the Kyankan Pearl's black and red flames. There is no doubt that this is a sign of increased fusion speed, which is enough to prove that the black and white light column provides additional Kyankan power. Luo Hong was delighted and immediately rechecked the data and soon got good news. The Kyankan power brought by the black and white light column is as much as 0.66 clocks, far exceeding the gap Luo Hong is facing. Moreover, relying on the formation on Billing Island, Luo Hong can infuse the body with golden magnetic spiritual power at any time, which can increase this value by 0.3. Now, even if there are accidents in the future, I'm not afraid. After obtaining the calculation results, Luo Hong's confidence increased, and he said proudly in his heart, indeed, during the 3 days of treasure refining, the Kyankan Pearl did not have any disturbances. The blue dots on the surface increased, and the changes in its own Kyankan power and fusion resistance were also within Luo Hong's prediction model. It was extremely smooth, until a critical blue dot appeared. Suddenly, a fierce spiritual sense of impending disaster struck Luo Hong and Bing Feng at the same time. Before they could make any moves, a huge repulsive force erupted with the Kyankan Pearl as the center. Not good. While struggling to stabilize his body, Luo Hong found that the Kyankan Pearl's fusion resistance increased sharply, exceeding the Kyankan power he applied, and the fusion process showed signs of interruption. Without time to figure out what was going on, Luo Hong flipped his palm and sacrificed the water and fire Bagua plate. Then, a Bagua phantom with a diameter of more than 100 feet appeared upside down above the lake, and the water and fire Pisces clouds swirled out. The sudden repulsive force of the Kyankan Pearl did not have much impact on Luo Hong and Bing Feng, but it was not so friendly to the low-level cultivators on the island. After 3 days of calm, most low-level cultivators stopped paying attention to the north. After all, their lifespan was only 1 or 200 years. According to the previous rules of the Master of Huashan Island, there would be no new changes in a few years after a change. They could not wait. As a result, when the repulsive force came, they were interrupted from practicing, or their elixirs were ruined. They all suffered a small loss. This change made the Yuanian cultivators on the island even more frightened. Many Yuanian cultivators who had persisted in the guest house for more than 10 years chose to leave the island directly, which was a waste of their previous efforts. Not good. Not good. Very bad. The old white bone demon rubbed his thumb and muttered to himself as he looked at the old Taoist Huang. As a result, when he turned his head, he did not see the other person. After a quick scan with his spiritual sense, he saw that the fat old Taoist was already hurriedly packing up his things. Humph, coward. After all, I won. For some reason, the old white bone demon had no intention of leaving, even though his feet were trembling. His confidence in Luo Hong could be said to be somewhat blind. Above the lake, as Luo Hong offered the water and fire Bagua plate, new power of the universe joined in to resist the fusion resistance, and the repulsive force of the universe bead also disappeared, and everything returned to the way it was before, as if it was just an illusion. However, the spiritual perception just now could not be wrong. They did walk through the gates of hell. Luo, what happened just now? Why did the resistance suddenly increase sharply? Will there be such a situation later? Bing Feng said in shock. She only agreed to help Luo Hong refine the treasure, not to accompany him to risk his life. At this time, she had already retreated in her heart. It is the power of the law that has reached the threshold. Dao Feng, please look at the blue dots on the universe bead. Luo Hong knew that he had to stabilize Bing Feng now, so he told him directly. Those dots? While speaking in doubt, Bing Feng turned his eyes and saw that the blue dots on the universe bead had unconsciously formed a pattern of a strange beast with a horse body and a dragon head. This is a Dharma image corresponding to the power of the universe. No wonder. Bing Feng was also well informed and understood what had just happened. The condensation of the Dharma image caused the power of the law in the universe bead to increase sharply, so it caused a significant increase in the fusion resistance. If Luo Hong had not been prepared, this accident would have caused the treasure refining to fail. But in other words, the Dharma image will not condense twice, and there will be no such danger in the future. After thinking about it, Bing Feng couldn't help but feel relieved and didn't raise any new questions. Good guy. When this Zhongshan Dharma image appeared, the universe bead immediately stood up to the level of a high-level Tongshan Lingbao, but it also increased the fusion resistance by 0.5 zang in one breath. Fortunately, I have enough margin. I shouldn't have been so bad-mouthed just now. Luo Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and after secretly regretting it, he took out a sound transmission talisman from his waist, shook his sword finger and shot towards the direction of the cave. At this time, Yuan Yao, who was looking anxiously on the spiritual peak, saw a blue stream of light shooting towards her. She immediately used her magic power to attract and catch the stream of light. After reading the message in the sound transmission note, Yuan Yao suddenly showed a solemn look on her face. She flashed to the depths of the cave, opened the stone chamber where Luo Hong had practiced, and came to a formation plate suspended in the air. Then, Yuan Yao reconfirmed Luo Hong's explanation, and then used 10 fingers to shoot one magic formula after another at the formation plate. At this time, on the spiritual peak, just like the day when Luo Hong became a god, layers of golden spiritual light surged like waves and gathered at the top of the peak to form a golden magic mirror. Then, a thick golden light column shot towards the north and hit Luo Hong above the lake. The innate 5-element body turned, and the golden magnetic spiritual power instantly evolved into the 5-element magnetic force. As Luo Hong frowned, the black and white light column shot out from the eyes of destruction became 3 times thicker. After the manifestation of Zhongshan's Dharma, the final fusion resistance will not exceed 1.6 minutes. The total power of Kaiankan I provide now is 1.87 minutes. The fusion progress has also been completed by 70%. The mana can bear it, and there should be no more problems. After receiving a large amount of golden magnetic spiritual power, Luo Hong counted it again in his mind to make sure there were no problems. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The tense time passed bit by bit, and the Kaiankan pearl was still surging with flames. The blue dots left behind continued to improve the Zhongshan Dharma, making it more and more vivid. However, there was no abnormal situation of sudden increase in resistance. After another 3 days, Luo Hong finally ushered in the final moment. Soon his life magic weapon would be able to complete the fusion of yin and yang, and there would be no regrets from then on. However, before Luo Hong could breathe a sigh of relief, Kaiankan Pearl changed again, and this time even his and Bing Feng's spiritual perceptions could not sense it. Only to see that at the last moment of the complete fusion of yin and yang, the surging black and red flames on the Kaiankan Pearl suddenly became thicker and gradually turned into crystal blue. The large spots left by these crystal blue flames, which looked like swaying water waves, immediately destroyed Zhongshan's Dharma image. However, the resistance to fusion did not decrease as a result. Instead, a new round of surge began. Chapter 817 New Rules. This doesn't make sense. Luo Hong was simply numb. How could the resistance to fusion increase sharply after the Dharma image was broken? However, the lack of spiritual perception did not panic him and Bing Feng. This meant that, even if an accident occurred at this moment, their lives would not be in danger. But if this failed, Luo Hong would be more uncomfortable than death. What's going on? What's going on? Damn, it's too late. Seeing that the fusion resistance was about to exceed the maximum value of 1.87 minutes, Luo Hong couldn't think of a solution. It's not that he didn't have the means to improve the power of heaven and earth. After all, using those secret methods that damage the vitality, the power of heaven and earth output by the water and fire bagwood disk in the destruction of the Dharma rise can be increased in a short period of time. However, doing so can only delay time. According to the current situation, Luo Hong only has one chance to save the defeat. Therefore, he must find the root of the problem and win with one blow. Time is running out. Luo Hong didn't hesitate. He reached into the Wanbao bag and took out a cup of brewed enlightenment tea. He raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly, Luo Hong's thinking speed increased by more than 10 times. Time slowed down a lot, and the world around him showed an extremely slow motion scene. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to the wonders at this moment, and all his mind was devoted to analyzing the changes of Kaiangkuntu. The power formula will not be wrong. The surge in fusion resistance must be due to the surge in the power of the law. Then, the process of Zhongshan being covered by crystal blue spots must also be the surge in the power of the law. The representation of covering means that this newly emerged law is above the Kaiangkun law. In other words, the increase in fusion resistance it brings must be more than 0.5 minutes. In this way, the final fusion resistance will be increased to at least 2.1 minutes, and to ensure safety, I have to increase the output of Kaiangkun power to 2.5 minutes. With this calculation, there is still a lack of 0.63 minutes of Kaiangkun power, which is equivalent to needing a water and fire bagua plate. This is a Tangshan Lingbao. Where can I find a Tangshan Lingbao level treasure that can also produce the power of heaven and earth? Although a solution has been found, it is really difficult to do it at the moment, which immediately gave Luo Hong a headache. As time passed, the fusion resistance gradually exceeded the power of heaven and earth output by Luo Hong and Bingfeng, so some strange phenomena appeared on Biling Island again. This time it was neither a simple buoyancy nor a repulsive force that suddenly flipped a person over, but a chaotic force field. You may feel heavy in the previous step, but the next step, the whole person is as light as cotton. Ah, my hand. No, the beam is twisted off. Everyone get out. The invisible chaotic force field cannot be prevented at all. For a while, the low-level monks on the island were in chaos, and many people were injured. Fortunately, since this kind of out of control is still in the primary stage, there are not many powerful chaotic force fields, so no one has lost their lives. As soon as this strange change happened, the flying lights from the guest house suddenly became denser, and even Lu Zhengai began to organize the retreat of the Star Palace disciples. Suddenly, in the noisy teleportation hall, a special teleportation array lit up with white light. The next moment, Ling Yuling's extraordinary figure walked out of the teleportation array. "Greetings, young master." All the Star Palace disciples on Biling Island knew Ling Yuling, and they immediately bowed down in the teleportation hall. "Elder Lu, what is the situation of Brother Luo now?" Ling Yuling ignored the Star Palace disciples who were bowing, and fled to Lu Zhengai and asked directly. "The power of the universe has lost control for the third time. Brother Luo's situation is probably not good. I can only evacuate some disciples and spirit stones first. Young master, this place is dangerous. You'd better go back to Shiangsing Island. If there is any news, I will report it as soon as possible." Lu Zhengai planned to stay and observe the situation, so he persuaded Ling Yuling. "Hey, why is Brother Luo refining the treasure of heaven and earth for no reason? He has already advanced to the god transformation stage. Is there any need to work so hard?" Ling Yuling complained, and said in great confusion. She had read about the great power of the treasure of heaven and earth in ancient books, but she also knew that almost every ancient cultivator who refined the treasure of heaven and earth would eventually die because of losing control of his treasure. After Luo Hong advanced to the god transformation stage, he could be said to be invincible in the human world. There was no need to take such a risk to pursue the power of the treasure of heaven and earth. However, this was the path that Luo Hong chose. Just as Ling Yuling hesitated, a chaotic force field suddenly covered her, and the roof of the entire teleportation hall was blown into the air. Some of the Xingan disciples in the hall were crushed to their knees by the heavy pressure, while others flew towards the wall, as if blown by a typhoon, and some even had their limbs twisted. Impossible. How can there be such a strong chaotic force field at this distance? Is Brother Luo completely out of control? Lu Zhengai immediately shouted in shock upon seeing this. "You know, the teleportation hall is at the southern end of Biling Island, far away from the source of the chaos, and there shouldn't be such a strong change at this time. Unless the Kaiangkun treasure that Luo Hong is refining is completely out of control and is about to explode. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu, but I don't think things are that bad." At this time, Luo Hong's voice came from above everyone's head. It turned out that the violent change in the teleportation hole was not due to the complete loss of control of the Kyankan Pearl, but because Luo Hong brought the Kyankan Pearl here. Ling Yuling looked up and saw Luo Hong holding a bagua plate floating in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a rich 5-colored glow flowing on his body, as if it was about to overflow. And on that bagua plate, Ling Yuling saw the source of all the chaos on the island. It was a mottled bead the size of a walnut, but the moment Ling Yuling saw it, she suddenly had an urge to flee. As expected of Brother Luo, the treasure he created was even more powerful than the one in the ancient books. At this moment, Ling Yuling didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Brother Luo, you came here specially in this situation. There must be something I can help with. Please go directly. Miss Ling is really smart. I still have the same old request. I want to borrow your palace's teleportation array. Borrow the teleportation array again. Exclamation mark. Ling Yuling was a little confused. Brother Luo wants to go to Xianxing Island at this time. No, this is absolutely not possible. Lu Zhengai reacted quickly at this time and shouted out Luo Hong's real purpose. Ling Yuling immediately realized the seriousness of the matter after hearing this. She had a hunch that if Luo Hong lost control of the things in his hands, Xianxing Island might be gone. Don't worry, I can still hold on for a while after using the secret technique. And as long as I get the help of the twin saints of the Heavenly Star, it won't be difficult for me to get through this. Miss Ling, please help me. It turned out that the moment Ling Yuling teleported over, she was sensed by Luo Hong's consciousness. This suddenly reminded him that there was indeed a treasure in the Chaos Star Sea that was at the level of a Tangshan Lingbao and could produce the power of heaven and earth. That was the Yuanxi Divine Mountain in the hands of the twin saints of the Heavenly Star. So, Luo Hong decisively abandoned the formation that could only provide 0.23 zang of the power of heaven and earth, urged the secret technique to store a large amount of the 5 element of magnetic light in his body, and consumed his vitality to forcibly increase the output of the water and fire 8 trigrams disc. Holding the Kyankan Pearl, he teleported madly to the teleportation hall of the Star Palace. Because there was still some time to spare, Luo Hong explained. Brother Luo really makes it difficult for me this time. You are too dangerous for Xianxing Island now. I can't take the risk of the entire Xingang, just because of personal friendship. In my opinion, Brother Luo might as well teleport to a deserted island and give up this treasure. Don't force it. Ling Yuling shook her head. In her heart, Xingang always comes first. Even if Luo Hong personally requested it, she refused without thinking too much. Miss Ling is right. Luo is indeed a bit too much this time, but I will never agree to the solution Miss Ling suggested. This treasure is called Kyankansu. It is Luo's life magic weapon and a treasure for enlightenment. Therefore, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Luo will not give up. Please give me more confidence, Miss Ling. Even if the worst happens, Luo can guarantee that it will not harm Xianxing Island. Luo Hong dared to say this because his spiritual perception did not sense the danger, as if he finally failed to suppress the fusion resistance, Kyankansu would not make too much noise. However, another intuition told him that if he missed this opportunity, he would probably miss the quality path he had been pursuing. Therefore, even if Ling Yuling did not agree to his request, he would still teleport to Xianxing Island. Looking at Luo Hong's unwavering gaze, Ling Yuling hesitated for a moment, but finally compromised. Among the many factors she considered, Luo Hong's identity as a spiritual cultivator played a big role, which made her finally believe Luo Hong's promise. In this case, I will go with Brother Luo, and I think it will save Brother Luo a lot of trouble. Thank you Miss Ling for your help. Luo Hong nodded, and in a flash, he stood on the teleportation array that Ling Yuling had just walked out of. Young master, you. Lu Zhengai wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Ling Yuling's solemn voice. Elder Lu, there is no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. I will bear all the consequences. Activate the formation. Ling Yuling knew that the situation was urgent. After making the decision, she did not hesitate at all. After escaping to the teleportation array, she immediately ordered with a solemn face. Impressed by her determination, The Zingan disciple guarding the teleportation array did not hesitate to stretch out his hand and cast a spell to open the teleportation array to Xiangxing Island. With a dazzling white light flashing, the chaotic force field in the hole disappeared instantly, and Billing Island also returned to peace. Just as Lu Zhengai sighed and prepared to clean up the mess, Yuan Yao and AZ came together. After seeing Lu Zhengai, Yuan Yao immediately said, "Where does my husband go? Send me there too. As he wants it too, as he will never abandon her master." As he raised her two small hands and said fiercely, "Fellow Daoist Yuan, I'm afraid we have to wait a while. Now the teleportation array has been buried under the ruins. It will take some time to clean it up." Lu Zhengai pointed to the teleportation hall that had just been crushed by the roof that had just fallen down and said helplessly, "There were restrictions on the bricks and tiles of the teleportation hall. Luo Hong could easily tear it apart, but Lu Zhengai couldn't do it, so he could only be busy saving people just now and didn't pay attention to the teleportation array for a while." As he, "Go and help." Yuan Yao frowned and ordered anxiously. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhengai didn't say anything more and had to ask the disciples of the Star Palace to speed up. At this time, the sky was dark. Although there were still many lights on Xiangxing Island, there were few people walking outside, which was a good time to do some shameful things. In the starry sky hall, a green and yellow glow flashed, as if some restrictions were lifted, causing footsteps to be heard from behind the door of the hall. Soon, a tall and thin cultivator in his 40s with a sinister face in the early stage of Jinden came out from behind the door. Obviously, he was the cultivator of the Star Palace who was guarding this area. After walking out of the door of the hall, he looked around, but did not find any trace of anyone. His face suddenly sank, and he was very unhappy. But then a yellow light flashed, and an elegant man who was also a giant and cultivator appeared, and clasped his fists and said, "Brother Zhang, there will be no accidents tonight. My husband and I can't wait any longer. Fellow Daoist Shan, as long as you bring enough spiritual stones, it will be a piece of cake to send you guys to the outer sea. Just put your heart at ease." The tall and thin cultivator saw the person coming, and his expression eased a little, and he said confidently, "That's good. Everyone come over." The elegant man was relieved when he heard the words, and immediately turned his head and said to the back. A group of yellow mist floated over, and after it dispersed, 7 or 8 figures were revealed, among which were the elegant man's wife and daughter. Then, the tall and thin cultivator led everyone through a crooked corridor and came to a remote house with the teleportation array. The childlike old man who was waiting in the house saw everyone coming and said coldly, "Stand in the teleportation array and don't do anything unnecessary." The elegant man and others were obviously planning to defy the ban and go to the open sea. At this time, they dared not show any dissatisfaction with the 2-star palace monks. They smiled and stepped into the teleportation array. Great, Kaina is saved. After standing in the teleportation array, the beautiful woman walking beside the elegant man couldn't help but murmured excitedly. Just as the elegant man was about to comfort her, the whole house suddenly shook violently, and the sound of earth, stone and wood breaking came to his ears, as if a giant hand was ravaging the starry sky palace. "Ah, mother." The girl leaning on the beautiful woman's arm suddenly exclaimed, and she was seen flying towards the roof strangely. Kaina. The beautiful woman was also surprised and hurriedly grabbed her daughter's arms. The elegant man on the side was about to help, but suddenly groaned. Pop half knelt down, and his face flushed. The changes that happened to their family of 3 were just a microcosm. At this moment, the area within thousands of miles centered on the starry sky palace was all caught in a chaotic force field. Chapter 818, Spiritual Perception and Conditions. The starry sky palace is located in the middle of the holy mountain of heavenly stars. It is the gathering place for the giant and cultivators of the star palace, and it is also quite important. Therefore, when the place was in chaos, the elders of the Star Palace living in the upper level of the holy mountain fled from their respective caves and went to investigate the situation. However, at this moment, Ling Xiaofeng's voice came from the top of the peak, and he said gloomily, "All elders, gather at the Yixing Palace. Without Ling's order, you are not allowed to step out of the palace gate." Hearing the 3 words Yixing Palace, the elders of the Star Palace on the Holy Mountain changed their faces at the same time. After all, when the Star Palace encountered a catastrophe, the current Palace Master thought it necessary to transfer the living forces of the Star Palace, and only then would he activate the large-scale teleportation array. Obviously, the change in the belly of the mountain is not a trivial matter, but a disaster that may destroy the entire Star Palace. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, the elders of the Star Palace did not say much, and immediately turned into colorful escape lights and headed straight for a forbidden area in the Holy Mountain. At this time, Ling Xiaofeng and Wen King appeared in front of Luo Hong with serious faces. Fellow Daoist Luo, I have offended you recently, and you are allowed to do something that harms me? Wen King stared at the Kyankan pearl on Luo Hong's right palm, suppressing his anger. You two fellow Daoists don't have to react so violently. I have heard that Madame Wen's Ling Mingchu has a strong sense of things related to herself. You can activate this Jew and see if Luo can destroy Xiangxing Island this time. As the fusion resistance continued to increase, the chaotic force field centered on Luo Hong became stronger and stronger, but it could only have a significant impact on cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. Therefore, he can still have a close conversation with the Xiangxing twin saints. Mother, Brother Luo has promised his daughter that, even if this treasure of heaven and earth gets out of control, it will only cause limited damage. I believe that Brother Luo, as a divine transformation cultivator, will not lie to me. Ling Yuling stood up to endorse Luo Hong at the right time. She was flying to the left of Luo Hong at this moment, and one of her hands was held by the other party. Otherwise, she would not be able to move freely with her cultivation level. Okay, this lady will believe you this time, Wen King said with a condensed expression after her eyes swept around her daughter and Luo Hong. Then, she pinched the magic formula with both hands, and a dark green magic seal appeared between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a mysterious aura emanated from her body. After 2 or 3 breaths, Wen King released the magic formula in his hand, looked at Luo Hong with a strange expression and said, strange. After losing control, this treasure can still form a Dharma image. What's the reason? It turned out that Wen King saw some possible scenes in the future through the Lingming Ju, among which the Kyankan Pearl lost control, but only recovered to the original Zongshan Dharma image. Although the moment of losing control caused a lot of damage, it was not worth mentioning compared to the loss of the entire Xiangxing Island. Since it exists, there must be a reason for it, but we can't understand it now. Luo Hong couldn't help but relax when he heard it. After all, he couldn't be sure that Wen King's Lingming Chu would work. He also did some research on spiritual perception. Although this thing looks mysterious, it is not completely inexplicable. It is quite similar to the intuition that mortals have. Yes, spiritual perception and intuition are 2 completely different things, but many low-level cultivators confuse the 2 and think that spiritual perception is intuition. But in fact, the 2 are only similar in operating mechanism, and they are absolutely different in root. Everyone has intuition, but few people understand how it is generated, but it is not easy to explain. Intuition is the opinion that the subconscious mind of the human brain conveys to the subjective consciousness. As we all know, the human brain cannot process all the information captured by the 5 senses. To use a computer as an analogy, it is limited in memory and cannot process too much data at the same time. Therefore, some minor data will be saved in the hard disk and handed over to the subconscious mind for management. When the subconscious mind finds something in these data, it will pass information to the subjective consciousness, and then intuition will be generated. For example, I believe most people have had the experience of guessing what the cafeteria will cook today without smelling anything. Under the premise that the cafeteria meals are irregular, you can make this intuitive judgment. In fact, you have smelled the smell, but the smell is too subtle and ignored by your subjective consciousness, but noticed by your subconscious mind, and then the subconscious mind reminds you. As a cultivator, the most different thing from ordinary people is nothing more than spiritual consciousness and magic power. Magic power is composed of a large number of spirit particles, and spirit particles can undoubtedly influence each other. Therefore, when 2 immortal cultivators approach each other, their spirit fields will disturb each other. Even if they do not find each other through the five senses at this time, after the spiritual consciousness detects this subtle disturbance, it will also have a spiritual sense that someone is approaching. Since all manner is contaminated with the breath of spiritual consciousness during the refining process, when one immortal cultivator has the intention to kill another immortal cultivator, a special disturbance will be formed, and the spiritual sense will naturally send out a corresponding alarm. For example, before Han Lao Mo attacked the Fu family, the ancestor of the Fu family suddenly had a whim and felt that a disaster was imminent. It was because the spirit field of the ancestor of the Fu family was disturbed by Han Lao Mo's spirit field full of murderous intent that he had this spiritual sense. When the spiritual level between the two immortal cultivators is too different, the shielding effect will be triggered so that the spirit field of the low-level cultivator will not be disturbed, thus making the spiritual sense ineffective. In addition, with the improvement of cultivation, the manner and spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivators are also constantly improving. When it reaches a certain level, the phenomenon of heaven and man will form. That is, the spiritual field of the cultivator begins to be disturbed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the spiritual perception at this time will have a certain degree of foresight. Therefore, the Lingmingju that Wenking practiced is just a special means to amplify this induction, which is not particularly mysterious and incomprehensible. Most cultivators do not know how spiritual perception is produced, but this does not affect their use. There is a saying that goes, "For things that cannot be understood, do not force to understand it, but feel it." Just like the cultivators believe in their own spiritual perception, Ling Xiaofeng and Wenking both believe in the induction of the Lingmingju, and their expressions immediately eased. Fellow Daoist Luo has specially teleported to my Xiangxing Island at this time. I think there must be a purpose. Since time is urgent, you and I might as well speak frankly. After learning that the Kyankan Pearl could not threaten Xiangxing Island, Ling Xiaofeng immediately became interested in negotiation. His intuition told him that Luo Hong must have come here to ask for something, so that the thing they have been planning would have a great chance. Time is really running out, so I'll make it short. The Kyankan treasure I'm refining is at the critical stage of yin and yang fusion, but because of some problems, Luo's original preparation is not enough to resist the fusion resistance at the last moment, so I need the help of the Yuan-Si Divine Mountain in the hands of the two Taoist friends. As long as the two Taoist friends agree, Luo will immediately transmit the relevant secrets to you. Of course, Luo will definitely express his willingness to ask the two Taoist friends to help this time. I wonder what conditions you two have? Luo Hong was ready to be slaughtered, but for the sake of the quality avenue he had been pursuing, he thought it was worth it, even if he was slaughtered, so he said it without hiding anything. Hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng and Wenking couldn't help but look at each other, and the couple immediately saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Ahem. Daoist Luo is on good terms with me. My husband and I should help you with this matter. But Daoist Luo also knows that my husband and I don't have much lifespan, and driving the Yuan-Si Divine Mountain is a matter that consumes a lot of vitality. If this damages my husband and I's already limited lifespan, my husband and I will be in danger of extinction. However, as long as Daoist Luo agrees to this matter and assists me in destroying the Nixing League, then my husband and I can go all out once. Ling Xiaofeng coughed and said with reason and evidence, "Please forgive me for not agreeing to this matter. Due to some unspeakable reasons, I really can't participate in the conflict between your palace and the Nixing League. However, if your palace is interested, I can help you, and let junior brother Han agree to help you. The Yuan-Si Divine Mountain is very important to Han Lao Mo. Luo Hong has been controlling his influence on the situation in the Chaos Star Sea, in order to give him the opportunity to help the Star Palace. Therefore, Luo Hong could not accept the conditions proposed by Ling Xiaofeng at this time. Since fellow Daoist Luo has his own difficulties, my husband and I will not force this matter. Why don't we each take a step back? Fellow Daoist Luo only needs to agree to marry my Yuling, and my husband and I will do our best to help you overcome today's difficulties." Wenking heard this without any hesitation, and immediately put forward a new request. Obviously, this is their real condition. The previous one is just to block Luo Hong's retreat. After all, when asking someone to do something, it is really not easy to refuse the other party's conditions. As for Luo Hong's reluctance to join the battle, they have already guessed through their observations over the years that the top sects of Dajin do have similar rules, so they don't find it strange. Hearing that her mother used her marriage as a bargaining chip, Ling Yuling panicked, a little excited, and a little ashamed, and she couldn't help but tighten her hand holding Luo Hong's jade hand. Good guy, if I marry Ling Yuling, the anti-star alliance will still be a fart, isn't this different? Although Luo Hong has some good feelings for Ling Yuling, it is not enough for him to give up the avenue, so he instantly made a decision to refuse in his heart. No, this will never end. I must be ruthless. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's face suddenly turned cold. He released his powerful spiritual pressure as a divine transformation cultivator and said coldly, "Are you two Daoists going to threaten me?" Feeling the trembling of the beautiful woman's jade hand beside him, Luo Hong could only say sorry in his heart. Luo misunderstood. My husband and I naturally dare not threaten you, but the conditions are like this. If you are dissatisfied, you can make a condition yourself, and maybe we will agree. Ling Xiaofeng said with a forced chuckle under the pressure of the divine transformation. As the master of the Star Palace, he is not easily frightened. Luo and Daoiling are not destined to be together yet, so it is impossible to marry them. If you are willing to help this time, Luo is willing to refine a heavenly spiritual treasure for the Star Palace. I believe that the skin of Kunpeng has not been used by your palace yet. Luo Hong directly stated his attitude and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng and Wen Qing could not help but fall silent. They naturally knew the reputation of Tongshan Ling Bao. Although Xingang has been passed down since ancient times, it really flourished after the war between humans and demons. Chaos Star Sea was a battlefield of the war. The ancestors of the current Chaos Star Sea human race were the human cultivators who participated in the war back then, so the foundation was not as good as those top sects in Dajin, and there was no Tongshan Ling Bao in the palace. Therefore, the condition proposed by Luo Hong was really something they could not refuse. Considering Luo Hong's firm attitude, Xiangxing Shuangsheng hesitated for a while, and chose to compromise. After all, if they forced Luo Hong to agree to this marriage, it would probably backfire in the end. After a quick agreement, Luo Hong taught Xiangxing Shuangsheng how to reverse the 5 element into yin and yang, and then use yin and yang to perform the secret art of heaven and earth. These two were also peerless geniuses. After a little understanding, they mastered it and reached the level where they could barely perform it. Since there was not much time left, the twin saints of the stars did not ask to change the location of the treasure refining, and directly summoned the Yuanxi divine mountain above the starry sky palace. After the couple in the late nascent soul stage cast a spell, as if they were one person, a large piece of grey glow fell from the Yuanxi divine mountain, and suddenly there was a crackling sound, and the falling grey glow gradually split into black and white. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately threw out the Kyankan Pearl and output the Kyankan power with all his strength. Although the twin saints of the stars were not proficient in the secret technique, it was difficult to control the Kyankan power evolved by the Yuanxi divine mountain, but the advantage was that the amount was large, so the fusion resistance was quickly suppressed. With the successful suppression, the strange phenomenon around the starry sky palace also disappeared, and the monks involved in it couldn't help but reveal a feeling of surviving a disaster. Although Luo Hong had consciously controlled it, the chaotic force field still caused some casualties. For this, Luo Hong could only make some compensation afterwards. Very good. With the help of the two saints of Xiangxing, the output of Kyankan power has reached 2.52 minutes. This is really my limit. Please don't do anything weird to me. Luo Hong roared in his heart, while staring at the data of fusion resistance 2.0 minutes, 2.1 minutes, 2.4 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Gan. Still not stopping? Exclamation mark. As if sensing Luo Hong's intention, the fusion resistance of Kyankan Pearl finally stopped growing when it reached 2.5 minutes. But before Luo Hong could breathe a sigh of relief, a strong suction force broke out in his danshan, madly devouring his mana. However, at this moment, Luo Hong was not surprised but happy, because this was the normal phenomenon after the success of refining treasures. Haha, you only swallow my mana, but don't want the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then you should need the nourishment of the vitality of heaven and earth. Okay, I'll give it to you. With a thought, Luo Hong took out a small bottle from the Wanbao bag. After opening the bottle mouth, he saw a crystal stone the size of a grain of rice lying at the bottom of the bottle. P.S. Yesterday, a friend said in the group that spiritual perception is too fantasy and not scientific at all. I can only say that existence is reasonable. As long as there are rules to follow, it is within the scope of science. My book conveys scientific thinking. Thank you. This paragraph is not charged. Chapter 819. The Heavenly Wolf, Divine Fire and the Jade Dragon speak. The crystal in the bottle was nothing else but the essence of the true spirit that had been refined. Once it came into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would turn into a large amount of extremely pure heaven and earth energy. It was used to nourish Luo Hong's newly born life magic weapon, which was the top treatment. With a thought, the rice-shaped crystal immediately soared into the sky. As soon as it came out of the bottle, it turned into a ball of 5-colored light mist the size of an egg. The 5-colored light mist kept turning over, and there were constant thunderous noises inside. At the same time, its size grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, it became a foot in size, and there was no sign of stopping. The two saints of Xiangxing saw Luo Hong suddenly laugh, and then sacrificed a ball of cloud. They couldn't help but be curious. They watched the 5-colored cloud fly high in the sky and expand to several acres in one breath. However, the next moment, a huge spiritual energy fluctuation that made them shudder came from the sky. The spiritual energy of the entire Xiangxing holy mountain seemed to be affected by something, and it rolled violently. The two saints of Xiangxing immediately turned pale and quickly played 5 or 6 sound transmission notes, ordering the disciples of the Xingang on the holy mountain to open the protective magic circle. At this time, in the air, a series of 5-colored hurricanes were roaring and raging wildly, wrapped in countless 5-colored light balls. If you observe carefully, you can find that, as long as these light balls move, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth will be stirred violently. Obviously, these 5-colored light balls are the culprits that cause the spiritual energy of the entire Xiangxing holy mountain to change. Luo Hong didn't have time to explain too much, and pointed his sword to make the Kyankan pearl fly towards the 5-colored hurricane. Before the two really came into contact, the 5-colored hurricane seemed to be pulled and actively surrounded the Kyankan pearl. Every time they swept around, some of the 5-colored light balls in the hurricane would be swallowed by the Kyankan pearl. At the same time, the suction in Luo Hong's danshan suddenly disappeared. But before the 5-colored hurricanes could sweep a few more circles, a piece of 5-colored spiritual light suddenly fell from the sky, and a large amount of clouds and mist rolled out continuously from the light source, and soon condensed into a large piece of 5-colored clouds. After the 5-colored cloud covered the 5-colored hurricane that had formed a wind ball, it slowly began to rotate. Suddenly, the 5-colored light balls in the hurricane began to shake, gradually separated from the hurricane, and then soared into the sky and sank into the 5-colored cloud. Are you here to take advantage of me again? Heavenly Dao, don't go too far. Seeing this, Luo Hong knew that Heavenly Dao was greedy again and wanted to get a piece of the pie, but he would not agree to this. It happened that the treasure refining was over at this time, and Luo Hong also freed up his hands. He immediately gathered the 5-element magnetic light that had not been exhausted in his body into his right palm, urged the law of force, and pushed it out fiercely. The next moment, a giant palm that was 100 feet long and condensed by 5-colored rays of light appeared under the 5-colored cloud and slammed into the 5-colored cloud like lightning without mercy. It was obviously a floating cloud, but under Luo Hong's palm, it made a roar like the collision of metal and iron. Then, the 5-colored cloud covering several miles seemed to be unable to bear the force and trembled, while the giant palm of the rosy light in the center fiercely blasted a dent in it. At this time, Luo Hong's eyes became sharp, and white lightning flashed in his flesh and blood. He shouted, "Break it!" With the shout, the power of the giant palm of the rosy light suddenly increased by 50%, and the 5-colored cloud was blasted through. After this blow, the 5-colored cloud quickly disintegrated from the gap, and after breaking into pieces, it disappeared directly into the void as it came, and disappeared. Obviously, it did not want to spit out the 5 colored light balls it had eaten before leaving. Fortunately, at this time, the speed at which the Kyankan pearl absorbed the 5 colored light balls slowed down a lot, which was a sign that it was about to be full. Otherwise Luo Hong would have left a piece of 5 colored cloud to let the heavenly Dao compensate him. And as the number of 5 colored light balls decreased sharply, those hurricanes were no longer as violent as before. Finally, after a while, the Kyankan pearl stopped absorbing the 5 color light ball, and its surface had completely turned into a crystal blue color, emitting an extremely dazzling blue-white spiritual light, as if there was a slurry flowing on it, just like a blue sun. The twin saints of Xianxing and Ling Yuling did not sense the breath of the Kyankan pearl at this time, but Luo Hong, as its owner, could feel the terrible temperature of this treasure. It was only because of the huge power of the Kyankan pearl itself that it formed a small space and did not leak a bit of power, otherwise the entire Xianxing island would be turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Luo Hong opened his right palm, and the newly born Kyankan pearl appeared on his palm. Although this treasure has extremely terrifying power, as a lifelong magic weapon, it cannot hurt Luo Hong at all. Suddenly, the flames on the Kyankan pearl rolled up, outlining a blue and white 3-legged fire crow, which was extremely smart, and combed its feathers. "You have changed your appearance, so I have to give you a name again." Luo Hong smiled, and shook his head, then he muttered to himself, "The blue and white star is the heavenly wolf. Wherever the magic power reaches, nothing is annihilated. From now on, I will call you the heavenly wolf divine fire." It seemed that he was very satisfied with his new name. The 3-legged fire crow flashed with blue light and suddenly turned into a little wolf. It howled at Luo Hong twice affectionately. "Brother Luo, Ling should not need your protection now." Ling Yuling's somewhat resentful voice sounded in Luo Hong's ears, and he realized that he had not let go of the other person's hand. "Haha, Miss Ling, please don't blame me." Luo was happy for a while and didn't pay attention to these details. Luo Hong closed his right palm and put the Kyankan pearl into his danshan. He chuckled and let go of his left hand. "Since the fate has not arrived yet, you should still pay attention to these details. Brother Luo, please respect yourself in the future." Ling Yuling snorted and said rather dissatisfiedly. Luo Hong shut up immediately after hearing this. Based on his experience, he knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Keeping silent was the best choice. "Fellow Daoist Luo, although you are happy that the magic weapon has been refined, don't forget to finish it." When King saw that his daughter looked wrong and pointed to the remaining 5-colored hurricane, of course, at this time, there were nearly 1,000 5-colored spirit balls in the air. Luo Hong immediately waved his sleeves and shot out a 5-colored glow, collecting all these 5-colored spirit balls. With these heaven and earth energy, it would be much easier for him to fulfill his promise and refine the Tangshan spirit treasure for Xingang later. When the last 5-colored spirit ball sank into Luo Hong's sleeve, this treasure refining was completely finished. Fellow Daoist Luo, now that this level has been passed, I wonder what you plan to do next. Ling Xiaofeng tactfully asked Luo Hong when he was going to fulfill the promise. Luo Hong immediately understood the meaning of his words and said calmly, "This time, in order to refine treasures, Luo has injured some of his vitality and needs to rest for several years. I will stay in Crossing Palace for a while. I wonder if the 2 Taoist friends welcome him?" Luo Hong's response was also very direct. "I will start after I recover." Haha, Taoist Luo wants to be a guest, and this palace will be honored. However, my husband and I have to deal with the affairs of the palace first, so Elder Liu will entertain you on your behalf. Yuling, don't come over yet. This mess still needs you, the young master of Crossing Palace, to come forward. When King smiled and said politely, then waved his hand to signal Ling Yuling to go with him. Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything more and flew towards the twin saints of Xianxing. After the 3 of them had fled, an elder of the Star Palace who was summoned by Wen King with the sound transmission talisman came to Luo Hong with a smile and said respectfully, "Junior Liu Wengson, I'm honored to meet Senior Luo." Luo Hong knew that the white-haired old man was a rare person with a very good temper. He always had a smile on his face, which made it difficult for people to have a bad impression of him. Fellow Daoist Liu, there is no need to be polite. I wonder how your palace plans to deal with the cultivators who were accidentally injured by me. Luo Hong did not want to hurt innocent people, so he wanted to ask about this matter before going into seclusion to recuperate. Senior, you are kind and righteous, but the most damage caused by the change just now is the loss of houses. As for people, since most of the cultivators around here are in the giant stage, the casualties are not serious. It's just that 7 cultivators in the foundation building stage were unlucky and lost their lives in the aftermath of the senior's refining of treasures. It's not a big deal for the senior to worry about this matter. I will take out some spirit stones to compensate them. Liu Wengson still said with a smile. Since it was Luo who accidentally injured them, how can Luo ignore it? Let's do this. Each injured person will be compensated with 10 intermediate spirit stones, and each dead person will be compensated with 5 high-level spirit stones, which will be withdrawn from the account of Billing Island. Luo Hong said this not only to Liu Wengson, but also transmitted it with his magic power, reaching the ears of all the related cultivators. Suddenly, those cultivators who were still cursing their bad luck smiled happily. 10 intermediate spirit stones were equivalent to 1000 low-level spirit stones. Just suffering some physical pain, they would have such a good thing. Even if they had to break more legs, they were willing. As for the relatives of those foundation building cultivators who died unfortunately, they had no complaints. 5 high-level spirit stones were at least worth 50,000 low-level spirit stones. Although it was a bit realistic, it could indeed buy the life of a foundation building cultivator. Senior Luo was kind-hearted. Liu will thank you on behalf of those juniors. Liu Wengson bowed and said. Most of the victims were Xingang monks, and he was indeed qualified to be the representative. However, just as Luo Han was about to leave, a loud shout from below stopped him. Senior, we don't want the spirit stones, but please spare my daughter's life. Luo Hong looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw a charming young woman holding a thin girl in her arms, kneeling on the ground and begging him. Luo Hong felt that he owed her something, so he naturally wouldn't refuse her heartlessly. He scanned the thin girl with his spiritual sense and found that she was poisoned. He was about to use a pure magic power to help her dissolve it, but suddenly he made a new discovery. Dragon roll body? After a light exclamation, Luo Hong's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of the mother and daughter. Seeing this man, whom the Xingang elders called Senior, suddenly appear not far away, the young woman subconsciously hugged the girl in her arms tightly and moved back a little with trembling. Your name is Wen Xiaoyu? Luo Hong asked directly without any riddles. Oh Senior, do you know me? Wen Xiaoyu was shocked when she heard this. She mustered up her courage to look up at Luo Hong, and then she found that he was quite similar to an elder of the Miaoin sect in the past. You are Senior Zuo? Zuo Bufan is Luo's pseudonym. I remember that you have an old relationship with my junior brother Han, so I came here to ask about it. Hearing Luo Hong mention Han Lao Mo, Wen Xiaoyu's expression relaxed a lot. After all, she had received Han Lao Mo's kindness and trusted him much more. Senior Luo, we don't want spiritual stones as compensation. We just ask you to show mercy and help remove the strange poison from my daughter. After calming down, Wen Xiaoyu begged again. It's not difficult to detoxify, but I just used my spiritual sense to see that your daughter has the body of the dragon raw. Even if the poison is removed, it will be difficult for her to live past 40 years old. If she practices, her lifespan will be even shorter. There is no doubt that this thin girl is Shiankina, who is suspected to be the reincarnation of Xin Ruoyan. Although she is not very critical, she is also a helper for Han Lao Mo to ascend. Since Luo Hong has met her, she must protect her. So, after Luo Hong and Wen Xiaoyu explained in detail what the dragon raw body is, they took Shiankina away from the other party and planned to keep her by their side first, and then hand her over to Han Lao Mo to deal with her when the time is right. This little episode did not cause any waves, and then Luo Hong took Shiankina to the temporary cave arranged for him by Xingang. After practicing for less than a day, Yuan Yao rushed over through the newly repaired teleportation array. It was not until she saw Luo Hong in person that she was completely relieved. My husband really scared me this time. Is he seriously injured? Seeing that Luo Hong's complexion was not right, Yuan Yeo couldn't help but ask with concern. It's okay, it's just that I lost some vitality, and I'll be able to recover after a period of rest. Luo Hong waved his hand. HMPH, I told you not to use the feathering pill recklessly, now you regret it. Yuan Yeo pretended to be angry and blamed. This is the only thing that your husband will never regret. Jao really don't have to worry, your husband is different from other divine transformation cultivators, and he is not afraid of the heaven and earth extracting his essence, so it will be much easier to recover. Luo Hong was not bragging, he didn't need to be sneaky when refining the vitality of heaven and earth, but the way of heaven should be careful not to steal the chicken and lose the rice. Master, RZ will help you get some supplements. I heard from Sister Lasu that Jayana long liver is delicious and nourishing. RZ half of her body was lying on Luo Hong's legs, and her eyes turned. Don't go. You must learn to restrain your nature, otherwise you are destined to be unable to achieve the great Dao. Luo Hong didn't give RZ a chance to defend herself, and directly strangled her thoughts. Actually, I have a way to help you recover your lost vitality as soon as possible. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded in the house. Luo Hong and Yuan Yeo's eyes immediately turned and stared at the white jade bracelet on AZ's wrist. Really? Tell me quickly. If it is useful to the master, AZ will take you to play in the future. While Luo Hong and Yuan Yeo were still in doubt, AZ, who had no scheming, immediately shook her wrist happily. Haha, really? Then tell me. Luo Hong chuckled and said casually. Chapter 820, Suspicious Secret Realm and Return. To be honest, Senior, I once heard the clan leader talk about a blessed land. It is said that due to some special features, it still maintains the spiritual environment of ancient times. Not only is the vitality of heaven and earth readily available, but there are also many rare treasures. Originally, the clan leader planned to take us there to explore, but the sudden appearance of Billing Island put this action on hold. As long as the legend of that cave is 60% to 70% true, Senior can at least save half of the rest time. As if he had practiced it silently, Yujao said very skillfully at this moment. Is there really such a blessed land? Yuan Yeo said with doubt. Being questioned, Yujao's eyes could not help but flicker slightly, but before she could explain, she heard Luo Hong say, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. It may be a secret space created by an ancient force, or it may come from a special mineral vein. As long as it is not often opened, it is not difficult to maintain the spiritual environment of the ancient times. Compared with Yuan Yeo, Luo Hong was more receptive to the information given by Yujao. After all, he knew Ling Mao Garden, and had even been to places like the Black Domain. Senior Luo is right. The clan leader also thought so before. Yujao repeatedly mentioned the Golden Dragon King Dao. Then according to my husband, should we go and explore it? Yuan Yeo also became interested after hearing this, and asked with some expectation. Haha, Jao, you are so quiet that you want to do something. You can go there, but there is no rush. Luo is not used to owing favors to others. You might as well finish what you promised to Xingan first. Even though there was an experience, the Tongshan Lingbao was still not something Luo Hong could refine now. He had to prepare well. During the years of recuperation, he used them to recover his vitality and study how to refine a magical treasure. Last time when he refined the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand, most of the refining process was actually completed by the four-sided Ruai altar, and he did not gain complete experience. Humph. You are so concerned about this matter. Do you feel guilty for hurting others' feelings? Yuan Yeo pouted and said jealously. No way. You don't know how cruel your husband was at that time, and he rejected the proposal of the twin saints of the star without even thinking about it. Even if they used the entire Star Palace as a pretense, your husband would not be moved. With such a sincere heart, shouldn't Jao reward your husband? I remember that you left some of the medicinal power of the last Yuhua pill with your secret technique. I don't know since when, Luo Hong has been able to deal with similar crises skillfully, and with just a few words, Yuan Yeo shyly lowered her head, and forgot about jealousy. Clique. since you don't need the heaven and earth energy in that place, there's no need to make this trip, right? Yuan Yao slapped Luo Hong's mischievous hand and tried to change the subject. Heaven and earth energy is not the key. Instead, those spiritual objects that have been nourished by heaven and earth energy and have grown for countless tens of thousands of years are the most precious resources in that place. Even I'm quite envious. Some spiritual medicines can take effect on divine transformation cultivators after 100,000 years, so Luo Hong naturally wants as many as possible. So as soon as he took back his hand that had taken advantage, he looked at Yu Jiao with a cold look and said in a deep voice, since King Jin Jiao plans to explore, he must have found something. Where is the place you originally planned to explore? Luo has searched the soul of your clan leader. Don't think about hiding it. In fact, soul searching cannot guarantee the complete acquisition of the victim's memory. It is normal to have omissions sometimes, so Luo Hong did not doubt Yu Jiao's words at the moment. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe the words of a captive. What that person said turned out to be true. This newly promoted divine transformation cultivator really values those spiritual objects nourished by the vitality of heaven and earth. It seems that there is a great hope for him to escape safely this time. However, Luo Hong did not know that the soul that possessed the body in the 8th level turtle demon's body had said that Luo Hong would make such a choice when tempting Yu Jiao. Now that it has been confirmed, Yu Jiao's confidence has increased greatly and he has determined to plot against Luo Hong. I remember that place is in the inner Star Sea and it should be near a spiritual island called Night Dragon Island. After pretending to ponder for a moment, Yu Jiao suddenly said with great certainty, Night Dragon Island? Interesting. Luo Hong smiled meaningfully when he heard this. Why, husband, is there something wrong with that spiritual island? Yuan Yao asked suspiciously. Nothing, it's just that, when my husband was still in the Jiandan stage, he had some grudges with the cultivators of Yellow Island. Maybe this time we can settle the old scores. Luo Hong had already noticed something was wrong, but he didn't say it clearly. Anyway, he didn't plan to go now, and Yu Jiao was in his hand, so he could search her soul at any time to find out clearly. Azzy, you should be nicer to her in the future. After all, she has made a contribution this time. Luo Hong specifically told her that, when he wanted to search her soul, Yu Jiao would have entered Azzy's stomach. Well, since Xiao Xiao can help the master, Azzy will reward her with 1 hour of free time every day, as he said with a smile. But Yu Jiao didn't feel happy at all at this time. Luo Hong's sudden change in tone just now almost scared her to death, and she is still in shock now. Fortunately, the other party not only didn't notice anything unusual, but also had another reason to go to Yellow Island to investigate, which was really the best. Spring went and autumn came, and Luo Hong stayed in Xianxing Holy Mountain for 3 years. And just by staying in the sphere of influence of the Star Palace, the situation in the Chaos Star Sea was tilting towards the Star Palace. Many small forces on the edge fell to the Star Palace, and for a time, the Star Palace's momentum completely overwhelmed the Anti-Star Alliance. Han Leo Mo has not yet exerted his strength Anti-Star Alliance. Hold on. Luo Hong saw it with his eyes and was anxious in his heart. He could only silently speed up the refining progress of the Tongshan Lingbao so that he could leave Xianxing Island as soon as possible. On this day, a loud noise suddenly came from the clear sky, and then the extremely fierce wind and thunder swept across Xianxing Island. The power that changed the color of the world was like the wind from heaven. But the strange thing was that despite the horrifying movement, the Star Palace monks on the island had no intention of opening the protective array. Fortunately, the overwhelming wind did not blow to the ground, and the many green thunders only raged near the top of the peak. So for the monks on the island, it was not only a false alarm, but they could also enjoy the wonderful sight of wind and clouds, lightning and thunder for free. At this moment, on the top of the holy mountain of Xianxing, Luo Hong was flying in the wind with his hands behind his back. His face was calm, his clothes were not lifted, his eyes were looking straight ahead, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. I don't know what he was looking at through the wind. After a while, the wind and thunder subsided, and Luo Hong suddenly waved his sleeves and shot out more than 205 colored spirit balls. After a while, Luo Hong slowly stretched out his right hand, and with a divine mind, he took a gourd wrapped in green skin onto his right palm. Since I got the refining method in the foundation building period, I finally refined you. But now calling you the heavenly wind gourd is not quite appropriate. After all, the changes I made to the original refining method are not just a little bit. Luo Hong flew in the air and said with a feeling. Although it was a Tangshan Lingbao refined for others, Luo Hong also really put in a lot of effort. Not only did he add the skin of Kunpeng to the original materials, but also made this treasure have wind and thunder attributes. Moreover, he also left a set of restrictions on this treasure that he had studied from the 24 Cheyenne Lang formations, which greatly improved the potential of this treasure and made it possible for it to become a top-level spiritual treasure. With a flash of inspiration, Luo Hong's figure teleported to the palace below. The twin saints of Xiangxing and Ling Yuling were waiting here with excitement. Fellow Daoist Luo, I wonder if the treasure refining went smoothly this time. When King's mentality now was like an old man who was about to step into a coffin, and he wanted to leave more belongings for his family. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Fortunately, it has fulfilled the mission. The refining process went quite smoothly. As he said this, Luo Hong threw the green gourd held in his right palm to Ling Yuling without a trace of reluctance. For him, the process of refining this treasure is the most precious. Haha, what a good weather. It is worthy of being a Tangshan spiritual treasure. This time, I really troubled fellow Daoist Luo. Ling Xiaofeng smiled happily and bowed to Luo Hong. It's not a favor, it's what I owe you. This treasure has the power of wind and thunder at the same time. It's a pure powerful spiritual treasure. Please use it carefully in the future, Miss Ling, so as not to hurt yourself. In addition, during the refining process, Luo left some special restrictions, which can make this treasure swallow the heavenly wind for its own use and strengthen its own power. If it can successfully swallow 9981 heavenly winds, the power of this treasure can be further improved. Luo Hong reminded very seriously. Brother Luo has an extraordinary memory. Ling admires it. Ling Yuling held the green gourd lovingly and smiled at Luo Hong, as if she had completely forgotten the grudge 3 years ago. Well, this treasure has no name yet. Please give it a name, Miss Ling. Luo Hong smiled and nodded, throwing away this headache. Since this treasure has the ability to swallow the heavenly wind and strengthen its own magical power, how about calling it the 9 turns heavenly wind gourd? Ling Yuling said without thinking too much. That's right, I think it's okay. Luo Hong agreed, then bowed to the 3 people and said, now that the spiritual treasure has been refined, it's time for me to leave. Brother Luo, are you going back to Billing Island? Ling Yuling asked immediately. Not only going back to Billing Island, I have stayed in Chaos Star Sea for more than 60 years, and it's time to go back to the land of time. Continuing to stay in Chaos Star Sea is more disadvantageous than beneficial to Luo Hong. He plans to return to Cheyenne to start his ascension plan, after dealing with the Jink Jade Book and Yellow Island. What? Brother Luo plans to leave Chaos Star Sea? Ling Yuling suddenly felt confused and wanted to keep him, but felt that he was not qualified. After all, Luo Hong had already said clearly before that they were not destined to be together. Yes, we are going to say goodbye now. I don't know if we will meet again in this life. I hope Miss Ling will be serious. If we are destined, we can meet in the spirit world. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Luo Hong disappeared in the hall, leaving Ling Yuling still savoring his words. As long as we meet in the spirit world, it means we are destined. Brother Luo, you are really weird. After a slight smile, Ling Yuling rolled up her hair and said. Then, she and the 2 saints of Xiangxing escaped into the quiet room. At this time, Luo Hong had brought Yuan Yao and the others to the repaired Starry Sky Hall. Seeing Luo Hong, a master of the divine transformation, the station's Ngang monks did not dare to neglect it at all, and quickly opened the teleportation array to Billing Island. With a flash of spiritual light, Luo Hong and others successfully arrived at the teleportation hall on Billing Island. After talking with Lu Zhengai for a few words, they fled in the direction of the cave. But just after escaping from the hall, Luo Hong subconsciously used his spiritual sense to scan, and unexpectedly discovered the breath of Han Lao Mo. Junior brother Han is back. Joa, you and Daisy go back to the cave to pack up first. Your husband will come later. Luo Hong did not plan to stay on Billing Island this time, but he would not leave in a big way, otherwise Lu Zhengai, who was quite friendly with him, would die on the island in the future. Luo Hong had explained all this to Yuan Yao in advance, so she just nodded slightly when she heard it and took AZ to the cave without saying anything. Let's go, Kaina. Luo will take you to meet your destined person. Cheyenne Kaina's dragon body could not keep anyone, so Luo Hong naturally took her with him this time, so he wanted to take this opportunity to put this woman's fate back on track. Because he took the initiative to reveal his aura. When Luo Hong escaped to the outside of Han Lao Mo's cave, he had already started the protective magic circle. After passing through the gap in the spirit cover, Luo Hong saw Han Lao Mo serving those dragon scale fruit trees again. He did not disturb the other party, but sat down at the stone table beside him, took out the jar of spiritual wine, and waited quietly for Han Lao Mo to finish. Not long after, a green spiritual light flashed in front of Luo Hong, and then a hand reached for the jar of wine on the table. Brother Luo, this spiritual wine is getting better and better. I was really tempted just now. After a joke, Han Li couldn't help but look at the girl standing behind Luo Hong, and asked casually, brother, are you accepting disciples again? Could it be that you are here for the low-level pills that I made when I was practicing? That's unfortunate. I haven't opened the furnace many times in these years, and I don't have many low-level pills on hand. Haha, junior brother misunderstood. This little friend is not a brother's son. I brought her to junior brother, because this girl and junior brother are quite predestined. Luo Hong drank a cup with Han Lao Mo, and smiled and shook his head. Brother, please don't. Han doesn't like to accept disciples. You should give it to someone else. Han Li thought Luo Hong had chosen a disciple for him, so he smiled bitterly and refused. Brother Han, don't refuse too quickly. Let's take a look at this girl's physique first. Luo Hong couldn't bear Han Lao Mo's fragrance, so he signaled with his eyes. Physique, how is this young man's physique? Dragon raw body. You are not proficient in formations, right? After finding out Cheyenne Kaina's physique, Han Li was shocked and asked hurriedly, Senior Luo did teach me some formations, which seem to be quite simple. Cheyenne Kaina has been wandering between life and death since she was a child. Her temperament is very different from that of ordinary women. At this time, facing Han Lao Mo, a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, she can also respond calmly. Brother Luo, you have brought back another surprise for me this time. Han Li said with a serious look. Haha, it's not that serious. Since we are destined to be together, I will help you. After all, you know that the body of Lan Gayan is short-lived. I know that you are not a heartless person. That's why I took care of this girl for a few years, after I found her abnormality, and then brought her to you. Luo Hong waved his hand, and poured another glass. Although I have repaid the favor of Dao Yao's into me, the friendship is still there. I will not ignore it. Thank you for your concern. Han Li nodded and toasted Luo Hong. There is only one update today. I have to think about the last plot of the human world in the evening, and try not to be lame. Serious face. Chapter 821. Yellow Island again. During the subsequent drinking and chatting, Luo Hong and Han Lao Mo talked about their experiences over the years. Only then did they know that Han Lao Mo had gone to the secret cave of Manhuzi and met the Golden Flower Patriarch. Oh, did the Golden Flower Patriarch die in the hands of junior brother Han? That would save me the trouble of looking for him. I wonder if junior brother Han has found half of the strange jade in his storage bag. Luo Hong pretended to have been eyeing the Golden Flower Patriarch for a long time and asked in a deep voice. I was just about to tell you about this. When junior brother and the Golden Flower Patriarch fought that day, the half of the jade sent by the other party was extremely powerful, only inferior to the Tangshan Lingbao, far exceeding ordinary ancient treasures. More importantly, that half of the jade is quite similar to the half in senior brother's hand, and I think they should have been one piece. As he said this, Han Li took out half of the milky white jade. Junior brother Han, has the Cheyenne sacred beast by his side, so he must have known that this item is something that was passed down from the fairy world to the spirit world, and it shouldn't appear in the human world. But as far as I know, this treasure came to the human world because of the ancient war, and it was broken into two halves because of the war. What it records is the way of talismans in the fairy world, which is quite exquisite and profound. It's been so long since I got the other half, and I've only understood a little bit, but even so, I've benefited a lot. So, after coming to the Chaos Star Sea, I've been inquiring about the whereabouts of the other half. I didn't expect that. Just as I got the news, junior brother Han had already succeeded. As Luo Hong spoke, he took out his half of the Golden Palace Jade Book. After suppressing the demon soul in the Zushan Palace, there was no need to keep this treasure anymore, so he naturally brought it out. The fate in the world is really wonderful. After tens of thousands of years, such a jade that can be held in one hand can fall into the hands of our brothers at the same time. It seems that it is destined that they will reunite today. The Golden Palace Jade Book is not a treasure with a certain number of uses. Even if the two pieces are combined into one today, he can take turns with Luo Hong to comprehend it. Therefore, Han Li handed the jade in his hand to Luo Hong without hesitation. Luo Hong felt that it was not that simple. Fate was pure nonsense. The two Golden Palace Jade Books did not meet in the original time and space. However, it doesn't matter if you try it. With a thought, Luo Hong controlled the two jades to meet on the stone table. When they were close to 1 foot, the two pieces of jade light shone at the same time and moved towards each other. However, when the two were still half an inch apart, they stopped. No matter how high their spiritual light was, they could not cross this last step. Then it began to spin at high speed around a certain center, turning into a milky white ball of light that became increasingly dazzling. Not good. Sensing the increasingly agitated aura fluctuations, Luo Hong and Han Lao shouted in their hearts at the same time. Then, Luo Hong immediately stretched out his left palm and grasped it, and suddenly a layer of light shield composed of 5 colored rays of light circled the light ball. At the same time, Han Li used his magic power to pull Shinkina behind him to protect her. The next moment, there was a muffled bang sound, and 2 white streams of light shot out from opposite directions like lightning. But as soon as they touched the 5-colored light shield, they were twisted in direction and spun rapidly inside the light shield. At this time, Luo Hong slightly urged the power of heaven and earth, and instantly stopped the 2 jade beads, and floated on the stone table. Brother Luo, what is this? Seeing that the accident was resolved, Han Li immediately said in surprise. It is the law that rejects. The human world does not allow the two halves to reunite. It seems that only in the spirit world can they have a chance to restore them to their original state. At the last moment, Luo Hong sensed the intervention of the law force. Although he did not understand it very well, their actions just now should have violated some rules. Well, the opportunity has not come yet, so there is no need to force it. Brother Luo, why don't you and I exchange each other's halves of the Golden Palace Jade Book for some time? After all, the next time we meet, I'm afraid it will be in the spirit world. Han Li had already seen that Luo Hong was preparing to ascend to heaven in the near future, and it would be extremely difficult to meet again after this separation. Haha, what Brother Han said is exactly what I thought. Luo Hong smiled and nodded, and drank a cup with Han Lao again. Then the two took each other's half of the Golden Palace Jade Book, drank a jar of wine, and then went back to their homes to comprehend. Han Lao had the so-called correct solution of the Silvertail text given by the Cheyenne Holy Beast, but in fact it was just their own understanding of the Silvertail text left by the powerful cultivators. Luo Hong had no interest in this. This kind of thing full of personal subjective conjectures could only be a hindrance to him. The Silver Talisman Canon was the foundation of his future research. He had to try his best to ensure that there were no errors and maintain absolute objectivity, otherwise the harm would be huge. Because both of them had their own fast recording methods, they exchanged their own half of the Golden Palace Jade Book only half a year later. This time, Han Lao brought Luo Hong another storage bag of dragon scale fruit. These were only half of what he had grown in 30 years, but there were still hundreds of them. Junior brother Han is keeping his promise, but you don't have to share this fruit with me today. Luo Hong smiled and took the storage bag, but shook his head. Why is this? Is this fruit no longer useful to you, brother? Han Li was shocked when he heard this. After swallowing a large amount of it, he had a deep understanding of the wonders of the dragon scale fruit. Yes and no, it's very complicated to explain. Anyway, junior brother, remember not to keep your half for me in the future. Luo Hong frowned and thought for a while and finally gave up the explanation. Because it was difficult for him to explain to Han Leomo what silver runes were, how the silver rune ceremony came from, how to transform the silver runes in the body, and so on. Although the second volume of his silver rune ceremony had not been fully compiled, the newly collected silver runes, together with the silver runes in the first volume, had already included all the silver runes added to the body by the dragon scale fruit. In other words, he would soon be able to achieve the same effect as taking the dragon scale fruit without taking it, and most likely it would be much more efficient. Seeing that Luo Hong was unwilling to say more, Han Li knew that this matter touched on the other party's secret, so he did not ask any more questions. After saying goodbye, he also planned to quietly leave Billing Island. After all, the top grade spirit stones of the wood element had been obtained in the past few years, and there was nothing to linger on this island. After watching Han Leomo escape back to the cave, Luo Hong went to see Bing Feng again. The other party had helped him refine the magic weapon, and was now a free person. Over the years, they have been on good terms, so they naturally had to say goodbye before leaving. As a result, Bing Feng was very free and easy. When she heard that Luo Hong was leaving Billing Island, she immediately said that she was going to the outer sea to retreat and advance to the god transformation stage. Without saying a word, she turned into a silver light and disappeared. Haha, I seem hypocritical. Han Leomo has also mentioned the matter of Yuan-Si Divine Mountain. The only thing left is to arrange Jaoa. There is nothing left to let go of in the Chaos Star Sea. After talking to herself, Luo Hong appeared in the cave in a flash. Sensing Luo Hong's breath, Yuan Yao, who was practicing on the black jade bed, immediately opened her eyes and said softly, "Husband, are you done with things? Well, when you return to the inner sea this time, Jaoa, do you want to go to Jinbo Island to take a look?" Lasu and the 8th level turtle monster have been taken into Luo Hong's portable jade house. Now there are only him and Yuan Yao in the cave. Jinbo Island is a small sect where Yuan Yao was born, and it is considered her hometown. If she doesn't take a look this time, she may not have the chance in the future. No need, it's just an inconspicuous island. The cave where I lived must have been through many hands and has changed beyond recognition. I guess I can't see the scenery of my hometown. My husband just needs to find my sister after returning to Cheyenne, and I will be satisfied. Thinking of her unfortunate fate, Yuan Yao couldn't help but sighed. When Luo Hong was about to answer, a flame suddenly flew in. He immediately used his magic power to attract the flame, to reveal its original form. It looked like the sound transmission node sent by Lu Zhengai. After the divine sense probed, Luo Hong couldn't help but reveal a playful look. "What's wrong, husband? What happened outside?" Seeing Luo Hong's strange expression, Yuan Yao couldn't help asking. The Anti-Star Alliance sent someone to say that they have captured the 3-yang-old demon, and they want to invite you and me to the inner sea to discuss and find out my husband's attitude towards the Star Palace and them. At this time, the envoy is already on the island. Luo Hong said with a flash in his eyes. "What? The old demon Sanayang has been found. Husband, Yuan Yao gnashed her teeth immediately after hearing this. She was hunted down by the King Gaiang sect like a stray dog, and the reason why she fell into this situation today was because of the young master of the King Gaiang sect. Although the young master of the King Gaiang sect is dead, the old demon Sanayang has also committed many crimes. This time when she returned to the Chaos Star Sea, she had the idea of revenge, but it was a pity that the old demon Sanayang was too cunning and disappeared without a trace without waiting for her to take action. And she didn't want to delay Luo Hong's ascension, so she didn't show up. Now that she heard that the demon had fallen into someone's hands, she couldn't control her emotions and wanted to kill the demon immediately. Jaoa, your husband understands what you mean, but calm down first. This demon is already dead. There is no need to rush. Luo Hong comforted Yuan Yao. The Three Suns demon was being hunted by the Star Palace and the Star-Reverse Alliance at the same time. There was no place for him to stand in the entire Chaos Star Sea. It was only a matter of time before he was found. Luo Hong was not surprised by this. What he was concerned about now was the purpose that the Star-Reverse Alliance wanted to achieve with the Three Suns demon. My husband is right. This matter is very strange. We can't rush it. Yuan Yao took a few deep breaths and said with difficulty to calm down. It's strange, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Jaoa, go with your husband to see the messenger first. After saying that, Luo Hong grabbed Yuan Yao's hand. After a flash of inspiration, the two disappeared into the cave. At this time, in the guest house, Wan Xianming was pacing anxiously in the room. After being sent as a messenger twice in a row, Wan Xianming realized that there was something wrong, even if he was slow. As more and more information about Luo Hong came out, some evidence showed that Luo Hong was the giant and cultivator who pretended to be the descendant of the Six Paths in the Zushan Palace. In addition to the news of Ji Yin's death in the previous years, Wan Xianming immediately guessed the reason why he was sent to Billing Island twice. What made him desperate was that it was his aunt Wan Sangu who brought him here the first time, which meant that his backers had already abandoned him. But knowing that he was sent here to vent Luo Hong's anger, Wan Xianming still had to come. Otherwise the fate of the old demon Sanyang would be his fate in the future. Master, I hope that man will still put on airs and not see them this time. Otherwise my disciple's life will be in danger. Wan Xianming paced and muttered to himself. When he came here for the first time, he was so angry that Luo Hong put on airs and didn't see them. Now he wanted Luo Hong not to notice him. Unfortunately, there is a saying, good things don't work, but bad things do. Not long after Wan Xianming finished speaking, the figures of Luo Hong and Yuan Yao appeared in the house. Master Wan, we meet again. No, I don't want to see you. Wan Xianming howled in his heart, but he dared not show it on his face. He bowed respectfully and said, Junior Wan Xianming, meet Senior Luo. Haha, fellow Daoist Wan, don't be nervous. You and Luo don't have a deep grudge. Luo is no longer the giant and cultivator he was before. I don't have any intention of settling scores later. Otherwise, there were so many people who offended Luo in the past. Kill them all. Hey? It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Luo Hong suddenly changed the subject halfway through his speech, causing Yuan Yao to cover her mouth and chuckle. However, when Wan Xianming heard this, he felt a chill all over his body. Sure enough, he still wanted to kill me. Knowing that he could not defeat Luo Hong, let alone escape, Wan Xianming immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. I hope Senior Luo will show mercy and spare my life. I'm willing to atone for my sins and tell you the plan of this alliance. Luo Hong wanted to scare Wan Xianming, and seeing that he had already become a frightened bird, he asked directly, tell me, how do the Six Paths Saint and your aunt plan to deal with Luo? Replying to Senior, although I don't know the specific process, it is definitely related to Yellow Island. Senior, although this island is just a small force with 2 Yuanying cultivators, its origin is quite mysterious. According to the records of Awan for Sect Classics, this island appeared in the Chaos Star Sea almost overnight, and the cultivators who went to the island to explore at that time all encountered the mysterious phenomenon of morning flowers. Although this phenomenon only lasted for a few days, it is hard to guarantee that it will not happen again. The place where the Alliance invites you to meet this time is near Yellow Island, so as long as you don't get close to Yellow Island, you will be fine. Wan Xianming spoke very quickly and sold out the Star-Reverse Alliance in one go. So that's what I mean. You mean that on the day of the meeting, Liu Dao and the others might make some noise on Yellow Island to lure Luo over, but it was actually just a trap? Hearing the 3 words Yellow Island, Luo Hong was sure that the Star-Reverse Alliance had bad intentions this time. It's not that he is so smart, but the people who want to murder him have surprisingly similar ideas. Good guy, Yu wants me to go to Yellow Island, and the Star-Reverse Alliance also wants me to go to Yellow Island. This Yellow Island is really a den of dragons and tigers. Senior Luo is right. That's exactly what I mean. Wan Qianming responded with a happy face. He knew that, as long as Luo Hong believed him at this moment, his life would most likely be saved. Chapter 822 Whose Atmosphere? After a while, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao left the guest house together, and saw Lu Zhengai waiting outside. Brother Lu, there will be one more regular guest in Billing Island from now on. You can let him stay, and don't worry too much about other things. Luo Hong tilted his head, and signaled Wan Qianming in the house. Understood. If Brother Luo has nothing else to do, I will go and get busy. Hearing this, Lu Zhengai knew that Wan Qianming had betrayed the Anti-Star Alliance, and said with secret joy in his heart. After Lu Zhengai left, Yuan Yao, who was flying in the air, couldn't help but frown and said, "Husband, since the Night Dragon Island is a trap, we might as well not even go to the appointment, and not give those people any chance. And that Jade Dragon dared to plot against us, Azi should eat her. Don't be angry, Joa. The Anti-Star Alliance is so sure that, after seeing the vision of the Night Dragon Island, your husband will be tricked to the island. Obviously, the secret realm is not groundless, the trap is real, and the bait is real." After discovering that she was calculated, Luo Hong was not angry at all, but laughed lightly. "Husband, although you are already a divine transformation cultivator, isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so arrogant?" Yuan Yao hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then reminded him tactfully. She had seen that Luo Hong did not intend to back down, but instead took advantage of the other party's conspiracy. To be honest, after the Kyankan Pearl was refined, I really have some capital to be arrogant. Don't worry, Joa, the Anti-Star Alliance wants to deal with me. Most of the time it will not rely on their own strength, but with the help of some kind of natural disasters. But what I'm least afraid of now is being trapped. Luo Hong said without hiding his pride. With the current power of the Kyankan Pearl, plus the space magic of the Black Wind Flag, there is no place in the human world that can trap him. Even if he is thrown out of the domain, the person who secretly harmed him will get a big surprise. Of course, the reason why Luo Hong is so interested in Yellow Island is still what Wan Qianming said, the strange phenomenon of the morning blooming flowers that had occurred on the island. The Six Paths Supreme Saint and Wan Sangu wanted to plot against me, so I made them lose their wives and their soldiers. Lost soldiers. If everything goes well, that person should be saying this now. In the Six-Link Hall, the Six Paths Supreme Saint sat cross-legged in front of a table with the aroma of tea on the table, and spoke in a leisurely tone. Opposite him, there was another person sitting, who was the leader of the righteous path, Wan Sangu. The white-haired woman held the teacup and said confidently, "Based on my understanding of my nephew, he must have told others about the situation on Yellow Island. In this way, we are not afraid that he will not come." It turned out that Wan Qianming's betrayal was part of the plan of these two people. They deliberately wanted Luo Hong to go to the island with confidence. Haha, the unknown is the most dangerous. However, we have told that person about the danger. As a divine transformation cultivator, if he doesn't even have this little courage, then one can only admit defeat. Although the Six Paths Supreme Saint could not guess every word of Luo Hong, he guessed this key sentence very accurately. When facing a divine transformation cultivator, their biggest advantage is that the other party is a divine transformation cultivator. It is easier for the other party to despise them and fall into their trap. Having said that, the man's confidence is not false or fake. Can that place really trap him? Wan Sangu's smile froze, and she became worried again. Since ancient times, many cultivators who strayed into the realm of transformation have never returned. Even if the Luo surnamed person has some skills, he is definitely not stronger than the ancient transformation of the gods. Let Wen handle this matter. Fellow Daoist one does not need to worry too much. The Six Paths Supreme Saint stared at Wan Sangu and sneered. Humph. This old devil still won't give in at this time. It seems that there are really good things in that place. Should I go in with him then? Wan Sangu snorted in her heart and thought secretly. Up to now, the Six Paths Supreme Saint has not told her the details of the secret realm. There is no doubt that he intends to hide it from her completely. This made her think a little. After all, if the Six Paths Supreme Saint completely suppressed her, her life might not be as good as relying on Luo Hong like this. The Six Paths Supreme Saint smiled with his lips pursed. He can be said to be very cunning. When he saw one Sangu fall silent, he knew that the other party was going to fall into the trap. When you enter that place, I will have one more 6 extreme demon corpse. When Luo Hong is gone from Chaos Star Sea, and the twin saints of heavenly stars are gone, and finally the kid surnamed Han is dealt with, I will be the undisputed overlord of the Star Sea. I have to thank Luo Hong for helping to destroy the Golden Dragon King, making the demon race less to be feared. Otherwise I really couldn't do such a big move. If nothing unexpected happens, the 6 extreme saints should be thinking so now. On Billing Island, Luo Hong flew to Yuan Yao's side and said with certainty, "My husband, do you mean that even Wan Xianming is in the game?" Yuan Yao said without quite understanding. "Since the 6 Paths Supreme Saint and Wan Sangu plotted against my husband, they should have known Wan Xianming's character, and it was not difficult to predict what he would do. In this case, he also sent Wan Xianming as an envoy, and his intention was obviously obvious. But it doesn't matter whether I saw it or not. Anyway, it was an open plot to tell my husband, the opportunity is on Yellow Island, come and get it, if you are brave enough." It's really hard for him. In order to talk to my husband, he even sacrificed a 3-year-old demon. Little did he know that my husband and you were originally planning to go to Yellow Island. Luo Hong explained with a chuckle. This person is so bold. Isn't he afraid that my husband will destroy him as soon as he arrives in the inner sea? Yuan Yao was very surprised when she heard this. After all, the other party was simply playing with fire on the edge of a knife. Haha, he is naturally afraid, so he must have a necessary condition to enter the secret realm in his hand, so he dares to play with fire like this. I have already guessed what it is, so I have the confidence to be so arrogant. It turned out that the secret of the Fulan Blade could attract a cultivator like me who has transformed into a spirit. No wonder the cultivators of Yellow Island reacted so violently that year. It is really hard to say whether Xian Huozenren's luck is good or bad. Luo Hong's heart moved, and she thought of the Fulan Blade in the treasure bag. Husband, if this is true, then Jaoa thinks it is better not to take risks. Isn't the most important thing for you now to ascend? Why bother about some benefits in the human world? It is very likely that when you reach the spiritual world, you will find that the things you get from taking risks are not precious in the spiritual world. After thinking it through, Yuan Yao felt that the matter was even more dangerous. It was not only the danger in the secret realm, but also the bottomless scheming of the 6 Paths Extreme Saint. And her idea was also reasonable. What Luo Hong had fought so hard to get now could probably be obtained by spending some spirit stones in the spirit world. They had occupied Billing Island for so many years, and they had no shortage of high-level spirit stones. Therefore, as long as it was not a treasure necessary for ascension, Yuan Yao thought it was unnecessary to take risks. Jaoa, what you said makes sense, but if it was that thing, it would cause a bloody storm even in the spirit world, so I had to confirm it. Luo Hong's face suddenly became solemn, but after saying it in a deep voice, he said confidently, Jaoa, you really don't have to worry. During the 3 years I was in Xingang, I not only refined spirit treasures for Mistling, but also used the resources of Xingang to make 3 small gadgets. It's just right to take this opportunity to test their power. I believe it will surprise everyone. No matter how much you plan, as long as you have absolute power, it will be in vain. Since my husband is so confident, I want to go with you. Yuan Yao saw that she couldn't persuade Luo Hong, so she could only ask like this. I didn't intend to leave Jaoa behind. Let's go together. Luo Hong agreed without thinking. This attitude made Yuan Yao feel more at ease. After all, she knew Luo Hong. If there was any danger, she would never let her get involved, unless it was necessary. The days passed quickly. On the day when the two sides agreed to meet, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao arrived over the Crazy Star Island on time. Crazy Star Island is one of the 72 large islands in the inner sea. There are many resources for cultivating immortals on the island. It has been occupied by the demon sect for many years, and has developed very prosperously. However, the protagonist this time is destined not to be it, but the Yellow Island, which is 6,000 miles away in the southeast, and has not made any movement at this time. However, the cultivators of the anti-star alliance on the island did not know the inside story and thought that Luo Hong was moved by the conditions of their two leaders and was ready to negotiate with them. They were all very happy. It was rare that the two sects of good and evil did not cause trouble on the same island. Under the respectful embrace of a group of nascent soul cultivators from the Star Rebel Alliance, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao stepped into the hall and immediately saw the number one person from both the righteous and evil paths. Coincidentally, Luo Hong and the Six Paths Supreme Saint smiled slightly. Thus, the contest between strength and conspiracy kicked off. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823, Night Dragon Patriarch and the Blood Order Plate. When the Six Paths Supreme Saint saw that Wan Xianming did not come with Luo Hong, he knew that what he wanted to say had been delivered. Welcome to Senior Luo, please take a seat. The Six Paths Supreme Saint and Wan Sangu stood up at the same time to greet him. Fellow Daoist Wen, Luo does not like crowds, so there is no need to make the banquet too grand. Luo Hong said calmly. Okay. The Six Paths Supreme Saint immediately understood what he said and said to the cultivators who followed him into the hall, you all heard it. Please leave first. Wen and Sect Master 1 will give you a satisfactory answer later. Although it was a bit disappointing to miss this opportunity to make friends with the Divine Transformation cultivator, the cultivators did not dare to have any opinions at this time. After all, the lesson from the past was now on the table, arranged for Luo Hong. After a few breaths, the magnificent banquet hall became empty. Luo Hong brought Yuan Yao to the table, picked up the jade skull, took a look at it, and handed it to Yuan Yao. Seeing that the great enemy that she could only look up to in the past was only a weak Yuan Ying, Yuan Yao suddenly lost the pleasure of revenge that she had before coming. After a pause, she saw a pure yin qi surging from her palm and directly turned the Yuan Ying of the three-yang old demon into ashes without deliberately torturing him. Then, Yuan Yao, who had come to her senses, looked a little brighter and nodded to Luo Hong, who was looking at her with concern. Haha, the deep love between Senior Luo and fellow Daoist Yuan is really enviable. I wonder if Senior Luo is satisfied with this gift from our alliance? The Six Paths Supreme Saint asked respectfully, without any intention of murder. Okay, fellow Daoist Wen, there is no need to be so hypocritical. Since you intend to bring me here, you should get to the point as soon as possible. I don't believe that the number one person in the magic way can't even control Wan Xianming. Let's just start the good show on Yellow Island. As soon as Yuan Yao finished her business, Luo Hong said directly. Senior Luo may have misunderstood. Our alliance is sincere in its desire to make friends. Sending Sect Master 1 is also a means for our alliance to show its sincerity. Of course, Sect Master 1 may have noticed something, so there must be some slander in his words. As for the matter on Yellow Island, even if Senior Luo did not mention it, I would have taken the initiative to bring it up. After all, inviting Senior to Kuangsing Island this time means sharing the secret realm on the island. After being exposed, the Six Paths Supreme Saint was still not panicked at all. As long as Luo Hong was interested in the secret realm, Luo Hong would not do anything to him before he really did something unfavorable. This was a typical open conspiracy. That sounds good, but with fellow Daoist Wen's temper, it's good enough that he didn't kill all the people who knew about it. Sharing is not something that fellow Daoists would do. Luo Hong sneered. Although treasures are good, you have to be alive to get them. The Night Dragon secret realm is not a good place. Due to the abundant vitality of heaven and earth, the ancient beasts in the secret realm are extremely powerful. If Wen and one day are going alone, I'm afraid that we will never come back. Therefore, I want to rely on the divine power of Senior Luo and just hope that we can get some gains when the time comes, so that we don't have to make a wasted trip. The Six Paths Supreme Saint mentioned the dangers in the secret realm without any concealment. However, Luo Hong knew, as soon as he heard it, that there was a high probability that there were ancient beasts in the Night Dragon secret realm, but the ancient beasts were definitely the least noticeable of all the dangers. Haha, that depends on your own ability. If it comes to you, Luo will not rob it, and if it comes to Luo, you can't expect to get anything. Well, enough nonsense. Fellow Daoist, when can notify that Island Master Wu to take action? Luo Hong said very impolitely. No need to bother. When Senior Luo just arrived at Crazy Star Island, Island Master Wu had already started to prepare. As if to confirm what the Six Paths Supreme Saint said, as soon as he finished speaking, a violent spiritual energy fluctuation came from the southeast. Needless to say, the four people flashed at the same time and appeared on the top of the hall one after another. Looking far to the southeast, I saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if a thunder calamity was approaching, but the wind was howling, and the evil spirit was rising to the sky, like a ghost cave opening rapidly on the sea. It's the direction of Night Dragon Island. Wu Laomo is here this time. Something big should be happening on the island. Wu Laomo is not on Crazy Star Island. I'm afraid this commotion was caused by him. Humph, what do you demons want to do? Don't you want our alliance to be on good terms with Senior Luo, so you deliberately make some trouble? A righteous Yuanying in the crowd said angrily. Bah. Sect Master Wang, even if all the people in your Huangsha sect were dead, we, the demon sect, would not do this. Upon hearing this, a familiar demon sect Yuanying immediately responded. Sparks flew, and the cultivators of both the righteous and the evil sides immediately started to curse each other. Crazy Star Island immediately became a powder keg, and they were ready to fight each other without caring about the Star Palace. Everyone, be quiet for me. When, at this moment, the cold and angry roar of the Six Paths Supreme Saint fell from the sky, instantly shutting up all the cultivators on the island. The celestial phenomenon over at Night Dragon Island is caused by the opening of the secret realm. This time, I invited Senior Luo to come here with the intention of exploring the secret realm together. You wait on Crazy Star Island. Don't leave. We will be back within a month. The Six Paths Supreme Saint secretly thought very well that if a large number of Yuanying cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance witnessed his return alone, it would save a lot of effort in gaining people's trust. At the same time, Wansangu was saying to Luo Hong, Senior Luo, the opening of the secret realm cannot be disturbed by the teleportation array. We can only fly there in person. Does one day I also want to enter the secret realm? Luo advises you to think it over carefully. Luo Hong reminded him with a smile. He didn't mean well, but just wanted to make things difficult for the Six Paths Supreme Saint. After all, being plotted against is not a happy thing. Wansangu was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled and said, Junior has thought it through very clearly. Haha, then it's up to you. Joa, let's go. After saying this casually, Luo Hong took Yuan Yao and turned into a blue light, crossing the sky in an instant. What a fast escape speed. The Six Paths Supreme Saint and Wansangu were shocked at the same time. After looking at each other, they also flew and followed. The distance of 6,000 miles was only about an incense stick of time under Luo Hong's escape speed. When the two appeared in the sky above Night Dragon Island, they saw that the sky was dark and the island was silent. The undulating terrain was like a dragon lying on the ground. The name of Night Dragon is indeed worthy of its name. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong sensed the location of the island Master Wu. Then, without saying a word, he flew to a small hill on the island, which was the location of the head of the Night Dragon. A moment ago, Wu Sheng, who was standing on the altar, was so excited that he almost burst into tears when he saw the thick evil spirit gushing out from the bottom of the altar. Since he could remember, his master, the previous island master, had been instilling a mission in him. And he did not disappoint his master's trust and worked hard for this mission. Although there were some twists and turns, he finally succeeded today. Yinpio water, Sha crystal, soulstone. Haha, Island Master Wu is really bleeding a lot this time. Wu Sheng was not surprised at all when he suddenly heard a strange voice. He thought to himself, twists and turns are coming. He turned around and saluted respectfully, yelling Island Master Wu Sheng, meet Senior Luo. I heard that you wanted to ask for the chakrystal in Luo's hand before, just for this altar? Luo Hong did not look at Wu Sheng, but continued to stare at the altar. That's right, refining this altar and entering the Night Dragon secret realm is the lifelong pursuit of the island masters of all generations. That's why Wu dared to go to the island and wanted to ask Senior Luo to give it up, but in the end he was afraid of Senior Luo's divine power and failed to go. Wu Sheng bowed more deeply. This secret realm has been hidden by the island masters of your Yellow Island for countless years, but now it is known to people. Are you willing? Luo Hong suddenly turned his eyes and examined Wu Sheng. What can we do if we are unwilling? The materials for refining the altar are becoming increasingly difficult to find. The cultivators of Yellow Island alone may never be able to open the secret realm. In this case, it is better to rely on the material resources of the Anti-Star Alliance, so that our island can get some visible benefits, so as not to sit on a mountain of treasures, but starve to death. Wu Sheng sighed, shook his head and sighed. You are honest. However, since your Yellow Island has coveted the secret realm for a long time, you must know a lot about the inside story of the secret realm. Can you tell me in detail? Luo Hong asked the other party's biggest secret without any hesitation. If Wu doesn't tell me, will Senior Luo search his soul? Wu Sheng smiled bitterly and looked at Luo Hong. What do you think? Luo Hong asked back. No need for you to do anything, Senior. By now, I have already prepared to tell you everything. After all, it's not just Senior Luo, but also the Six Paths Alliance leader and the One Alliance leader, all of whom I cannot afford to offend. However, I don't know much. Those ancient books are on the island. If Senior Luo doesn't believe it, you can go and check it out yourself later. After saying some words to gain people's trust, Wu Sheng paused for a moment and continued. I believe Senior Luo has heard some secrets about Yellow Island. In fact, when Yellow Island just appeared, the entrance to the secret realm was open. At that time, not only did a strange phenomenon in the secret realm overflow, but some powerful beasts also took the opportunity to escape. There was a guess in the notes of the second generation island owner of this island, that the Swanee King, who had been sitting in the sea abyss for countless years, was one of the beasts that escaped at that time. The first generation island owner and the first batch of cultivators of this island were those who landed on the island to explore and finally survived. According to records, the heaven and earth energy in the secret realm is very abundant, even compared with the legendary spiritual world, so it can be said that there are rare treasures everywhere. But in addition to the fierce beasts, the ancestors of this island also encountered a disaster phenomenon called the Rain of Time. Anything that is contaminated with those raindrop-shaped spiritual liquids will quickly age and decay. Although the magic power can resist one or two, when the raindrops pour down, even a cultivator like you, the Senior Luo, will run out of magic power and eventually age quickly. Fortunately, there are some strange rocks in the secret realm that can be used to avoid the Rain of Time. Otherwise this secret realm is simply a dead end, and no one would want to take advantage of it. Because the ancestors of this island were not well prepared, they retreated after discovering these situations. They wanted to take risks again, to recover their lost lifespans, but later the entrance to the secret realm was closed, and they could only regret it for the rest of their lives. And this altar is the method of reopening the entrance that the ancestors of this island have studied. It has never been truly refined before, so it is not necessarily possible today. The wisdom of the ancient monks is still trustworthy. I don't think this trip will be in vain. Luo Hong perfunctorily asked more questions, but he knew that Wu Sheng must be hiding something. Although what he said had a lot of dry goods, Luo Hong did not see the Fulong blade on the altar, which meant that the function of this treasure should be reflected in the secret realm, and that was the most likely place for the trap. Haha, I don't know what these people's expressions will be when I sacrifice another Fulong blade. I think it will be very exciting. Later, two escape lights flew at the same time and landed on the altar, turning into the Six Paths Extreme Saint and one Sangu. Six Path Alliance leader, the blood-inducing enraged demon altar is ready. We only need the blood prohibition card in your hand to try to open the secret realm. Seeing the person coming, Wu Sheng urged with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Obviously, the so-called blood prohibition card was the restraint set by the Six Paths Extreme Saint on Wu Sheng. Without this thing, the secret realm cannot be opened. Island Master Wu, don't worry, I will start now. The Six Paths Supreme Saint chuckled and took out a metal token with a black background and blood edges. On the token was a lifelike Swani, and on the back was engraved the word 5. The style was extremely simple, and it was obviously not made together with the altar. When he saw the token clearly, Luo Hong's eyes flickered slightly, and then he asked casually, "Friend Wen, your token looks like an ancient treasure. How can it be related to the newly refined altar of Island Master Wu?" Senior Luo, you don't know this. Island Master Wu's altar was not recently refined by him, but the previous Island Masters of Yellow Island continued to add the missing spiritual objects, and finally completed it in his hands. And this bloodband token is related to the foundation of this altar, which has the ability to control the full activation of the altar. It is said that there were originally 9 of these tokens, corresponding to the first 9 ancestors of Yellow Island. However, as time went by, the rest of the tokens were lost, leaving only this one in Wen's hand. This token is also the collateral for Island Master Wu to exchange spiritual materials from this alliance. While casting a spell on the bloodband token, the Six Paths Supreme Saint explained, "I see, it seems that we have taken advantage of our predecessors." Luo Hong said with a slight smile, but in fact, there were some waves in his heart. Because, in his treasure bag, there is a bloodband token similar to the one in the hands of the Six Paths Supreme Saint, but the token is not engraved with a Swani, but a Chiwen. And the number on the back is not 5, but 9. In addition, this token was not obtained from somewhere else, but from the Taping Water Palace that Luo Hong visited when he was in the Great Jin Dynasty. Chapter 824, in the Secret Realm. That 9-character Chiwen order was obtained from the Taping Secret Vault. Just from the fact that the Lord of Taping Mansion put it into the Secret Vault, we can see that he knew the importance of this order. In other words, the Lord of Taping Mansion is very likely one of the first 9 ancestors of Yellow Island. He is ranked 9th, but he still has the cultivation of the God Transformation. The 9 ancestors of Yellow Island can't all be God Transformation cultivators, right? Luo Hong was in doubt, because judging from the time when Yellow Island appeared, it was just before the end of the Ancient War, and there was no war on the Chaos Star Sea. Logically, the Ancient Cultivator Coalition would not stay here, and it is unlikely that there were more than 9 God Transformation cultivators among the Ancient Cultivators who stayed in the Chaos Star Sea at that time. After all, even in ancient times, there were not so many God Transformation cultivators in the human world that they were everywhere. Even if there were, these God Transformation cultivators were most likely distributed all over the place. There was no reason for them to gather in a short time because of a suddenly appeared spiritual island. Unless Luo Hong gradually had an amazing guess in his heart. But because of this guess, a doubt he had long ago was given a reasonable explanation. While he was thinking secretly, the spiritual energy fluctuations on the altar suddenly changed, attracting Luo Hong's attention. I saw that the 5-character Swan in I order floating above the altar suddenly scattered a phantom, and then a blood-colored stream of light flew out. After landing, it turned into a phantom of a blood-colored Swan in I, squatting in the center of the altar, and roaring at the top of his head. As the roar of the Swan in I phantom rang out, the yin shaki covering Yellow Island immediately rolled up, and began to flow and move according to a certain rule. After a while, Luo Hong was the first to sense the weak spatial fluctuations. It's really a key-like existence. The entrance to the secret realm is about to be opened. As soon as the thought came to mind, a huge yin-sha vortex appeared above the altar, and soon formed a portal. Then, rich spiritual energy emanated from it, mixed with strands of heaven and earth energy. If the location of the portal is just an inconspicuous place in the secret realm, then this spiritual environment is really comparable to the spiritual world. The timing is just right. There is no rain in the secret realm. We'd better go in immediately. After confirming that there were no raindrops in the spiritual energy that was released, Wu Sheng urged. Hearing this, the Six Paths Supreme Saint looked at Luo Hong and said, "Senior Luo, please go first." Luo Hong did not respond. He sent a telepathic message to Yuan Yao, asking her to turn into a wisp of green smoke and enter his danshan, and then flew out of the portal. Seeing Luo Hong enter the secret realm, the three people who were still outside couldn't help but feel relieved. Finally, I'm in. Island Master Wu, quickly activate the altar and change the direction of the entrance. Wen doesn't want to see that person in the secret realm. The Six Paths Supreme Saint first showed a look of joy and then immediately ordered. He was able to be fearless in front of Luo Hong before, all because he mastered the key to opening the secret realm. This support is obviously equivalent to nothing in the secret realm, so he must ensure that he and Luo Hong are teleported to different places in the secret realm, otherwise they will die as soon as they enter the secret realm. Wu Sheng did not delay upon hearing this and quickly cast several spells at the altar, and the Yinsha vortex changed slightly. Very good, Island Master Wu, you go in first. The Six Paths Supreme Saint nodded and ordered without question. Wu Sheng knew that the Six Paths Supreme Saint did not trust him, but he did not do anything just now, so without saying a word, he flew into the vortex. Seeing this, the Six Paths Supreme Saint no longer hesitated, turned into black light, and followed closely, and the blood ban sign also flew over with him. Wan Sangu was shocked when she saw this, and did not hesitate to enter the secret realm at the last moment. When the blood ban sign sank into the Yinsha vortex, the shadow of the Swani squatting on the altar and roaring non-stop disappeared immediately, and then the Yinsha vortex also dissipated with a bang. Then, a strong suction came from the bottom of the altar, pulling the Yinsha key covering the sky around Yellow Island. Judging from this posture, it was going to take away all the Yinsha key. Of course, everything on Yellow Island had nothing to do with Luo Hong at this time. After he entered the Yinsha vortex, he immediately felt that a space force was wrapping around him. Knowing that this was a space transmission, Luo Hong did not resist and let the force move him out. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he came to a very bright place. Before he had time to look around, Luo Hong found that the Yinsha vortex behind him suddenly disappeared after a space fluctuation. Humph. It's really cunning. Luo Hong snorted coldly and immediately guessed the thoughts of the Six Paths Saint. To be honest, if the three of them were teleported here later, they would inevitably be searched by him. At most, he would erase some of the memories of the Six Supreme Saints, so that Han Lao Mo could successfully obtain the Yuanxi Divine Mountain, and Wu Sheng and Wan Sangu would definitely die. As soon as the voice fell, a green smoke escaped from his danshan and condensed into the figure of Yuan Yao. Husband, although this place is extremely dangerous, it looks beautiful and has the atmosphere of a sacred mountain and blessed land. Luo Hong heard the words and probed his spiritual sense. He saw that, although the sky of this secret realm did not have the sun and the moon, it was golden and bright in every corner. The ground was also full of vitality, and various exotic flowers and plants grew very well under the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy. This scene can be said to be far beyond Luo Hong's expectations. He thought that the so-called Night Dragon secret realm was the black domain he had entered before. After all, the strange phenomenon of the morning glory is related to the power of time, and the only thing in the human world that can be related to the power of time is the dark river of reincarnation surrounding the black domain. But he didn't expect that he had come to a place with golden light. Obviously, this was not the black domain, but another secret realm. Just when he was in doubt, a sharp whistle suddenly came from not far away, and then a fishy wind blew, and it turned out that a flying beast was staring at them. This is not surprising. The secret realm has been closed for so many years, and it is full of vitality. There must be beasts occupying every area. It is normal for them to break in like this, and attract the master of this place to attack them. I encountered a level 9 beast right when I came up. This place is really dangerous. My husband, please support me. I haven't taken action for a long time, and I can't help but feel itchy. Yuan Yao said it was dangerous, but her face was eager to try. She is not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. She has rich experience in fighting. She will not let go of a suitable opponent after finally meeting one. Haha, then I will wait to admire Jao's heroic appearance. Luo Hong chuckled and scanned the attacking bird with her spiritual sense. She found that the opponent was just a monkey-headed pigeon, but its feathers were unusually gorgeous. I don't know what mutation it had. Yuan Yao smiled at first, and then flew away with a serious face. Although the monkey-headed pigeon was a common ferocious beast in ancient times, it was especially good at the magical power of seducing the heart and soul. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to deal with. Moreover, Yuan Yao was only at the same level as it, so she did not dare to underestimate the enemy. After a moment, the pale blue escape light transformed by Yuan Yao met the monkey-headed pigeon with a wingspan of more than 100 feet. This ferocious bird looked quite similar to a monkey, and its head and face were full of fierceness. Seeing the invading enemy coming, it opened its sharp beak without thinking, and emitted waves of soul-sucking sound waves. Normally, when a being of the same realm is covered by this sound wave, at least half of its magic power must be used to resist, in order to avoid being affected. And those whose cultivation realm is lower than it will be enslaved in an instant. Therefore, generally, high-level monkey-headed pigeons are surrounded by a large number of various fierce beasts for them to drive. At this time, this monkey-headed pigeon came alone, but its servants could not keep up with its escape speed. Seeing the soul-capturing sound wave coming, Yuan Yao did not adopt a defensive strategy. The ghost way of cultivation that she practiced also had similar sound wave magical powers. So, she immediately opened her red lips and a feminine and charming laugh came out. The next moment, the two sound wave magical powers collided in the middle, impacting an invisible wall of sound and constantly making huge explosions. The power of the two was actually comparable. While attacking, Yuan Yao stretched out her jade hand, and a white bone bracelet on her wrist flew out, and in an instant it turned into a giant object with a diameter of 10 feet, and appeared on the head of the monkey-headed dove. This bone bracelet was the imitation spiritual treasure called Mythian bracelet given to her by Luo Hong. This treasure was originally a mysterious yin attribute, and at this time in Yuan Yao's hands, it immediately exerted a much stronger power than the square-faced monk of the Yi family. The monkey-headed dove also saw the power of the Mythian bracelet, and did not dare to take it hard, so it shot out two red beams of light from its eyes. When the two red beams of light touched the Mythian bracelet, there was a shocking explosion, and the bone bracelet was heavily bounced out. However, the monkey-headed dove also let out a cry of pain, and two bloodstains flowed from the corners of its eyes. Yuan Yao found that she could not take down the fierce bad with the Mythian bracelet. A flash of coldness flashed in her eyes. She immediately stretched out her hand to brush across her dantian, and sacrificed the Zuanine word that had been nurtured in the dark line for more than 100 years. She only saw her jade finger point, and the dark Zuanine eye emitted a large grey-black spiritual light, covering the entire battlefield. As soon as the monkey-headed dove was covered by the spiritual light of the Zuanine eye, it let out a startled and angry roar. At this moment, it only felt that the Zuanine Qi was constantly invading its body, wiping out its vitality, making it gradually weak and powerless. On the contrary, Yuan Yao was refreshed in this spiritual light, and even the Mythian bracelet that flew towards the monkey-headed dove again, guaranteed 30% to 40% of its aura. With one side gaining, and the other losing, Yuan Yao was determined to win this attack. However, at this moment, the monkey-headed dove suddenly opened its wings towards Yuan Yao, and its blue and red feathers immediately flashed with a brilliant spiritual light. After a breath or two, terrifying fire and wine spiritual powers emerged on its wings. Then, the ferocious bird flapped its wings violently, and the two spiritual powers merged into one, turning into a fierce fire whirlwind that pounced on Yuan Yao. The monkey-headed dove recorded in ancient books did not have this magical power, so Yuan Yao was not prepared in advance. At this time, she could only cry out inwardly and urge the Mythian bracelet to teleport back to protect herself. Although the 5-element magic that suddenly burst out of the monkey-headed dove was powerful, Yuan Yao still survived it with the blessing of the Zuanine eye. But after the fire whirlwind swept past, she saw that the monkey-headed dove had flapped its wings and escaped for several miles. It would be unwise to chase it. However, before Yuan Yao showed a look of regret, she heard the monkey-headed dove suddenly scream, and its wings were broken by an invisible force, and then it flew back at a faster speed. "Hey, Jaoa, are you going to give it the final blow?" Luo Hong came to Yuan Yao's side without knowing when, and asked with a chuckle. There was no doubt that it was Luo Hong who had just made the move. He only mobilized a part of the power of the Kyankan Pearl to subdue this level 9 monkey-headed dove. I'm not a child. Yuan Yao rolled her eyes and said, understood. After responding, Luo Hong's eyes flashed with cold light, and he squeezed the monkey-headed dove into a ball in the air, and then snorted coldly, stunned its soul, and captured it. After a soul-searching technique, Luo Hong had a better understanding of this night dragon's secret realm. He looked up, and looked at the golden sky and said, it's a coincidence that the omen of the time rain has come. It turned out that through the memory of the monkey-headed dove, Luo Hong learned that before the time rain in this secret realm, the sky would ripple with spiritual light, which was exactly the same as what he saw now. Although Luo Hong was confident that he could rely on the power of heaven and earth to resist the rain of time, since he had found a safe place to hide from the rain from the monkey-headed dove's memory, he wanted to test it first. After throwing away the monkey-headed dove soul and letting it reincarnate, Luo Hong took Yuan Yao and went to its nest. Since this place was the monkey-headed dove's territory, the two of them were not attacked by ferocious beasts. They only saw many confused low-level ferocious beasts along the way. Obviously, they were the original servants of the monkey-headed dove. After flying at high speed for an incense stick of time, Luo Hong finally saw the white boulder in the monkey-headed dove's memory. The pure white rock stood obliquely on the ground, covering an open space. The open space was full of bones. Obviously, the monkey-headed dove did not pay attention to the environment of its nest. After smelling the smell of this place, Luo Hong couldn't help but frown, waved his sleeves, and sent out a gust of wind, blowing all the bones away for 100 miles. At this time, the time rain had not yet fallen. Luo Hong was quite interested in sneaking in front of the white giant rock and stretched out his hand to touch the rock. From the perception of the divine consciousness, although the spiritual energy emitted by this white giant rock is strong, it is not at all noticeable in this secret realm. However, it is this inconspicuous stone that can ignore the time rain with the power of time. Obviously, this spiritual material is not as simple as it seems. With a little force on his hand, Luo Hong actually peeled off a piece from the white giant rock. Its hardness is equivalent to that of high-level black iron, which is not amazing at all. Then, Luo Hong tried to refine the white stone in his hand with his divine consciousness, but found that, no matter what kind of refining technique he used, he could not refine it. In other words, this white stone cannot be used to refine treasures. PS. The end of the year is approaching, and my mother has started a military blind date for me again. It's better not to wait for the chapter in the evening, because I don't know whether I will have a blind date today. I'm crying. Chapter 825. Damn. Slip. But even if it can't be used to refine treasures, with this hardness, it's not difficult to cut off a piece and use it to block the rain. Since no one has done this, it should be that a small amount of white stone does not have that magical effect, or the effect is low. It just so happens that the light rain is about to fall, so we can verify it by the way. Just when Luo Hong was about to explore the light rain, the Six Paths Extreme Saint encountered some troubles. He was tricked by Wu Sheng. When teleporting, he found the problem. At the last moment of the teleportation, there was an extra space turbulence, which is the usual means of random teleportation. It is usually only used in the trial secret realm of large sects. The slight space turbulence added by the restriction can allow the cultivators entering the teleportation in trance to be randomly distributed in various areas of the secret realm. The Six Paths Extreme Saint didn't expect that with Wu Sheng's cultivation in the middle stage of the nascent soul, he dared to use this method of teleportation. After all, the beasts in the secret realm are often level 9 or 10, and even he dared not rush in. Wu Sheng's move is equivalent to gambling with his life, and the kind of loss is even greater. This bastard is either betting everything on one throw, or relying on something, but he has done me a disastrous harm. The Six Paths Supreme Saint gnashed his teeth as he looked at the endless stream of insects. At the same time, Wu Sheng, who was thousands of miles away, was flying leisurely in the secret realm. He even swaggered through the territories of those high-level beasts and headed straight for the center of the secret realm. Although those high-level beasts roared at Wu Sheng who passed by, they did not really attack him, only because the sky at that time showed that the light rain would fall soon. Therefore, all the beasts in the secret realm will hide in their nests, that is, under the white rocks, and will never go out. Wan Sangu's luck was neither good nor bad. She was not teleported to the nest of the insect swarm, nor did she go to any spiritual place. At this time, she did not dare to move around at will. The information about the light rain was in the classics of Yellow Island. She naturally knew it, so when she saw the unusual sky, she immediately found a place to shelter from the rain and hid after dealing with the beasts entrenched in the middle. After counting, the 5 people who entered the Night Dragon's secret realm were actually Wu Sheng, who had the lowest cultivation level. He was the most comfortable at this time. A moment later, light golden water drops began to fall from the golden sky, and soon it turned into a light rain. From the outside, this time rain is similar to ordinary spiritual rain, but the color is a little different. Under the white giant rock, Yu and Yeo looked at the raindrops outside, and first made a faint comment, then looked at the ground inside. But this magical effect of accelerating the passage of time is amazing. It can be seen that, as soon as those time raindrops touch an object, they will quickly merge into it, causing it to change in a breath like a year. The most obvious are those exotic flowers and plants outside the coverage of the white giant rock. They are constantly withering and flourishing in the rain, making the scenery outside change all the time. Suddenly, the trees cover the sky, and suddenly there are flowers everywhere. It can be said to be extremely strange. This situation is somewhat similar to the changes in those spiritual medicines after Han Lao Mo used the Kangshan creation liquid. Could it be that these raindrops also have the same magical effect as the Kangshan creation liquid? Luo Hong was extremely surprised and couldn't help but guess. But soon, he shook his head and denied this guess. Because from the detected data, the spiritual energy near the white giant rock did not increase significantly and sometimes even fell. This shows that, although the spiritual flowers and herbs outside grow fast, in fact, the spiritual energy is conserved within a certain range. However, the Kangshan creation dew produced by the Palm of Heaven bottle can raise the spiritual level of spiritual medicines out of thin air. This method of destroying the law of conservation can be called a fairy god. Thinking of this, Luo Hong locked the highest grade spiritual fruit near the white giant rock with his spiritual sense. After it matured rapidly, he immediately cast a spell and picked the fruit in his hand. Due to the loss of a large amount of spiritual energy contained in this spiritual fruit, the growth of the grass and trees near the white giant rock was affected. The spiritual energy in other areas also circulated within a certain range, so the speed of this impact was extremely slow. I'm afraid it will only disappear completely after this reign of time ends. In other words, it is impossible to rely on the reign of time to get spiritual medicine under a certain giant rock. And those mature spiritual medicines will be eaten by fierce beasts immediately after the rain, so basically one person can only get one spiritual medicine in a rain. This is still a great temptation for ordinary cultivators, but for Luo Hong, who was spoiled by Han Lao Mo with bags of dragon scale fruits, it is not enough. Fortunately, the purpose of his trip was not spiritual medicine, so he was not disappointed at the moment. After eating a few bites of the 10,000-year spiritual fruit as a snack, Luo Hong turned his attention to the white giant rock. With the naked eye, the reign of time seemed to be blocked by the white giant rock, but in fact, all the raindrops avoided the white giant rock, as if the giant rock had a force field against the reign of time, and protected an area with an invisible oval cover. But no matter how Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to explore at this time, he could not detect the invisible force field, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of the white giant rock did not even change from before. After encountering the problem, Luo Hong was not frustrated, but excited. Exploring this unknown was exactly what he was interested in. Since the divine consciousness was useless, he tried other means. When he practiced the myriad eyes, it was to obtain a divine eye that could see through everything. Now was the time for it to play a role. Luo Hong pinched the magic formula with one hand, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, revealing a bright yellow petrified demon eye. In addition to the petrification magic power, this demon eye also has a strange spiritual vision. If it is a change at the spiritual level, it will not escape its observation. However, Luo Hong used this demon eye to take a look, and found that the spiritual particles in the white giant rock were very normal. They did not flow according to a certain law, but just moved like the normal spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This shows that the spiritual particles did not play any special role. The first attempt failed, and Luo Hong's expression did not change at all. The magic formula on his hand changed, and the myriad eyes turned into the Zuanine ghost eye in a moment of opening and closing. This ghost eye is extremely sensitive to spirits and ghosts. If there is a spirit hidden in the white giant rock, it will definitely not escape its induction. A grey-black spiritual light shot out from Luo Hong's vertical eye and shone directly on the rock. However, the result was still disappointing. The Zuanine ghost eye did not sense anything. At this time, Luo Hong frowned slightly and prepared to sacrifice the blood-roaring fierce eye. These three spiritual eyes correspond to the three treasures of spirit, energy, and spirit, which encompass almost all the power in the world. So if the blood-roaring fierce eye still doesn't work, it may be that the special environment isolates the induction of these three. In this case, Luo Hong will have to use the destruction eye to test the white giant rock to see if there is any secret space hidden inside. And if it still doesn't work after this, then I have to put it aside for now. Fortunately, the results obtained later did not allow things to develop to this point. As the blood pupil opened, the white giant rock in Luo Hong's eyes changed, and a very weak blood light enveloped the giant rock. Those time raindrops only slid away after touching this layer of blood light. It turns out to be the power of blood. So this is not a stone, but the bones of some kind of creature. Luo Hong dispersed his magical powers and said in a surprised tone, "You know, the bones of a creature after death can resist raindrops with the power of time, which means that the source of the rain of time is definitely related to the creature. And such a weak blood essence can escape my consciousness, which must have triggered the shielding effect. Its essence level should be quite terrifying." Combining this information, Luo Hong couldn't help but guess that this so-called night dragon secret realm is actually the cemetery of a supergiant beast. What the hell? Is it another true spirit that fell in the human world? It can't be such a coincidence. First there was the five-colored peacock, and then there was a giant beast that seemed to have mastered the law of time. Could it be that the human world is the cemetery of true spirits? Luo Hong was first surprised and suspicious for a moment, but then he thought of his previous guess and couldn't help but understand something, but his expression became more solemn. As he come out, with Luo Hong's call, a purple light flew out of the spirit beast bag and turned into a purple-clothed girl after landing. "Master, it's so comfortable here." As soon as Azi came out, she felt that the shackles on her body disappeared. Here she could use all her magical powers without worrying about anything. "If you like it, I won't let you go back these days. Don't touch the rain outside, and give me the jade bracelet on your hand." After Luo Hong explained, he stretched out his hand to ask for the jade dragon. "Master, did Zio Xiaoyu get into trouble?" Azi gloated while throwing the jade bracelet on her wrist to Luo Hong. "Senior, I didn't do anything." The jade dragon immediately realized that something was wrong and said tremblingly, "Luo is not in the mood to talk nonsense now. I will only give you two choices. One is to tell you who taught you to murder Luo, and the other is to get into Azi's stomach. Tell me the answer within 3 breaths." Luo Hong had originally planned to deal with the jade dragon after entering the secret realm, but the situation was different now, so the method seemed a little impatient. Luo Hong really didn't have the intention to kill this cowardly jade dragon, and he didn't believe that the other party would take the initiative to calculate him. So the moment he learned that there was something wrong with Yellow Island, he realized that someone was secretly instigating this guy. Of course, if Yu Jiao still couldn't figure it out at this time, he didn't mind searching his soul and finding the answer himself. "Don't eat me. It was that turtle that told me to say that. He said that, as long as we enter here, he will find a way to make the senior return us to freedom." Yu Jiao was completely frightened. In less than 3 breaths, he was taken by Luo Hong's murderer Sora and quickly confessed. "Humph. It turned out to be that guy who took over the body. You idiot. Do you believe what he said?" Luo Hong was not surprised to hear this. The 8th level turtle demon was his main suspect, and he continued to ask questions. The clan leader was a little respectful to him at the beginning. "I don't think he would lie to me." Yu Jiao's eyes flowed with jade tears, and he said aggrievedly, "Forget it. I can't get anything out of you." Seeing that the other party was so useless, Luo Hong was helpless. After throwing it back to AZ, he moved his mind and took out the 8th level turtle demon from the Jade Palace. "We are here, fellow Daoist. We can talk now." The 8th level turtle demon was suddenly moved out of the Jade Mansion by Luo Hong, but he was not nervous at all. Instead, he looked directly at Luo Hong and said, "You are from another world, right? Which world are you from?" Luo Hong looked at him coldly and asked directly. Hearing this, the 8th level turtle demon's face suddenly changed. It was no longer calm, and his eyes were full of surprise and suspicion. "There is no need to be so surprised. It is not difficult to guess. Answer Luo's question first, otherwise there is no need for us to discuss." Luo Hong did not hide his threat. The current situation was very serious. He had to figure out some things before he could make the next decision. In his speculation, not only the soul in front of him, but also Wu Sheng from Yellow Island were visitors from outside the human world. The 9 ancestors of Yellow Island were most likely all divine transformation cultivators, but it was impossible for 9 divine transformation cultivators to gather at the suddenly appearing Yellow Island at that time. In this case, the only reasonable explanation is that these 9 Night Dragon ancestors all came out of the secret realm like King Swanee. If we further infer, the entire Night Dragon Island incident should have been planned by the 9 people at that time. The sudden appearance of Night Dragon Island and the sudden appearance of 9 divine transformation cultivators, except for collective ascension, Luo Hong can't find any other reasonable explanation. Of course, the ascension method they used must be unusual, otherwise they wouldn't bring a secret realm here and create a spiritual island in the human world. Similarly, they can't drive this power well, otherwise Wu Sheng, as a descendant, wouldn't have to come back here so hard. Since fellow Daoist Luo has noticed it, then I have nothing to hide. That's right, I'm a cultivator who ascended from the lower realm, and I was fortunate enough to advance to the divine transformation in the past. However, due to some accidents, my lifespan was greatly reduced, and I had no choice but to become the ghost I'm now. The 8th level turtle demon was shocked and shook his head and sighed. "Who asked about your previous cultivation? Tell me about the situation of your native interface. Is the heavenly Dao collapsed?" Luo Hong frowned in dissatisfaction. The other party's answer was not on point at all. This. How did fellow Daoist Luo know? Could it be? The 8th level turtle demon was shocked again and deliberately changed to another language when he said the last 2 words. Luo Hong understood as soon as he heard it. He was not wrong. The other party really came from the interface that Helisan had visited. Because the language spoken by the 8th level turtle demon was exactly the common language of the human race in that interface in Helisan's memory. Gan. I knew that such a good thing as Zuanshan's thing would not be my turn. Luo Hong cursed in his heart. The fallen giant beast that cultivated the law of time, and the heavenly Dao of the interface, that was suspected to be collapsed by a super powerful person. These 2 clues together pointed to a terrible fact. This place is very likely the crime scene where the Dao ancestor eliminated his opponent. As for which Dao ancestor it was, Luo Hong did not dare to say, nor did he dare to think. He just wanted to slip away now. 6th is Baksha. At this moment, the 8th level turtle demon suddenly said in the language of another world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.